quiet corner of Hampshire, something big is about to begin. It's not just a game, it's a battle of speed, strategy, and skill. They've trained, they've waited, and now they've arrived. Welcome to the Tournated Pickleball event in association with PickleB. The buzz starts now. Welcome to the Tournated Pickleball event, coming to you live from the Hampshire Court Hotel in association with PickleB Events. Please welcome your commentators for today, Nick Hobbs and Tim Spurway. Tim Spurway is unable to present today. He is not feeling very well. Hope you feel better soon. So Nick, looks like it's all up to you. No pressure, just be careful where you put your feet. Wouldn't want any mishaps today. Without further ado, let the games begin.
Welcome back to the Hampshire Court Hotel in Basingstoke for day 2 of the Tournated Basingstoke Cup. I'm Nick Hobbs, and it's a pleasure to have your company as we continue our coverage of this fantastic tournament, bringing you the very best in competitive pickleball. After a thrilling opening day yesterday, today promises even more excitement as we turn our attention to 3 key events. The mixed doubles open category, where some of the sharpest pairings will be battling it out for top honours, and the senior gender doubles, both male and female, featuring some of the sport's most experienced and tactical players. Expect fast-paced rallies, plenty of drama, and some standout performances on court. Before we get the action underway here this morning, we'd like to take a moment to thank our tournament partners, Skechers, keeping players at their best with their outstanding footwear, and Franklin supplying the official balls for all matches here at the Basingstoke Cup. Our broadcast today is also powered by OBSBot cameras, delivering every angle of the action on behalf of PickleB.co.uk, the team behind the organisation of this superb event. So the atmosphere is building, the players are ready, and we are set for another brilliant day of pickleball. Stay with us because all the action is coming up next here from the show court at the Hampshire Court Hotel and Spa, where it's not just pickleball, it is showtime here at the Tournated Basingstoke Cup. Special mention to our technical director for his delightful introduction this morning. We wish Tim Spurway all the best in his recovery. A slight reference to my accidental clumsiness yesterday, where the power went off not once but twice. First time I accept responsibility for just clicking the main switch. Second time was a power outage due to an overload, so we apologise for that. Hopefully staying on one link today, so wherever you're joining us from, either here in the UK, on the continent of Europe, or wider afield around the world, you're most very welcome. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe and interact with us. We'll be responding to comments on our YouTube feed throughout the course of the day. But our first match is on court. The players are ready, we're ready, and I'm sure you're ready at home too. Joining me throughout the day will be co-commentary from Simon Farr, more than just a logistics man for PickleB. He's now a renowned co-commentator. Good morning, Simon.
Good morning, Nick. That's very kind of you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 2 of Tournated Basingstoke Pickleball Cup. Sorry, I just need to go and sort the scoreboard out, and I'll be back on comms in 2 sets.
And nice early start from Simon there. On court, we've got Anakin Owen and Georgia McCall. 2 players who are amongst my favourites to win the mixed doubles today. They're at the top of your court. And at the bottom, it's the impressive Lee Nixon, who was absolute quality yesterday in the men's doubles 4.0 division, stepping up to the open division today. And he's playing with his mixed doubles partner, Peyton Pemberton. So yeah, Simon, Anakin Owen and Georgia McCall must be the top seeds or close to the top seed today. I mean, it's a stacked draw in the mixed doubles, but 2 impressive players.
Absolutely. One thing we found out yesterday, though, was that sometimes pickleball can throw in some curveballs, and not all of the favourites won yesterday, so it'll be very interesting to see how they get on with their first game, get the nerves settled, make sure they're getting all their balls in. Oh, lovely. Look at that. That's exactly how Anakin was playing yesterday.
I referenced quite a few mixed doubles partnerships in my preview from my Instagram handle, Nick H Broadcasting, earlier on this week. And the partnership I listed to watch out for was also Sam Anderson and Jess Wilson. They're in Group A with Roger Oliver, Natasha Hood, Lewis Oakey, Nia Rogers, just to mention a few. Group B looks stacked as well, with Harry Feast teaming up with Kayla Graham, Emily Jelly and Ed Hares, who won this division on the South Coast earlier this year. Millie Sharma and Josh Dye, who are gold medalists from Tunbridge Wells. And then Group C features players like Stuart Parminter and Lauren Gosling, Bob Adams, Georgie Gertz. Lofthouse teams up with Nirali Hathi. So everywhere you look in the groups today, it's absolute quality, Simon.
100%. And interesting already, we've seen some no scoring side out. So as we were saying yesterday, Nick, it's all about dominating from the kitchen area.
Yeah, that's a lovely speed up from McCall. More of a placement than a speed up, just behind the backhand of Nixon. And those are the shots she's developed, being part of the Spicy Pickleball Academy this year under the tutorage of Molly Nags. And there we see again a disguised speed up to Nixon, straight to his backhand. Seems like a strategy early on from McCall.
There we go, Nick. Classic. Serve, return third. Just get your serve in.
Yeah, and that McCall serve is unlike any other on the tour. We've got this looping semi-moonball serve. That's lovely touch by Pemberton. Great hands here in the early stages of this matchup. Easy for players just to try and power their way through that shot, but nice court placement, nice court awareness, nice strategy from Pemberton, who's settling into this encounter early on. Nice hands exchange again from Pemberton. My first look at Peyton Pemberton, what I've seen so far, Simon, is impressive.
100%. I mean, even taking that off the net, it's great reactions. She's gone toe-to-toe with Anakin and come off better most times.
And equally as impressive, Lee Nixon on the cross-court dink there. That's not a top spin, that hits the surface, bounces away, Owen can't rescue. So very much in the game here, Nixon and Pemberton.
Yeah.
Net tape coming to the aid of Owen. Pemberton can't react to that one. Lee Nixon sporting the purple Pickleball jersey, and something tells me that he's been playing a lot down in Holton at the base there with the purple Pickleball guys. Josh Bright, who won gold yesterday in our men's division, along with Matt Lees as well. That's great from Pemberton. And Pemberton and Nixon are just putting the ball into the kitchen zone repeatedly here. And for the last 3 points, it's been successful, Simon.
Yeah, it's a great strategy because Owen is so quick with the hands. And then six change. That's another classic where great third in, great fifth actually, and the volley goes long.
There's an early story developing here, and it's one of shock, it's one of surprise, because rest assured, Anakin Owen and Georgia McCall would have been favourites at the start of the day, not only to take this game, but also to go deep into this competition. But it's Peyton Pemberton and Lee Nixon who have started with significant accuracy and a great tactical awareness of where to place this ball. Nice angle on the smash from Owen. He's sporting the tight white leggings today, Simon.
Yeah, I mean, that's a look. It's not something I could probably carry off, but Owen's rocking it, I think.
Speed up from Pemberton, right back at Owen. Owen shakes his head, but I make that 1-1 in terms of the net tape affair. So what comes around goes around. And look at the look on Pemberton's face. She's concentrating, she's dialed in, she's ready. Anakin Owen is not playing to his usual high standards. The best male players in the UK here, Anakin Owen, Simon, and just possibly not out of bed quite yet. Look at the speed up from Peyton Pemberton. And ladies and gentlemen, if you've not seen Peyton Pemberton play before, she is announcing herself on the grandest scale of all. The show court here at the Tournated Pickleball Cup. Peyton Pemberton has arrived. She is here to play, and she's impressing the masses.
Be quite to see now that change of ends. Sometimes it can change the momentum, but so far it's still going Pemberton in Nixon favour.
Look at the play from Lee Nixon. It's all quality, it's all placement. Anakin Owen looking to come in and poach. Nixon says, there's a space behind you, Owen, and I'm going to exploit it. Exploit it he did. Lee Nixon impressing here with Peyton Pemberton. And it's scramble defence from Owen and McCall, but they quickly turn defence into attack. Movement through the transition zone, and that synonymous backhand flick roll from Anakin Owen at the net. Can they garner some momentum from that? But look at the quality from Lee Nixon. The speed up from ankle height. The double-handed backhand pierces the partnership of Mikal and Owen. I'm enjoying this first game, Simon Farr.
That's two brilliant shots. It's got so much topspin on it. It's just dipping in. So close to the line. Brilliant.
There is no stopping the double-handed backhand of Lee Nixon at the minute.
First lob of the day.
And that goes long from Anakin Owen. And there's a look of shock, there's a look of surprise on the faces of both Mikal and Owen, who are up against it here, because the energetic exuberance of Nixon and Peyton are here to play and clearly here to stay. Yeah, Simon Farr possibly going long.
Sorry, interrupting commentary there, Nick. I got excited with the point.
Yeah, we're all excited watching this. This is exquisite stuff. Pemberton tries to speed up from below the height of the net. Doesn't manage to generate the top spin, doesn't follow through on the shot. So Mikal and Owen force their way back into this, and there's an unreturned serve. So for all the quality that Pemberton of Nixon have shown, now's a test of steel, now there is a test of nerve.
That's long again.
Goes long, Simon. Look at the comeback from Mikal and Owen. Come on! Big circular third shot drop from Owen catches the net. Frustration, Simon. Frustration.
Sorry. Nick. That was there for the taking. It popped up and it was a nice, should have been a nice put away and it wasn't. Oh, 9-9.
Lob goes in. What a shot selection from Nixon. All power, and Mikal puts the volley into the net. That brings up match point for Pemberton and Nixon. Nixon's got all of the shots. Match points. And that goes wide. Success for Pemberton and Nixon. It's a shock result here in the first game of the day. And if you haven't heard of Lee Nixon or Peyton Pemberton before, you definitely have now. Names for the big time, that's for sure. That's just whetted the appetite for what's to come for the rest of the day. Lee Nixon and Peyton Pemberton, a joy to watch. Shocking. Georgia Mikal and Anakin Owen, who will try and reset for their next game. We've got more action coming up next on the show court, and it promises to be another classic. Scott Mayo playing with Maisie Wise, and Sam Anderson playing with Jess Wilson. We'll be back after a short word from our sponsors.
McGuffin here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle, stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction, great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
IT landscapes are increasingly complex, with evolving security threats and the growing demand for seamless service delivery. A managed IT SIM platform enables businesses to overcome these challenges by streamlining processes, enhancing operational efficiency, strengthening security measures, and providing a scalable, cost-effective approach to IT service management. iCTO helps businesses optimize their managed IT SIM platforms by providing expert guidance, automation, and strategic IT service management solutions, ensuring efficiency, scalability, and enhanced service delivery while reducing costs and downtime. iCTO, here when you need it.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Tell where my head was at when you found me. Me and you went to...
Welcome back to the Tournated Basingstoke Pickleball Cup here live from the Hampshire Court Hotel. We're almost set to get underway in our second mixed doubles game of the day in our open division. This one features Scott Mayo rather, and Maisie Wise. I'm sure they'll appreciate what I did with the names there. Scott Wise and Maisie Mayo. Sure they'd appreciate that alternative name duo. They're taking on anyway Sam Anderson and Jess Wilson. In the first game of the day, it was comfortable for Wilson and Anderson, managing to defeat Lewis Oakey and Nye Rogers, whereas Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo suffered a defeat at the hands of Ben Coots and Jade Burns. So Pressure's on Scott Mayo and Maisie Wise here, both wearing the turquoise and white. Sam Anderson and Jess Wilson, Simon, a well-established mixed doubles partnership.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, wow, great 8. Oh, off you go, Nick.
No, I don't think it went in.
Oh, I did it. Okay. Oh,
Was that in or out? It was in. In that case, it's showtime here at Tournated Basingstoke Pickleball Cup. Forgive me, Scott Mayo. Looked as if it was wide from our angle, Simon, and I feel like I've starved Mayo of an ATP celebration there.
I totally agree. I don't want to say too much because my eyes are renowned for being pretty poor, so I bow to the younger man's eyesight every day.
Yeah, not my finest hour in the commentary booth there, so forgive me, Scott Mayo. It's a nice leave from Sam Anderson. Anderson and Wilson playing out of the Nottinghamshire area these days. The Outlaws, as they call themselves. And because they're well established, they're able to dominate points like that, Simon, where Jess is really comfortable with Sam occupying the centre court.
Yeah, they're well rehearsed and they know exactly what each other's going to be doing, so it's a great partnership.
It's all about the power and pace for Wilson and Anderson, who have dominated many of mixed doubles matches through driving the ball relentlessly from the backcourt and mid-court. Quickly erased the deficit here and gone into a slight lead. Pop up from Maisie Wise, and Sam Anderson just fails to put the volley away, walks away shaking his head. Scott Mayo goes for the big drive, just sends that wide. Maisie Wise attempts to speed up there, just catches the net tape. And there we see the intended power from Anderson from the back of the court. Again, just catches the net tape. So 1 or 2 errors here mid-game from both teams. And there we see another from Maisie Wise, which means Jess Wilson and Sam Anderson quickly get to the 6 mark. So a change of ends at 6. Format in all of our group games here is first to 11 win by 1. And the change of ends just gives an opportunity for players just to take on a drink, some refreshment, and just consider strategy, Simon.
Yeah, I think Maisie probably needs to calm down a little bit. She's 2 net chords really that she didn't have to try and speed up. Just play the extra dink and just wait for the right ball.
on the return from Wilson. And again, the return of serve from Wilson, just not finding its destination. So just a return to basics maybe of serves, returns and thirds here. Speed up from Wise was the right shot to play, but that just goes long as well. So short rallies here, Simon.
Yeah, I don't think either side have found their rhythm quite just yet, have they? Haven't really had a proper dinkum rally. Here we go. Nope, didn't last very long.
That pops up from Wise, and Wilson makes no mistake this time, just punching the volley straight back at the feet of Wise. That's really nice in defence from Wise. Slightly high on the drive from Wilson, but the tall frame of Maisie Wise able to defend on the backhand. Just punch that ball down towards the sideline. That's popped up from Mayo, who does the little jig behind the baseline as if to say, shouldn't have done that. Thank you for joining us live here at the Tournated Basingstoke Pickleball Cup. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Drop us a comment in the box. We're at the early stages of our open mixed doubles here today. Forward to interacting with you in the comments section. Let us know who you're looking out for today or where you're watching from. So we're tied at 7-7. It feels like we're at the crucial stages now, and the team that demonstrates the most consistency are likely going to go on and win this one, Simon.
Yeah, 100%. And just as you say, we get into a dinkum rally, and Scott unfortunately nets that. I think the pressure's probably slightly more on Anderson and Wilson, because they're definitely the favourites for this match, and indeed for the whole group.
Again, we just see evidence of one or two errors, which are highly unlikely the players we've got on court here. Slice return, deep return from Mayo. Oh, great defence from Sam Anderson, who gives the big come on. Very much operating through the triangle at the kitchen line, left and right. We might have our score wrong on the graphic, I do apologise.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Try and do three things at once, and I'm not very good at doing one of them.
Do yourself a disservice, Simon Farr. So 7-9-2 here. reactions. Scott Mayo off the net tape. And that's lovely from Maisie Wise. What a great rally perfected by Mayo and Wise. Just feel like they were more patient in that exchange, Simon.
Exactly what I was saying earlier. Just get into some sort of dinking rally, and I think they could probably push Anderson and Wilson all the way.
That's a great shot from Scott Mayo. The into-out forehand with a tremendous amount of topspin. Closes the face of his paddle. Lifts up through the ball. Opens his right hip up. Well played. And we're tied all at 9-9 here. Great reactions again from Mayo off the net tape. Not for the first time. Yeah, that's nice play from Sam Anderson, who dominates the centre court. Things were going well when they were dinking out wide, but as soon as they brought the ball to the middle, it was Anderson who was able to dominate against Simon.
Yeah, I just think they can help themselves speeding up. Honestly, I think if they stay in the dinking rally, they've got the better of them. And the pressure's definitely on Anderson and Wilson. As I say, they're favourites, and it's a 9-all game at the moment. Anyone can win this now.
And once again, it's Sam Anderson who comes across the kitchen line, pierces the volley right down into the legs of Scott Mayo, and that brings up game point. Sam Anderson's come alive in the last couple of exchanges. And as you suggest, Simon, that's a dink that's going out wide rather than down the centre.
Yeah. Moves Sam around a bit on his backhand, and it's definitely a very small weakness.
That was going long.
You want that one back, Winnie Nick?
Oh, 2 match points saved though by Wise and Mayo. Sam Anderson should have left that ball. He's played it. Will he regret that decision? Great serve, Mayo. Goes long, it goes long. The volley is called out.
Couldn't see that. Have to look at the reaction replay, I think.
2 scoring opportunities wasted by Mayo and Wise. They had their opportunity. It's been and gone, and now it's the 3rd match point here for Wilson and Anderson. Mayo leaves it. The ball goes in, and that's it. Jess Wilson and Sam Anderson. Quite a remarkable end to that game, but nevertheless, it's Sam Anderson and Jess Wilson who march on with 2 wins out of 2 in the group stages now. It's 2 losses for Mayo and Wise, who at one stage would have felt like they could have took that matchup on another day, but not to be for them. They'll search for their first win in the next group game of the day. But coming up next for us, we get our first look at the partnership of Natasha Hood. He'll be playing with Rodri Oliver, the silver medalist from the men's doubles yesterday. They'll be taking on Dan O'Brien and Chanel Lowe. That proves to be entertaining for everybody tuning in with us live. So don't go anywhere, because we'll be back after a short word from our title sponsors.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax, less taxing.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Good morning, welcome back, and thank you for joining us here at the Tournated Basingstoke Pickleball Cup, live from the Hampshire Court Hotel. So it's action all the way here in our open mixed doubles category. Andrea Pemberton watching from North Carolina in the USA, tuning in to see her daughter Peyton on the first game of the morning. Thanks for your feedback, commenting on the quality of the live stream. Fully aware of some of the successful broadcasts over there in the States. So to be able to match that and rival that with our pictures and commentary today is feedback that we receive really well. And as I've commented on YouTube, your daughter was absolutely amazing. And hopefully we look forward to watching more of her play here in the UK. Wherever you're watching from today, if you're in the States like Andrea or anywhere else in the world, don't forget to like, share and subscribe. And feel free to download the Tournated mobile app. That's live and will keep you up to date with all of the results here. So if you're like Peyton's mom Andrea and you want to follow a particular player and how they're doing in the group stages and what their results are like on one of the other 19 courts we've got in action here at the Hampshire Court Hotel, download the Tournated app and follow the Basingstoke Pickleball Cup for real-time information on the group draws, live standings and order of play. Also worthwhile giving a favourable mention to some of our partners and sponsors here at the Pickleball Cup in Basingstoke. A big thank you to Skechers Pickleball, the footwear of choice for pickleball players, not only here in the UK but around the world as well. Skechers Pickleball continue to support PickleB events. Also, Thank you to Franklin, our continued partners on the Franklin UK Tour, who are also our ball sponsor for this event. The X40, definitely the desirable ball for all of the top players in the world of pickleball. And if you're joining us here this weekend, why not stop by and say hello to Lloyd Attrell at the Pickleball store for all your high quality paddles and merchandise. Lloyd Attrell able to advise and provide some of the top equipment for you to be playing with here and utilising from the Pickleball store.
A shout out to Lloyd Attrell. Can you get out of bed, mate? There's people waiting at your store and there's no one here.
Yeah, Lloyd Attrell clearly had a late night last night. Not arrived here in Basingstoke yet. So if anybody wants to start the hashtag Where's Lloyd Attrell, feel free to do so. We'll happily join in with that.
I suspect Amy will have something to do with that.
Meanwhile, we're looking forward to another game here in our mixed doubles category, featuring Chanel Lowe and Dan O'Brien, who are looking for their first win of the day, having lost their first two group games today. They're taking on Rodri Oliver and Natasha Hood, who have won both of their opening games, 2 out of 2 for Oliver and Hood. Natasha Hood, a rising star in the UK on the pickleball scene. Rodri Oliver, very much already well established, winning the Franklin PPL Season 2 with the North London Storm. Captain James Chowdhury for the second year running. And Rodri Oliver also managing to get through to the finals yesterday after saving 7 match points in the men's double semi-final, only to lose narrowly in the final with a slightly wounded and injured James Lofthouse. Nevertheless, he'll be delighted with that silver medal in what was a highly competitive draw yesterday in the men's open division. But all focus now on the open mixed doubles, and Hood and Oliver will be favourites to win this, Simon.
Yeah, I think so. Dan and Chanel moved up from 4-0 quite recently, so that step up from 4-0 to 4-5 or open is a big leap. So I think they're probably great players, but probably feeling that quality from the opposition. Hence they're 0-2 at the moment. But it'll be good to see how they get on with this game. This is a high quality competition.
So it will be Lowe and O'Brien, who are wearing the matching orange and white kits, just in the reverse order there, shorts and top. Looking very smart indeed. Up against Oliver and Hood at the top of your screen. Tim Spurway joining us from home, just placing a comment in the YouTube chat, supporting Dan O'Brien and Chanel Lowe here. Tim Spurway, of course, would normally be on commentary with us at the PickleB events, but unfortunately he's been busking and got a sore throat, I believe, Simon.
Well, that's the rumour. Apparently, Tim's offering some big prize money down Exeter for the next competition, and he's trying to get some funding. And we've heard a rumour he's been on the streets of Exeter busking. That's why he's got this filthy cold. According to our WhatsApp chat, he's got the voice of an angel, but I'm still waiting to have the proof of that.
Sure, if you tune into the Exeter Cup in August, Tim Spurway might give you a little bit of a rendition of My Way by Frank Sinatra or something like that.
Do you think he's the Frank Sinatra man? I think he's more, I don't know, hip hop.
Hip hop. There you go, Tim Spurway. You heard it here first. We look forward to a hip-hop number at the Exeter Cup in August from Tim Spurway, co-director of Exeter Pickleball Club. They've got a prize money tournament coming up in August. Take a look at their website or socials. There you go, Tim. There's a plug for you. You're getting no more. So back to this game here. And it's Hood and Oliver who apologise for the net take, but Hood and Oliver have started particularly well, Simon.
Absolutely, yeah. I think ball on court there. I just think O'Brien and Lowe are just probably struggling with the pace and some direction of the ball as well. Excuse me. I might have what Tim's got.
What comes around goes around for Simon Farr. Really been duetting with Tim, maybe on a garage number.
Oh, I'm more R&B, mate. I'm all about the soul.
That's great movement and anticipation from the electric Rodri Oliver. And whilst I haven't got favourites, Simon, he's definitely been one player I've enjoyed watching this weekend.
Yeah, I just love his movement, and he's so light on his feet. Always moving, never stood still. Great shot.
I'm not suggesting he's dog-like at all, but he's like a whippet around the court, Rodri Oliver. Great defence from O'Brien. And Lowe, but that catches the toes of Chanel Lowe, and there's no getting past the power, the movement, the exuberance of Oliver.
Interesting there, both O'Brien and Lowe backed off the kitchen line when he came in. Stay forward.
Message from Ollie in the YouTube chats, who tells us he grabbed the silver in the men's 3.5 yesterday and he's coming back for more today in the mix. Ollie, well played and congratulations on your success yesterday. And good luck for the mixed today. Very much welcome here as part of the inclusive PickleB community, creating pickleball opportunities for all ages and abilities. We look forward to tracking your progress, Ollie, through the ranks here on the UK pickleball scene. Thanks for joining us on the live stream. Hope you're enjoying this one as Hood and Oliver race into a 5-1 lead. And that's just called out by Oliver on his own shot there. It's the first time I've watched Chanel Lowe play, but she's definitely got a lot of ability, Simon. And I know Dan O'Brien has too, been working with the next gen team. For me, they've just got their strategy wrong at the minute though.
Yeah, I hate to keep on about it, but I think they need to slow the game down again. I think, Oliver and his partner are so quick around the net. Here we go again. They're not going to win a hands battle. Of course, I say and then they do.
There's that curse striking Simon Farr, not the only curse that strikes him. That's a great return from Natasha Hood. And this partnership worked really well together. Hood and Oliver, I like this partnership. Left-handed Dan O'Brien there, just making sure we're serving from the right side. Very much work in progress, Dan O'Brien. A lot of quality, a lot of skill. Just looking to execute that now at the highest levels of pickleball. Look at the power. It's a great return. Oliver tries to rescue and shouts fiddlesticks.
I was going to say, one of the nicest guys on the court. Doesn't even swear.
No found abusive language here from Oliver. Another fiddlesticks moment though, as he served that ball into the net, and an apology to his partner as well.
I mean, fair play for a guy that's 95 and says fiddlesticks. He looks really good.
Natasha Hood, one of the rising stars, one of the developing stars in pickleball. I believe he's got a tennis background, but has transferred some of those skills delightfully to the pickleball court. And I'm really enjoying watching Natasha Hood play. Not too many dinking exchanges in this one. It's all about mid-court drives, baseline drives. Yeah, that's a great return from Dan O'Brien. Bends his knees, angles his back, gets a lot of backspin on the slice return, but not only that, gets it deep into the opponent's side of the court as well. Great shot, Dan O'Brien. And that's explosive from Natasha Hood, who laughs away all of her ferocity. What a forehand though. The power on Natasha Hood. And that goes in from Chanel O'Brien, generates an enormous amount of topspin. And that ball just dips after the loop and catches the baseline. So a couple of points in a row now for O'Brien and Lowe. Yeah, the reset from the mid-court's a problem there. Chanel Lowe and Dan O'Brien work their way from the baseline into the transition zone, but the difference between players who play at a mediocre level and the top level is their ability to reset from the mid-court, Simon.
Yeah, and you'll see the better players literally just block their paddle on the floor, and it just lifts over the net, whereas their paddle's slightly too high, so they're getting a big pop-up off the transition zone, which gives the opponents an ability to smash it away.
Reset from Hello. No, it's the mid-court that's the problem. Look at the height on the reset from the mid-court. The baseline reset is absolutely sublime from Chanel Lowe. But when she works her way into the mid-court, she's picking that ball up 2-3 metres above the height of the net 3 times in a row, and that's the problem, the mid-court resets.
And that's not an easy fix. That's something you've got to work and drill. Roger Oliver would like that one back. That was going way long.
Great defences from Chanel Lowe. She corrects her own mistake, corrects her own pop-up, and Oliver just puts that ball wide. Very athletic, Chanel Lowe. Great coordination, great agility. Great defences, and look at the touch and finesse from Natasha Hood for all the power and explosion she's brought to centre court this morning. It's touch and finesse that wins the rally. to readjust after the fortunate net tape for Chanel Lowe. Great, oh, Dan O'Brien. And the put away from Chanel Lowe. The point construction is absolute quality. Shot selection from Dan O'Brien just sends Rodri Oliver and Natasha Hood to the baseline. And that establishes O'Brien and Lowe at the kitchen line. And the comeback is on.
Slight confusion there over the stack, I think.
So all players are in agreement with their starting positions and score here. 6-7 on the second serve. What a rescue. What a rescue. You cannot rescue for a third time though. There's only so much scramble defence you can do. And whilst the fortune favours the brave, the placement of the finish is nice from Dan O'Brien.
Great tactician, Dan O'Brien. He knew exactly what he's doing then.
And again, it's just one error too many now from the paddle of Rodri Oliver. But the comeback is defined by O'Brien and Lowe's ability to get to the kitchen line here. The more time they've spent at the kitchen line, the more points and exchanges they've won Simon Farr.
Yeah, like we said earlier, that's the key. They're not going to win a hands battle, so let's get to the kitchen, keep it dinking and wait for the right shot.
What a reset, Rodri Oliver. But what a dink from Chanel Lowe. And it felt like Oliver was running round in circles there. And Chanel Lowe chooses placement over power, finds the angle. And this is impressive from O'Brien and Lowe. So Natasha Hood just confirming with her opponent, so that ball was good because it bounced on the tape and stayed low. So 8-9 here. Great third. And great movement through the mid-court region. And there's the explosive power from Hood again. So it's actually Hood and Oliver with the 9-8 lead here. They've wrestled back the momentum. But look at O'Brien and Lowe at the kitchen line again, established, playing the right shots at the right time, and just putting the pressure on Oliver and Hood. And that pressure wasn't there in the early stages of this matchup. Pop up from Oliver, and the call-outs change from Fiddlesticks to Rodri, because they're under pressure here, Oliver and Hood. 9-9, first to 11, win by 1. And that's lovely again from Natasha Hood, who shows her class once more and just directing the cross-court dink into out forehand behind the backhand of Chanel Lowe. Big exchange coming up here. Great power from Rodri Oliver. It's the defence from Dan O'Brien, not once, not twice. But persistence in power wins the rally. And that's a big side out because we're now tied at 9-9 with 2 scoring opportunities for Oliver and Hood 2 opportunities to get to the magic mark of 11 and keep their 100% group record intact. Rescued by Natasha Hood. Not only rescued, but it's a winner straight down the middle of O'Brien and Lowe. What a pickup.
What a pickup. Running full tilt, highest part of the net, loads of topspin, hits the baseline.
It's the precision of Natasha Hood who's saving the day for Oliver. And Natasha herself, who, don't forget, we're 7-2 up in this game. And we're comfortable, but for the comeback of Lowe and O'Brien. Oh, and that ball's fired into the net, so they've saved a match point. O'Brien and Lowe. Can they trouble the scoreboard? Can they bring us level? Defended by Hood. Not enough power on that from Oliver, who's not too sure what happened there. 10-10, and all of a sudden, after saving a match point, Lowe and O'Brien have got 2 match points of their own. The defence from Chanel Lowe goes into the net, so first match point saved. Second match point here to save. Dan O'Brien just composes himself. Great defences from Dan O'Brien, and Hood just misses the soft dink, and for all of the finesse, touch and class on Natasha Hood, the soft hands just desert her when it matters most. Great defence from Dan O'Brien. Great comeback from Dan O'Brien and Chanel Lowe, who quickly changed their fortunes by thinking about strategy, thinking about performance at the kitchen line, working their way through that transition zone, that all-important mid-court zone, and ultimately very deserving of their victory. But Roger Oliver and Natasha Hood will feel like that's one that's just got away from their grasps. I'm sure they'll be back later on today. But coming up next, we get our first look at Jade Burns and Ben Coots as they take on the partnership of Nia Rogers and Lewis Oki. We'll be back after a word from our sponsors. Do not go anywhere.
Without a technical director, small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, encounter numerous challenges, including poor technology decisions, inefficiencies, and costly errors. Teams may lack direction, leading to delays and accumulating technical debt. Without strategic oversight, SMEs risk falling behind competitors and missing out on growth opportunities. To address these challenges, ICTO offers a fractional technical director service. This approach provides high-level technical leadership without the financial burden of a full-time hire. Startups and SMEs benefit from strategic guidance on software architecture, product development, and technology roadmaps while maintaining manageable expenses. Our extensive experience enables companies to avoid potential pitfalls and accelerate their growth. An ICTO fractional director brings scalable technology strategies and enhances team development without disrupting daily operations. By evaluating technology stacks, streamlining processes, and mentoring in-house teams, we improve efficiency and long-term stability. Our external perspective helps identify issues that internal teams may overlook. ICTO provides flexibility and agility, which are essential for navigating rapidly evolving markets. Companies can adjust our involvement based on project requirements, funding rounds, or significant strategic shifts. With our expert guidance, businesses make informed technical decisions, mitigate risks, and maintain their competitiveness. ICTO, here when you need it.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Welcome back to the Tournated Pickleball Cup here live from Basingstoke, the Hampshire Court Hotel. Just underway here in our next encounter in our open mixed doubles division featuring Jade Burns, rising star in her own right from a family of pickleball players, joining Ben Coots from the Southampton region. They're taking on, at the base of your screen, Lewis Oakey and Nia Rogers. Ben Coots got a lot of back quality and transferable skills from the sport of squash. Former #1 county player in that discipline. While Jade Burns, high quality player on the netball courts. So sport very much running throughout the partnership of Burns and Coots. From Burns' perspective, Simon, he's got plenty of partners to practice with.
Yeah, 100%. Although you might not recognise the surname, her partner is Darren Gregory, her son is Emerson Gregory, and another son called Noah Gregory, all who are very, very keen pickleball players. Obviously, Emerson winning gold in the men's open yesterday morning.
Good morning to the whole family. And then we've got Lewis Oakey, who's been playing tennis since the age of 7, but All of his attention is very much focused on pickleball, and what a pickleball player he is. Trying to establish himself as a premier PPL player for season 3. Looking to be selected in that draft. He's definitely got the quality, definitely got the shots, the footwork, the athleticism. And one of the rising female stars of the game as well. Mia Rogers. Of Fleet Aces Pickleball Club, whose inspiration to continue to improve is Stadia Lock.
I think Paddy's done quite a few workshops at Fleet Aces. Always a good value to have for club environment.
Great drive from Oki, but great defence from Burns. What a rescue from Lewis Oki. It's swing and a miss, strike one for Ben Coots, but Jade Burns, unbelievable in her defence. Lewis Oki, what a rescue from the baseline, showing his athleticism and speed around the court. In one full swoop there.
Well, that's definitely one for the highlight reel. That will be going on the group chat very, very soon.
For Ben Coots. His first strike, he's got 3 till we kick him off court. So Oki and Rogers have played 3 games already this morning. 1-2 and narrowly losing 1. And Ben Coots and Jade Burns have also been successful in 1 of their games, defeating the established partnership of Maisie Wise and Scott Mayo, so they'll be pleased with that result. So both teams will be looking for a win here in order to penetrate their way through to the quarterfinal stages. 2 teams going through from each division, and then 2 lucky losers as well. Andrew Fennell joining us on the live stream this morning. Good morning to you, Andrew. Shame you're not with us this weekend. We're missing your quality on court. Andrew Fennell, one of the top players from the Shropshire region. And I believe we'll be seeing Andrew potentially in the Masters division of the PPL season 3. And we normally see him at the PickleB events around the country, but conspicuous by your absence this weekend, Andrew.
He's probably jet setting off somewhere, either Spain or Portugal or Italy. He does travel quite a bit with his son Jack.
Yeah, his son's definitely a superstar in the making. Jack, tender age of 13, one of the players to watch out for on his pickleball journey. That's great play from Jade Burns, not afraid to go to the cross courts dink side of Lewis Oki, who viewers will notice that normally the male partner in mixed doubles will start on the left-hand side, but that's not the case for, what a great speed up by Lewis Oki. That's not the case for Oki and Rogers, owing to the fact that Oki is left-handed. Simon Farr just giving out the logistical instructions to players here to change ends. So a different dynamic, like I was suggesting, Simon, with the mixed doubles partnership of Oki and Rogers, meaning that Burns is playing cross court to her male opponent as opposed to playing diagonally to a female opponent.
Yeah, and they've got to work that out because you've got to adapt your strategy with that because she's playing to his strongest forehand. So maybe just go drink straight across court to deny her.
I'm impressed with Jade Burns though. I know Burns and Coots are on the receiving end of a potential loss here at the minute, but it's not the first time I've watched Jade Burns play. I know improvement is there for all to see from previous games.
Well, it's interesting. So just like O'Brien in Lowe, they've stepped up from 4-0 to 4-5. Jade actually won gold yesterday in women's 4-0 with Lowe. They actually wanted to play 4-5, but there wasn't a slot available. So just shows you they are in that transitional period of moving from 4-0 to 4-5. And still quite a bit to learn. Things like strategy. So, you know, they've come about something different here yet and they haven't quite adapted to that strategy they need playing against Lewis Oki.
Another great rescue from Oki off the defences of Burns.
What a reset that was, though.
And once again, Jade Burns with the cross-court dinking prowess just manages to put it behind Lewis Oki. And whilst the challenge is there on the diagonal for Jade Burns, that's the second time she's got the better of Lewis Oki.
Maybe she's just worked out that if she goes to his backhand, that could be a winner for her.
Side note, Simon, you can tell that Steve Beale's making the tea today.
Was it cold again?
Cold, but just lacking any kind of sugar.
I don't think he knows you take sugar, mate. I'll sort that out in a minute. We can't have the main commentator suffering from lack of thirst.
For those of you who've not been to a PickleB event before, tea and biscuits very much part of the necessities here rather than the luxuries on a daily setup. Anyway, back to the action here because it's match point to Oki and Rogers. Impressive Lewis Oki and Rogers. Look at the backhand punch from Lewis Oki. Gets himself low to the ground and just fires that volley forward. Positives to take away for Coots and Jade Burns. They'll be back, I'm sure, but congratulations to Lewis Oki and Rogers. They march on in Group A, and we'll be back with our first look at Alice McCormack and Jacob Lee as they take on the gold medalists from Tunbridge Wells earlier this year, Millie Sharma and Josh Dye. Make yourself a quick cup of tea that's better than mine and join us after this short ad break.
Without a technical director, small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, encounter numerous challenges, including poor technology decisions, inefficiencies, and costly errors. Teams may lack direction, leading to delays and accumulating technical debt. Without strategic oversight, SMEs risk falling behind competitors and missing out on growth opportunities. To address these challenges, ICTO offers a fractional technical director service. This approach provides high-level technical leadership without the financial burden of a full-time hire. Startups and SMEs benefit from strategic guidance on software architecture, product development, and technology roadmaps while maintaining manageable expenses. Our extensive experience enables companies to avoid potential pitfalls and accelerate their growth. An ICTO fractional director brings scalable technology strategies and enhances team development without disrupting daily operations. By evaluating technology stacks, streamlining processes, and mentoring in-house teams, we improve efficiency and long-term stability. Our external perspective helps identify issues that internal teams may overlook. ICTO provides flexibility and agility, which are essential for navigating rapidly evolving markets. Companies can adjust our involvement based on project requirements, funding rounds, or significant strategic shifts. With our expert guidance, businesses make informed technical decisions, mitigate risks, and maintain their competitiveness. ICTO, here when you need it.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Welcome back to the Tournated Pickleball Cup here from Basingstoke, the Hampshire Court Hotel. We're back with more action from our 18 plus open mixed doubles category, featuring the very likeable Alice McCormack partnering up with Jacob Lee, taking on the established partnership of Millie Sharma and Josh Dye, and Alice McCormack just providing all of the banter into the commentary booth here, telling us the score to begin with. Fear not, Alice will be joining us later this afternoon in the comms booth, hopefully. An opportunity for us to get our own back. Nice control from McCormack on the cross-court dink. So, Simon Farr clearly has the players to be audible in their announcement of the scores now. Just to aid his aging years and hard of hearing issues.
This is brilliant. I've asked all four to speak up, and they are literally shouting the score. It's amazing, even if it's wrong.
In terms of group positions at the minute, this is a Group A game, and Liam McCormack have won 2 and lost 2. They'll need to win this if they're to advance through to the latter stages of this competition as a lucky loser. Whereas Sharma and Dye, who are gold medalists, you might want to leave those, Alice. Whereas Sharma and Dye, who have got the back class, having won gold in Tunbridge Wells, have played 4, lost 3, and only won 1. So the day's not going too well, it seems, for Sharma and Dye, Simon.
It could be what it is, having one of those days, isn't it? That they happen when you think you're at one of the top seeds, and then it just doesn't, for some reason, work for you. Plus, the quality opposition that's here today is a stacked field, so it's just it's tougher and tougher games.
So, must win for Jacob Lee and Alice McCormack. Jacob Lee, who describes his best playing elements as fast and loose baby. He was telling me before we got underway.
That sounds just like Jacob, fellow Southampton player down at David Lloyd.
His main sport, he tells me, is in rugby, part of Millbrook Rugby Club. Arrives here from the Southampton region. Very colourful character, got very colourful shorts on, Simon.
Yeah, I've not seen those shorts before. I think they might be a special purchase for today. Alice obviously didn't get the memo about the short colour.
Alice McCormack's absolutely loving her time on the show court here, though.
Yeah, she's great to be around, always smiling, always trying to enjoy the points, even if not going her way. Very good pickleball player and very good attitude to it as well.
And whilst we reference some of the cross-sport successes of these players, I can actually tell you that Alice McCormack was the University of York Teddy Bear rolling champion.
I wonder where you got that information from. Any idea of the rules of that?
I think you just need to throw a teddy bear as far as you possibly can and hope that it rolls down a big hill and gets to the finish line first. But get the opportunity. We'll ask Alice about that this afternoon on comms.
Or we might have to do a Georgie Gert and Google it to find out if it's actually true.
Yeah, the Georgie Gert Google might come into play. A really interesting fact about Alice McCormack is that she's pretty much lived in every country around the world. She's lived in Norway, Hong Kong, Denmark. That tells me that she's settled in Winchester. In fact, she once got deported from Denmark due to a visa issue. It was during the COVID era. She got stuck in the airport for 48 hours big supporter of the Alzheimer's charity. And what a call that is from Jacob Lee. For once, Alice McCormack listens. And that ball goes long.
She's such a keen competitor, Alice. She just can't not hit anything, basically. So you've got to shout leave a lot for her.
Clearly an endurance athlete as well. Once cycled from London to Paris for charity.
Fair play. Did she have a teddy bear on a bike?
I think she pulled it along with her, ensuring that it rolled every step of the way.
Isn't that cruel?
I'm sure people of the teddy bear community will be filing complaints as we speak to the independent regulator. Anyway, back to the action here. It is Diane Sharma who are in the ascendancy. Josh Dye, a renowned table tennis coach, where give him time at the kitchen line will tear you apart with his ability to apply topspin to the ball. Forehand and backhand flicks are exquisite from Josh Dye. We're already aware of Millie Sharma's class on the pickleball court, so it's a tough game for Jacob Lee. And Sharma, look at the defences from Lee. Look at the defences from Lee. That ball just goes wide though. So it is Sharma and Dye who get to 6 first. Work to do for Lee and McCormack, Simon.
I hate to sound like a broken record in case you people out there, a record is an old version of how you play music. But they need to get back to a softer game because they seem to be losing all of the hand battles. Play a soft game.
What a shot from Alice McCormack though, just goes behind Josh Dye. Be pleased with herself there.
Just gives Alice a little bow for that brilliant shot. But just what I was saying earlier is that place the ball gently, just think about that rather than smashing the hell out of it.
This gives me an opportunity to say a big good morning, Simon, to Thadia Locke as well, who's joining us on the live stream all the way from New Zealand. Thadia Locke, #1 female player here in the UK on her international travels, which are proving most successful. And part of the Australian MLP over there in New Zealand for the second round matches, the New Zealand Cup. She was selected to be part of the team of players out there for her respective Australian MLP team.
Morning, Thads. How you doing?
Yeah, great for Thadia Locke to join us. Congratulating Rogers and Oki on their victory. Saying a big hello to Ben and Jade as well. So have players like Thadia joining us for the live stream is an absolute privilege. And we look forward to you coming back to the UK, Thadia, and playing in the English national singles next week. The action being brought through the England Pickleball YouTube stream there. I'll be on comms for that one, bringing you every point live from the English nationals singles from Loughborough. And that's what I was talking about with Josh Dye at the kitchen line. Ball's dropped by Simon Farr in the comms booth. It's not the first time he's dropped a clanger. But Josh Dye at the kitchen line, not once, not twice, but 3 times a table tennis player, just showing all of his backspin class. And Sharma and Dye there just look to unwind the stack. There's a miscommunication. Jacob Lee exploits half of the court as Sharma runs into Dye's position. So, miscommunication between Sharma and Dye. McCormack goes for the baseline, but that just goes long. It's ambitious from McCormack.
Dye got his own back there, didn't he? Just put the ball just to the side behind Alice, and she just couldn't get a return on it.
Guy sets the opportunity up, just puts that ball into the middle of the net. Ian McCormack, all smiles for a partnership that are 7-3 down. These two players who absolutely love competing, love sport, love pickleball. I love that backhand from Josh Dye, Simon.
Yeah.
It's a thing of beauty.
Oh, yeah, the spin he gets on is unbelievable, isn't it?
It's all about the early preparation away from the body at the head of the triangle. If we use his left hip and his right hip as the base of the triangle, he just extends that arm out and then works from the wrist. The angle of the paddle's closed, works from the wrist, starting the paddle below the height of the ball and brushing through the ball to generate the top spin. It's lovely.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you were here for that. That was a whole demonstration by Mr. Hoppus there. I had action, live action at the same time.
Anybody would think that I know what I'm talking about.
Looks to me like you do, mate.
So, mini comeback here from McCormack and Lee. Ambitious from Jacob Lee. I feel like the opportunity was there and just not able to execute those finally.
I think it was the right shot. Just didn't get enough whip on it, did he?
That's the difference between Josh Dye's backhand there. He's able to keep that ball in court by the amount of top spin that it generates. And Jacob Lee. Explosive power from Josh Dye. Left, right, dynamite from Josh Dye. Just re-establish that lead again. Yeah, that's not coming back. Pop up from McCormack, who's frustrated with herself that time. From McCormack though, not for the first time in this game, just goes back behind Josh Dye, exploits the space on the backhand side. Serve goes out, so 5-point cushion, but McCormack and Lee are very much capable of clawing this back. That's a pop-up though. Great reset. That's a pop-up. Yeah, you can't get away at this level with continuously popping the ball up, Simon.
No, Alice will be frustrated with that. Again, a bit like O'Brien, Lowe, Burns and Coops, they're playing probably one level above. They're very good 4-0s. They're stuck in the 4-5 and open, and it's just a whole nother level. You just say those little pop-ups, they just get put away at this level. Non-scoring side out.
So 2 points from victory here for Dye and Sharma, and a game that Lee and McCormack needed to win is quickly going awry, and their chances of getting through to the quarterfinals are evaporating before your eyes, which is a shame because the effervescence that McCormack and Lee show on court is highly entertaining, as is that smash from Alice McCormack. But there's a big difference in playing on the outside courts as opposed to the show court here, Simon.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I forgot about that. The nerves are a whole nother level. I spoke to Dan O'Brien after his match, and he just said it's just a completely different experience to playing on the outside courts. I'll take that.
So, can they mount a comeback? slice return from Josh Dye. Jacob Lee not able to penetrate his way through the ball. Defensive from Sharma. Just moving whilst playing that shot. Would have been well advised to split step at the time where opponent's striking there. Just get yourself into a solid position rather than moving as your opponent's striking the ball. So at the time where your opponent strikes, split step ready, whichever position you're in, and work your way to the kitchen line rather than rushing to the kitchen line. And for the first time this game, Josh Dye's backhand topspin lets itself down. And there is a mini comeback here. 2 points in a row for Liam McCormack. 3 more points to claw back. Josh Dye just goes central and powerful. James Lofthouse applauding, looking on at the side of the court. Great defences from McCormack and Jacob Lee, who were backing up away from the kitchen but managed to reset and put the pressure on Dye. So, third match point here for Sharma and Dye. I feel like they've got to get it done now, otherwise the pressure mounts.
Sometimes when you...
And they do get it done now because it's another error off the paddle of McCormack. So Alice McCormack and Jacob Lee lose their must-win game, and it's victory for Josh Dye and Millie Sharma. Neither team will be progressing through to the quarterfinals. But if you stay with us, you'll find out exactly who has progressed through after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with action from the Hampshire Court Hotel here shortly.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Could you tell where my head was at when you found me? Me and you went to...
IT landscapes are increasingly complex, with evolving security threats and the growing demand for seamless service delivery. A managed IT SIM platform enables businesses to overcome these challenges by streamlining processes, enhancing operational efficiency, strengthening security measures, and providing a scalable, cost-effective approach to IT service management. iCTO helps businesses optimize their managed IT SIM platforms by providing expert guidance, automation, and strategic IT service management solutions, ensuring efficiency, scalability, and enhanced service delivery while reducing costs and downtime. iCTO, here when you need it.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Could you tell where my head was at when you found me? Me and you went to
Modern IT landscapes are increasingly complex, with evolving security threats and the growing demand for seamless service delivery. A managed IT SIM platform enables businesses to overcome these challenges by streamlining processes, enhancing operational efficiency, strengthening security measures, and providing a scalable, cost-effective approach to IT service management. iCTO helps businesses optimize their managed IT SIM platforms by providing expert guidance, automation, and strategic IT service management solutions, ensuring efficiency, scalability, and enhanced service delivery while reducing costs and downtime. iCTO, here when you need it.
Welcome back to the Tournated Pickleball Cup here live from the Hampshire Court Hotel. I'm just waiting for news of our quarterfinal matches in our mixed doubles category at 18 plus level. Once that draws through, I'll be able to give you all of the information. Just from looking at the results as they stand, I'm expecting Roger Oliver and Natasha Hood to have gone through from Group A, and also Sam Anderson and Jess Wilson. In Group B, looks like it's going to be slightly tighter. Apart from Georgia McCall and Anakin Owen seem to have won 4 out of 5 of their games. And then will either be Harry Feast and Kayla Graham. In fact, on the basis that Kayla Graham and Harry Feast are now starting to warm up on centre court, we presume that they've gone through with Georgia McCall and Anakin Owen. And then Group C, again, it looks fairly tight there, apart from Stuart Parminter and Lauren Goslin have got 100% record. And possibly Jen Hewitt and Josh Bright going through. And don't forget there'll be 2 lucky losers who go through as well. Possibly Bob Adams and Georgie Gert. So whilst we await confirmation of that, it looks like we've got one of the quarterfinals to watch here on centre court. The returning Natasha Hood and Roger Oliver up against Harry Feast and Kayla Graham. So as their players go through their warm-up routine, and we look forward to the latter stages of this competition. Also got the opportunity to preview some of the action that will be coming up later on this afternoon as we cross over into the afternoon, because we'll have the men's seniors open division featuring players like Nick Mannis and Hill, Chard and Mark Johnson, who makes his way over from Wales for the day. Nathan Hill, who was successful yesterday in the mixed category at senior level, will be teaming up with Ian Marshall, who took home the silver medal with his partner Tracy Walker. Richard Basford and Stuart Stimpson are already in the arena warming up for their afternoon, and Chris Freilink, who took home the silver medal yesterday in the mixed, will be partnering Rupert Robinson. Just some of the names, some of the standout teams to reference this afternoon. And then rounding up the day will be women's 50 plus, where Tracy Walker and Marcia Audebert will be odds-on favourites to take home the gold medal in that division. But they'll face competition from teams like Kelly Dawson and Sarah Howell, Sally Grace and Helen Kenner, I'm sure. So, lots to look forward to for the rest of today. But we're very much almost underway here. Simon Farr just asking teams to ensure they shout the score out so we can hear what's going on. So our mixed quarterfinals at open level. Harry Feast in the blue top playing with Kayla Graham. The lady standing opposite him across the net. And Roger Oliver and Natasha Hood. The powerful partnership of Roger Oliver and Natasha Hood. Favourites for this will have to be Hood and Oliver. Once again, thanks for joining us wherever you're watching from around the world. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Give you a mention if you drop a comment into the live chats. Good morning to Jules Donald. So good morning to Pickleball 3N, who's also celebrating the great coverage coming from Basingstoke this weekend. Just congratulating Josh Dye on a nice win. So early exchanges here, Simon, but this got all the hallmarks of one of the great games of the day.
Yeah, like you said earlier, I think you've got to say that Hood and Oliver are probably favourites for this match. It could be a close contest.
Harry Feast and Kayla Graham have become a regular playing partnership together. Great speed up from Oliver to the midriff of Graham. Harry Feast got transferable skills from the sport of tennis. Tells me he's been playing since the age of 4. Yeah, all speed again from Oliver, and there we can see there's no interest from Hood and Oliver in putting that ball into the kitchen. It's all about power and making their way to the kitchen line through driving, Simon.
Yeah, especially when the ball's coming in that high as well. They're going to choose a hard-driven volley, a hard-driven drive rather than a drop shot. Interesting change of tactics there. Try to drop them in the kitchen and Kayla puts them from net.
Kayla Graham's background in sport quite varied actually, Simon. She used to be a softball player in Canada, winning the British Columbia Provincial Championships in 2011. She also played high-level curling in Canada as well, before representing the Plymouth Mariners in the West Country Baseball League. So not your usual transferable skills there, but clearly got great hand-eye coordination from the background in softball and baseball especially.
Yeah, I think she's still playing softball. I think it's Bournemouth way. I might be wrong though. She's just recently moved to Southampton, so that might have changed the circumstances. But I'm sure she was still playing a different sport as well, which for some people is really useful in terms of muscle development and just getting a break from one sport to another. Personally, for me, I'm not a good enough racket player to play different sports. So I used to play squash and then found that my squash was suffering because of pickleball, then an injury and never went back to squash.
Love to catch Simon Farr on courts regularly at these events as well. Very much an organiser and a player. Loves the sport of pickleball.
Well, I try.
Multi-medalist Simon Farr. So, Feast and Graham have just got the lead here. And that's nice from Oliver, who just rotates his right foot opens up his hips and just places that ball behind Harry Feast.
Just shows you sometimes it's not all about the power. If you just put a bit of placement, you can still win a point. And there we are, Mr. Feast demonstrating it's all about the power.
So Hood and Oliver are just under a little bit of pressure here because Feast and Graham, who are a partnership, they've played together a few times now, are just winning the majority of the exchanges. So it's Hood and Oliver who are having to claw back a deficit in our first quarter-final.
Graham caught in decision there. She wasn't sure whether he could take it out of the air, and then it dropped 5 feet and couldn't get it back over the net.
You see one of the other quarterfinals going on in the background between Coots. Sorry, not between Coots, between Wrexham and Hareham, and Anakin Owen and Georgia McCall. And also Sam Anderson and Jeff Wilson taking on Stuart Parminter and Lauren Gosling. That'll be a crackerjack of a game. And further down, it is Rogers and Oakey taking on Bright and Hewitt. So all of the quarterfinals underway here. Hood and Oliver have arrested the momentum of Graham and Feast and gone into a lead in this race to 11. Win by 1 quarterfinal action here in our mixed division for the Tournated Pickleball Cup. And it's Taylor Graham who wins the persistent battle of the forehand diagonals. Just felt there, Simon, and this may be due to inexperience by Hood, that just needed to incrementally and slowly work away from the baseline and not be afraid to volley reset that ball. Each time she was waiting for Graham to play the topspin forehand to allow it to bounce, where incrementally just sneak her way forward. That's Harry Feast who misses the ATP attempt there. But yeah, just back to that previous point, just needed to incrementally work her way to the kitchen line.
Yeah, that's the tennis player coming into a pickleball game, isn't it? But you know, you're never going to hit the perfect third or fifth or seventh, but you work your way in. So you'd hope by shot 7, shot 9, you're into the kitchen.
So we've only had 1 ATP today. That was by Scott Mayo in our first game, and that was missed by myself on commentary.
You've got to let that one go, Nick.
Has just injured himself playing that forehand volley. Either tweaked a muscle, tore a muscle, or irritated a nerve. So a shriek of pain there from Roger Oliver, Simon.
Oh, I've been there, mate. I tore my Achilles, and that is horrible when you get an injury playing a sport.
got a lead of 3 points, though. How much will that affect Oliver moving forward? The answer is not at all, because he's still able to inject an enormous amount of power into the forehand volley. His stable shot. He seems to be back in action. Okay. Natasha Hood sends that one wildly long on the backhand. Great rescue, Hood. Backhand to backhand, and it's Oliver who gets an enormous amount of backspin. But look at the athleticism from Natasha Hood. Not for the first time today, rescuing balls that we presumed were dead.
Unbelievable athleticism. Look at the shape of her. She really is in great condition.
Yeah, finely tuned athlete, Natasha Hood. And it's Feast and Graham who have just saved the first match point there, so not much pressure on Graham and Feast to stage a comeback. Kayla Graham not comfortable with that topspin forehand, just ball catching the line maybe. Nice to see the partnership of Graham and Fiso sporting the Skechers footwear. Sponsors of the Tournated Pickleball Cup. Footwear of choice for players here this weekend at the Hampshire Court Hotel. So, third match point here for Hood and Oliver. And that one goes astray as well. So 3 match points saved by Graham and Feast, who won't give up here. Ooh, and just as Feast looks to serve up the main course, gets it all wrong.
Close line call that.
Look at the power from Natasha Hood. Give her time, space, and the opportunity to prepare. And that ball is being fired back at you with high level speed. What a drive from Rodri Oliver. What a way to win the match. The 4th match point does not go astray because Rodri Oliver just drives the ball exquisitely down the line. So the favourites to win that game do go through to our semi-final. It's Feast and Graham who suffer defeats. They go out of the competition. But it's Oliver and Hood who march on to the semi-finals. One of the other quarterfinals has finished between Anderson, his partner Jess Wilson, on court 3. They're loitering around on court, so I just wonder if they've managed to get the better of their opponents Parminter and Gosling. We're going to go to a short break and we'll bring you that news when we return after a word from our sponsors.
Without a technical director, small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, encounter numerous challenges, including poor technology decisions, inefficiencies, and costly errors. Teams may lack direction, leading to delays and accumulating technical debt. Without strategic oversight, SMEs risk falling behind competitors and missing out on growth opportunities. To address these challenges, ICTO offers a fractional technical director service. This approach provides high-level technical leadership without the financial burden of a full-time hire. Startups and SMEs benefit from strategic guidance on software architecture, product development, and technology roadmaps while maintaining manageable expenses. Our extensive experience enables companies to avoid potential pitfalls and accelerate their growth. An ICTO fractional director brings scalable technology strategies and enhances team development without disrupting daily operations. By evaluating technology stacks, streamlining processes, and mentoring in-house teams, we improve efficiency and long-term stability. Our external perspective helps identify issues that internal teams may overlook. ICTO provides flexibility and agility, which are essential for navigating rapidly evolving markets. Companies can adjust our involvement based on project requirements, funding rounds, or significant strategic shifts. With our expert guidance, businesses make informed technical decisions, mitigate risks, and maintain their competitiveness. ICTO, here when you need it.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinite. Surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Could you tell where my head was at when you found me? Me and you went to
IT landscapes are increasingly complex, with evolving security threats and the growing demand for seamless service delivery. A managed IT SIM platform enables businesses to overcome these challenges by streamlining processes, enhancing operational efficiency, strengthening security measures, and providing a scalable, cost-effective approach to IT service management. iCTO helps businesses optimize their managed IT SIM platforms by providing expert guidance, automation, and strategic IT service management solutions, ensuring efficiency, scalability, and enhanced service delivery while reducing costs and downtime. iCTO, here when you need it.
Welcome back to the Tournated Basingstoke Pickleball Cup here live from the Hampshire Court Hotel. We're moving into the semi-finals here of our mixed competition. And players are on court 2 warming up in our second semi-final. That will be a competitive affair between Parminter and Goslin, who managed to defeat Anderson and Wilson in their quarter-final. So it's Parminter and Goslin. He will be playing Hood and Oliver, who we watched on centre courts, on the show courts in their quarter-final. But then here in the second final, we've got the partnership of Anakin Owen and Georgia McCall, who managed to make their way through the quarter-final against Wrexham and Wareham. And they'll be taking on the partnership of Josh Bright and Jen Hewitt, who managed to defeat Nia Rogers and Lewis Oakey in that quarter-final. So the stage is set for our semi-finals here. And it will either be Hood, Oliver, Parminter, Goslin, Hewitt and Bright, or McCall and Owen, who walk away here today. That won't be the end of our action here, though, live at the Tournated Basingstoke Pickleball Cup, because we'll have our gender doubles getting underway at senior level this afternoon. Forward to that happening just after 12 noon. First of all, we've got semi-final action and final action here, followed by interviews with our winners. Don't forget, you can track all of the results on the Tournated mobile app, which is now live for the Basingstoke Pickleball Cup, powered by Skechers and Franklin, supported by ObsBot for all your live streaming camera needs. In attendance here this weekend, we've got the Pickleball store and Lloyd Attrell. And Simon, whilst McCall and Owen started slowly this morning, very much expected them to be one of the favourites to win this tournament, and that's gone to form for the rest of the day.
Absolutely, and chatting to McCall just off camera then, I've not updated, sorry. She was saying that Anakin rocked up 5 minutes before their first match, which might explain their slow start. It always amazes me with players why they get to venues late. It happens so many times. Just being informed by Josh there that it's win by 2 this game, so very interesting, slight change in the format, and as explained yesterday, they can really drag these games on and make them hard to win, if that makes sense. Yeah, so I go back to players rocking up late. It's just, I never understand it. You know your game starts at 9 o'clock. Aim to get to the venue at least an hour before, just to allow for traffic, any sort of incidents or whatever else. And also prepare yourself, because you know you start these games slow and you can lose a match in a heartbeat.
Yeah, they're quick games, race to 11, apart from the final, which is the best of 3 games. Nathan Hill, for example, yesterday drove all the way from York, 4-hour drive, straight on court, and managed to win the gold medal, but like you suggest, Simon, got here in plenty of time, warmed up effectively. Anyway, we're underway here in our open semi-final, and whilst Josh Bright and Jen Hewitt have not played together before, we can see as the results of some of the action already today that they've quickly established an effective working relationship here, an effective partnership where they've become synonymous with the skill sets of each other. And who's going to be taking the balls? What a great smash from Anakin Owen. Plucks that ball out of the air and places it behind Josh Bright. You can expect Josh Bright to be dominant on that side of the court. That ball goes long from Bright, who's all about power, all about explosion. McCall and Owen have got all of the experience to be able to defend against that. But already, Simon, we can see that it's Josh Bright playing 90% of the shots.
Yeah, I would say that 2 shots ago he came right across to the right-hand side of the court, puts up a high lob, and then isn't able to get back to his side of the court to cover the return shot.
That's nicely placed down the centre of the court. Owen and McCall just not establishing themselves there, but Josh Bright managing to thread the needle. Yeah, and if you can't defend against that power, it's going to keep coming back at you over and over again. And for me, the best defensive strategy here, and we referenced it yesterday in commentary, Simon, is bring them forward to the kitchen line, because they're not going to be able to drive the ball from the kitchen line. So for Owen and McCall, they need to get Bright and Hewitt to the kitchen line here.
Totally agree. I know, again, we've said this many, many times, but engage the soft. If you're not winning a hands back, if you're not winning that driving game, engage the soft game.
And there we go, and that's a tag off the hip by Josh Bright, body bag. Georgia McCall walks away in frustration with herself. And it's an ace. What a serve from Josh Bright. It's an ace on the serve. Ace Bright, not a pet detective, but he's a driver. And there we go, in no time at all, the Josh Bright show is there for all to see. 6-1. Got to defend this drive, Simon Farr.
Absolutely. And like we said earlier, yesterday there were some upsets, and this could be a big upset, this one, if they go through. They've got to change their strategy and quick.
No matter where you are on the court, Anakin Owen or Georgia McCall, just get that ball into the kitchen line, and on your return of serve, you've got to get it deep and wide. You've got to get Jen Hewitt in the game, because Josh Bright is just dominating. A rare error on the forehand of Bright. And McCall in particular is like a rabbit in the headlights here. I'm not too sure what's hit them.
They've got to score on this side out now.
Oh, ball's going out. No cries, Georgia McCall. No cries, Anakin Owen.
That's pure frustration from being frozen out of the game. He wanted to hit it even though he's going out.
You know what I love most about Georgia McCall? Her mum.
Really?
She travels to every game with McCall. It's her biggest supporter. And you can see her every time she plays, cheering her on. Always got a smile on her face. So that's my favourite thing about Georgia, her mum.
There we go. He's defended the drive and they've won the point.
Yeah, the drive's defended. So we get a brief exchange at the kitchen line, and it goes to Owen and McCall. The question is, can they repeat that? Not with returns like that. You can't return mid-court. You cannot afford to return mid-court because you know what's coming. Be able to potentially look at the return from Owen. Look at the difference. Look at the difference. The return from Owen goes to the backhand of Josh Bright, who has to play a slice third, and then they're in the ascendancy. Yes, there was a pop-up, but it forces a mistake from Bright on the volley. It's all about the return of serve. Big serve goes long. Owen's not sure. I think Owen's frustrated. Maybe that's the position in the game. But that's definitely called long by Jen Hewitt.
And that was long.
Fast hands from Anakin Owen. He's known for that on the circuit here in the UK. One of the top male players in the UK And he proves it there on that rally. It's a pop-up. It's a pop-up from Mikkel, and at this level, it's going to get punished, Simon Farr.
Yeah, especially at that height and right on his forehand. That's not going to come back.
Why they got to go real out far to the wing of Jen Hewitt or towards the back end of Bright? You cannot afford to keep putting that ball down the centre line.
No.
Because Josh Bright's dominating 75, 80, 90% of the court. Lay it towards his backhand. Either way, it's impressive from Josh Bright, who's come to play, and there we see simple errors from Anakin Owen, and all of a sudden it's match point. It's a demolition job. It's a Josh Bright job, and it's impressive. Again, a short return.
Oh,
Fast
what a
hands,
get.
what a rescue. What a point from Anakin Owen, and if you watch nothing else back today, watch that point, because that's unbelievable. Great pickup from Josh Bright, but it's Anakin Owen with the class. There we go. Georgia McCall plays behind Josh Bright on that occasion, causes the pop-up, and then puts the forehand volley away. It's almost like they recognise the strategy, but maybe all too late.
It feels like that. Again, I don't understand some...
Again, plays out wide to the wing of Jen Hewitt, draws the mistake, and all of a sudden, the last three exchanges have been won because the strategy has been accurate.
Exactly that, exactly that.
Ball was there for Anakin Owen, won the hands battle, but the celebration comes from Bright. So here we go. Second match point for Hewitt and Bright. And that goes wide, and I think Anakin Owen and Georgia McGall are just pleased that's over. Congratulations to Jen Hewitt. And ladies and gentlemen, remember the name, Josh Bright. A shining performance from Bright, who was allowed to dominate down the centre of the court. Drive after drive, power after power. Josh Bright is dynamite here at the Tournated Pickleball Cup. We'll be back with more news from our second semi-final. Who will progress through there? Is it Parminter?
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Tyson McGuffin here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle, stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax, less taxing.
So we're showing live pictures here, court 2, where it seems, if I'm not mistaken, it's Hood and Oliver who have progressed through. Steve Beals on his way back with the roving camera with us. Can you just report on who won that semi-final?
Pointer and Gosling get to about 5 points.
It was actually part of Gosling to go through then. Thanks to that, Steve here, not just to organise that, our reporter as well.
Only under long around.
Okay, well, we'll wait for a confirmation on that. Things are that Gosling and Parminto are going to find play right and Hewitt, and it will be Hood and Oliver going into bronze medal match to play McDowell and Reflective and Ian Owen, who's pushed that semi form. We can see the camera over there right now, staring through into the palm spot. Not a happy chap. So it won't be long before we're underway here in the final open mixed division. Don't forget to join us for interviews talking their experience at the Basingstoke Pickleball. And then coming after that, we'll have our senior mixed doubles. But while we've got time, there's just an opportunity to talk through the next events that are coming up here with B and all events. 2 weeks time, we head down to Hampshire in full. Weeks later, Franklin makes its way to Gloucester. That event is also next event with space is the Eula Pickleball event in Essex, South on June the 7th and June the 8th. Followed by the Diadem Pickle event in Cardiff on June the 14th and 15th. Before we make our way back here for the Pickleball Store event in Basingstoke. That's Friday, Saturday and Sunday, which features a team event on the Friday. So Lloyd Batchelor of the Pickleball Store, in association with PickleB, I've got an event here back in Basingstoke at the Hampshire Court Hotel on June the 27th to the 29th. All those events upcoming with pickleb.co.uk, pickleball events for all. All will have a live stream too. So for today's event, you can keep up to date on the Tournated mobile app, and for other tournaments around the world too. Global developments for Tournated happening around multi-faceted sports and countries. Make sure you download that app and keep abreast of everything that's going on in the world of pickleball and other sports. So we're just awaiting the arrival of our players here on centre court. We're just starting to amass now after a brief break from their semi-finals, and it was Parminter and Goslin, the teenage wonder sensation, who progressed through quite comfortably in the end, I'm told. Josh Bright and Jen Hewitt forward on court, looking like they're ready to go. No real warm-ups necessary here at the stage of the competition. So we're just awaiting the arrival of Lauren Gosling from the West Country. Lauren, tender age of 14. We apologise for the temporary loss in sound. We're going to go to an ad break while we look to fix that, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Up in here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle. Stands for Carbon Abrasion Surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
Okay, welcome back to Basingstoke here at the Hampshire Court Hotel. We apologise for the brief loss in sound, but fortunately you've not missed any action because we're still awaiting the arrival of Lauren Gosling, who, let's not forget, is young in her teenage years and possibly just left the arena to compose herself briefly before getting underway here. But here she is. She's arrived on court now. And Lauren Gosling, who plays out of the David Lloyd Pool Club. Normally partners her father, Paul Gosling, in these events. You'll see Paul at the side of the court just supporting Lauren. Lauren's a county level badminton and county level tennis player, and like I suggest, very early stages of her pickleball career, but definitely making giant strides in the game. So best of 3 games this final, and it's Gosling to serve. And the net cord just takes that ball wide, and we can expect to see Parminter and Bright dominate this from the centre of the court. So be interesting to see strategy here, but it's going to be powerful, it's going to be quick, it's going to be fast tempoed, Simon Farr.
Yeah, 100%. 2 very strong male players in Parminter and Bright, and 2 very good supporting role players with Gosling and Hewitt.
Goes long from Josh Bright, and already we can see some exchanges at the kitchen line, which we failed to see in the semi-final between Hewitt, Bright, Owen and McCall. But look at the power from Josh Bright, and again the ball's too aerial, too long, Simon Farr. This ball has to bounce if Gosling and Parminter to get into this game. There's the backhand return from Parminter, and that's quick hands from the man from Southampton. Again, the return, the third shot is in the middle of the court. And if the ball's in the middle of the court, it's going to come back to you with significant amount of power if that ball's not bouncing the kitchen line.
Yeah. It's interesting, she's gone straight for Jen. There we go.
So both male players here speeding up on their opposing female players. Pop-up from Josh Bright, and Parminter that brings the power that time. So early exchanges are fairly equal here. That ball is going long. That ball's going in, but Josh Bright's played the first drive that's going long. So ascendancy here for Gosling and Parminter.
Feels like they've got a bit of momentum going, haven't they? It's, Gosling and Parminter. That was a great dink from Hewitt that forced a pop-up from Gosling, and Bright puts it away.
Just keep an eye on the returns of serve here. Anything mid-court, in the centre of the court, is going to be exploited upon. That was great play by Lauren Gosling again, who's patient in her advances, waits for the pop-up from Hewitt and puts it away. But again, keep an eye on the return of serve here. point was there for Bright to be winning. It's the return of serve that's the problem, Simon
Yeah,
Farr.
100%. It's not going very deep at all.
Again, this could be the story here. That ball just catching the t-shirt of Parminter before we volleyed the ball. Hewitt not able to reset there, so this is all about power at the minute, and whichever team is able to contain the power of their opponents, you feel will win the exchanges, Simon.
Yeah, I totally agree. I just don't know why they didn't try and play a few softer shots, just to change it up a little bit, you know?
Well, it's clearly worked for both teams thus far, but it's going to cancel each other out if they continue in this vein. That's brilliant by Lauren Gosling. Dinking exchange, forehand to forehand. Only slight pop-up from Hewitt, exploited by Gosling with the top spin put away. It's the return of serve. That all comes from the return of serve, Simon Farr, and I've mentioned it a couple of times now, but it's definitely the thing to watch. It's the crucial, normally it's the third shot that's crucial in pickleball. It's the return of serve here with these power players, and that return of serve goes long. Again, be interesting to see what Parminter does here. I think he should slice it to the backhand of Bright. Again, puts it in the middle of the court, and look at the power. Return of serve's not good enough. Mid-court return of serve. Can't cope with the Bright forehand off that. Mid-court return of serve again. And that ball was going long. Gosling played it. 3 mid-court returns of serve in a row. And it's easy to say from our position, the comms booth here, but really got to try and either apply some backspin or reposition, because every single time there's a loose return of serve, it's exploited.
In fairness, that serve of Josh Bright's is really, really good. He's pushing Gosling far out wide, which is towards the short return. Better return from Stu there we go.
Slice return from Parminter, and Josh Bright can't do anything with that. So, opportunity knocks here for Gosling and Parminter. That's top edged by Josh Bright for 6. Not caught in the crowd by Simon Farr though.
I'm 0-2 today for catching balls. I never did like cricket as a kid. You can see why.
Return the serve, lets Bright down. And the first game in our final is all about the return of serve, ladies and gentlemen. We talk about serves, returns and thirds regularly. And it's all about that here. Parminter's reaching for it in the mid-court region. So, opportunity here for Bright and Hewitt to get closer to 11. That ball goes out. Wildly out from Bright, who plays one volley too many through the mid-court zone. That was also going out, but Parminter takes the option to fire it back at Josh Bright and says, have some of your own medicine. Parminter's reaching for that. The defensive volley from Bright was nice. Great return, Josh Bright. Oh, Parminter manages to evade the kitchen line just about. Puts the volley away. Moonball serve, slows things down. Great shot from Lauren Gosling. Catches the net tape. Changing tactic there from Parminter. Just reduces the power. And again, loop serve reduces the power. Great defences. That ball's not coming back from Gosling. That hits the rafters here at the Hampshire Court Hotel. We're tied at 8-8. These are 3-4 shot rallies, Simon Park.
I mean, in fairness to Lauren, those are two amazing resets. The power that Wright's getting on the ball.
Yeah, slice return from Parminter sets the opportunity up for the rest of the rally. just to apologise for the slight error in graphic on your screen as well. It is Gosling and Parminter that took the first game 11-9, and it is a must-win game for Brighton Hewitt here, but they've started really well. 4-point lead. Josh Bright just making an unforced error there, sending that ball on.
It shows that we all do it, doesn't it?
Does indeed, Emma. I think if ever there was a game that highlight a change in tactics and strategy in the pickleball world in the UK, this is it, because it's all about power at the minute, right?
100%. I think both sides are kind of playing into that because it's their natural strengths. I'm not sure it's going to give either of them a clear win. We saw it was a tough battle in that first game, so yeah, could go anywhere at the moment.
That's a great angle from Josh Bright, who follows it up with a chant of bang as that ball goes into the crowd. Recovered here by one of our senior players who will be on court later on this afternoon. In fact, after this event and for the second time this game, it's another net court, Emma.
Oh, that was... Stu was flying across the court then. Gosh.
How easy is it to just shrug off or laugh off those net tapes when you're on the receiving end? Is that a regular frustration? Can that get into the mindset of players, or is it a case of just move on and forget it?
It definitely can. I think you have to try and forget it. Like, it happens to all of us, but sometimes games do just seem to go one way. One team seems to always get the net calls and not you, and that can get frustrating. But it all works out in the end.
And there we see Gosling and Parminter just get one back because that rolled across the top of the net tape and not able to be recovered by Bright. Parminter just a little bit slow through the transition zone there on the volley. The ball was popped up for him, not able to exploit.
It's a good example where perhaps instead of putting more power onto that, he should have thought about slowing that down slightly as he was coming across court, kept themselves in that point.
So it's a 2-point lead here for Brighton Hewitt. And that's wide again from Josh Bright. And that efficacy and success rate just seems to be diminishing slightly. Will tiredness play a factor, Emma?
I definitely think so, in that perhaps getting tight when you've got a small lead and you need to win this game, you're going to get tight very quick. And it's about reducing the risk you're putting on your shots. Go for that side. Don't go for the line, go for slightly inside. Doesn't matter if they get that back, but you'll then get the next one.
Yeah, top advice here from Emma Rickson about point construction, patience, and just considering the strategy and tactics depending on where you are in the game. It's a nice put away from Parminter, who makes no mistake there. Jen Hewitt absolutely loving her time in the final here. Normally partners Louis Balson. Louis Balson out injured at the minute, so Louis, we wish you well. But before the game, Jen did tell me that she's found the young pretender in Josh Bright. Josh Bright drops his paddle there, and only 2 minutes ago, Emma was saying it works out fairly in the end. And there's the example.
Predicted the future.
So Bright and Hewitt amassed the lead in this all-important second game, but Gosling and Parminter have not only clawed it back, they've gained the ascendancy.
Yeah, it feels like the tide's turning.
How big is momentum in pickleball, Emma?
Huge. I think if you can just turn that slightly, gain your confidence, everything goes your way. The more you believe that it's happening, the better your shots become, the more confident you have, the more fun you have on court, it all kind of flows together. But if you haven't got that momentum, it's about focusing on one thing. James Chowdhury is a good one for this. He says if it's not working, pick one thing to focus on. Be that your third shot drop, get that in every single time. That's the one thing you work on in that point. Slowly everything starts coming back together, and then the momentum will come after that.
Great tips and advice here from Emma Rickson, one of the top female players here in the UK.
What a compliment.
So we're tied at 6-all. Remember, Gosling and Parminter win this. They take the gold medal. Yeah, great play from Bright. Bright and Hewitt win this, and we go to a third game. And I don't know about you, Emma, but I like the idea of a third game here. I'm enjoying this.
I want to keep watching, so it'd be nice to have a third. Although I'm glad it's not me playing. I think I'd be exhausted by now.
Yeah, I'm tired just watching, that's for sure. Ball's called good by Parminter. Bright's unsure. Hewitt calls it good. Into out forehand, then into in by Parminter. And Parminter turned his back on the ball, not wanting to be tagged. The ball gets the net tape, and if he was facing the right way, he may have been able to rescue that.
He could have got that, I reckon, yeah.
Be brave, Stuart Parminter. Be brave. You're a big boy.
I'm not sure I'd be brave if that ball was coming at me, though, so...
I don't think you would have hit the pop-up, Emma.
Oh, there we go, exactly. Oh, there seem to be mistakes creeping in for Parminter at the moment. I think he's trying to overplay slightly.
So, 3-point cushion here for Bright and Hewitt. Hewitt won't want to waste that. So feels like a big exchange coming up here in Bright and Hewitt's quest to get to 11 and force a third game. That's a pop-up from Gosling, punished by Josh Bright, and all of a sudden, Emma, it's game point.
Exactly, that momentum we were talking about earlier really has become a factor. And that's it.
As Emma says, that is it. Bright and Hewitt take the second game here at the Tournated Pickleball Cup. And pleasingly, Emma, we're going to a third game.
We got what we wanted, didn't we?
We did indeed. We got what we wanted, and I'm sure the viewers at home want more of this as well. So, change in fortunes there, change in mindset as well. Gosling and Parminter, how can they arrest back the momentum here and change the flow of this game?
A little bit of what we were talking about earlier, they need to try and slow that down slightly, get into the dinking. Lauren is so consistent once she's up at the kitchen, and she's ready for that pop-up as soon as it comes, which inevitably she's going to cause. There's going to be a pop-up for her to then put away. That's what they need to do, but that's quite challenging when the ball's coming, firing at you every single time. So it's getting those rolls that you can, those shots that are kind of 3/4 of the way through the court as you're defending, getting those so you can then move in.
Yeah, top tips here from Emma Rickson. Lauren Gosling just having a conversation with her dad, and also well-established pickleball player from the West Country, playing out of David Lloyd Pool. Parminter just catching up with a few friends from the South Coast, and they come back fairly buoyed after those conversations with a smile on their faces, where Josh Bright's just engaging with an injured James Lofthouse. Jen Hewitt taking on a sugary drink just to keep up her energy levels. So whoever takes this third game will walk away from the Hampshire Court Hotel victorious and with the gold medals. Prediction time from Emma Rickson.
Oh, Oh, that's a tough one. It's going to be a very close game. And I know all of the players, so it's hard to pick one of them. But I played with Lauren yesterday, so I think my loyalties have to lie with her.
Heart overhead for Emma Rickson here, who's back in the youngster, the teenage sensation. Lauren Gosling's come through this with Parminter. It's all about the start for me, which team grabs the ascendancy at the start. And we can see Parminter finally goes behind Josh Bright there to his backhand. Yeah, that's the pop-up.
Even though that didn't go Lauren's way, that was such good control, and they got into what they wanted to.
Yeah, definitely better point construction there from Gosling and Parminter. That return of serve, though, it's just going to be drive back at you, and that sets up the winning opportunity. And early on in the first game, Emma, I implored all players on court just to consider the accuracy with their return of serve, and still it plagues them at this very stage.
Yep, completely.
Especially on the Josh Bright serve now. The Josh Bright serve's powerful, but I'd be interested in a slice return, or maybe even a moon ball return.
Yeah, his serve's very challenging to return. It was something I struggled with today a little bit. There's so much power and topspin on that. But yeah, it's a challenge, especially if you've not come from tennis like I haven't.
And that's tagged the inside leg of Josh Bright. It's body bag time here, live from the Hampshire Court Hotel, and he shows off his Franklin X40 ball mark. Josh Bright has been tattooed by Stuart Parminter. Bright celebrates, but Parminter and Gosling look wide to me, Emma, from this angle.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's quite hard to see that line from here almost.
Nice drive to the backhand side of Bright again. That's twice in the third game that Parminter has gone to the backhand side of Bright, and twice he's garnered success from that ploy. Great return, great drive. Third time, backhand side attack.
You're making him stay on his side a little bit more, which then it means he can't control the point so much and construct what he wants, and you take that advantage.
Ball just goes slightly wide again, but the intent to play on the backhand side from Parminter's there. Emma, I'm just hearing news that our bronze medal has gone to Natasha Hood and Rodri Oliver.
Oh, that's amazing. I'm not surprised. They're a very good pair when they play together. Their styles suit each other perfectly. And they're so much fun on court, so that's very well deserved.
It's the first time I've seen Natasha Hood play this weekend. Impressive.
Yeah, no, she was playing yesterday as well, but I don't think she made it onto the show court in the Open Women's yesterday at all. But she's a very solid player. You don't want to give her a pop-up either.
So, it's Hewitt and Bright here in the ascendancy. Leaping through the air, Parminter like a salmon in fresh water. Feels like important exchanges now. Need to trouble the scoreboard here, Gosling and Parminter. ATP from Josh Bright. It's showtime here, live at the Tournated Basingstoke Pickleball Cup. An angle that wasn't really there, but he waits, he pounces, he scores. Josh Bright, great action here. And then puts a volley into the net on the backhand side.
Always the way. Can't lie, I wasn't sure he had the angle on that ATP, so that was pretty good work from him. So good from Lauren there, setting that up so she could put that away.
Yeah, they've mounted a comeback here, Gosling and Parminter. The 3-point deficit just 1 minute ago. And Josh Bright should have left that ball. It's getting nervy, it's getting twitchy. It's getting slightly squeaky, Emma.
Yeah, you can see that they all really want this. And none of them are giving anything if they can help it.
It's an assault. It's a Parminter assault on Jen Hewitt. And in the third game, the tables have turned. And Josh Bright's agreeing with me, even after the amazing ATP. It's Gosling and Parminter in the ascendancy.
Yep, they're the first to 6, but it's so close. 6-5 could go either way.
Yeah, great depth on the baseline from Jen Hewitt, who wasn't the most confident coming into this final, but she should be pleased with her endeavours, that's for sure. Stay patient is the message, Emma Rickson.
100%. It seems like the momentum is slightly turning here, so let's see if Bright and Hewitt can keep that up.
Yeah, that's nice from Parminter, causing Bright to have to dink into the kitchen, which he seems more than capable to do so. But when Parminter and Gosling are established at the kitchen line, they tend to win the exchanges. Would you agree?
100%, yeah. Yeah, they've got that natural dinking ability between them, and they can move the opposition around, which I think instantly gives them that advantage.
Tension builds here. Push descends on the Hampshire Court Hotel. Swing and a miss, but rescued by Bright. And it stops.
Yeah, he did touch it. He touched the ball.
Emma Rickson confirms there was a touch, though. Swing and a slight touch. Strike one from Josh Bright. And on the back of that, it's a 2-point lead now for Gosling and Parminter. Quick chat from Parminter to Gosling. What a shot, Josh Bright. Unbelievable double-handed backhand from sideline to sideline on the diagonal. Great action here from the Hampshire Court Hotel. But yet again, one for the show reel, one not to be looked back upon wisely at all.
I might not get many in the show reel, but at least I sometimes stay consistent.
It's called wide by both players straight away. So, momentum breaker, 3-point game here. 8-9-1, it's a 1-point game. Simon Farr with incorrect score, we'll blame Simon. He only got to use his index finger. Now we're at 9-9.
I mean, quite often you're on court and you don't know what the score is, so. Bit of confusion going on the score. No one seems to know what's happening.
We had, I'm just going to confirm to the players that we had 7-9. Yeah. You called a different score, we went with it, but we're going back with Simon Farr. Apologies to Simon Farr, rare apology to Simon Farr, who did get the score correct here.
Nice. He's not usually wrong, Simon, but there's always a time for a first, isn't there?
So it is 7-9. It is a 2-point game though. Speed up from Goslin. Unexpected by Hewitt, who sat on it but not able to retaliate. 2 points from Gold, Emma. That's going out. Jen Hewitt plays it. It's going out. It is going out.
That was definitely going out. That was one I might even have read.
Championship point. Gold medal point here. Just goes wide. So, second opportunity, second championship point, second gold medal point here at the Tournated Pickleball Cup in what has been a thoroughly entertaining open mixed doubles final. Great shot, Jen Hewitt, and just when you need her, Hewitt shows up.
develop a better tennis string, then a better racket, then a better ball. But it's transformed into a story beyond our wildest dreams. Out of our passion for racket sports grew a desire to innovate and redefine the game. Then came pickleball, a phenomenon that ignited our purpose. Shaping the industry became our mission, but it led to so much more. Diadem isn't just about redefining sports equipment, it's about empowering you, our players, to lead healthier lives, form friendships that transcend borders and backgrounds, and to get out and play. Pickleball enables us to do what we do best, innovate. But Diadem inspires much more because it's not about the brand, it's about the individuals who bring it to life. Our success isn't tallied in paddles and rackets sold, but in smiles brought to players' faces and the relentless pursuit of improvement. At Diadem, our purpose is simple. We live to unlock experiences. We live to compete not just against opponents, but against friends, families, rivals, and heroes alike. At Diadem, we live for one more game, one more shot, one more moment in this story we are writing together. Welcome to Diadem, where we live to play.
Welcome back to the Tournated Pickleball Cup here live from the Hampshire Court Hotel. I'm delighted to say that I'm joined by our gold medalists from our Open Mixed Division, Stuart Parminter and Lauren Gosling, fresh off court after an exhilarating encounter. And Stuart, if I can start with you, you must be absolutely thrilled to get gold medal there.
Yes, it was a very, very tough day, wasn't it? Yeah. We had 3 matches, 11-9, and then that final was probably the highest level mixed match I've played in the last year. It was really, really high level. Jen's a very, very solid player, and Josh is just everywhere, absolutely everywhere. And I mean, Josh has only been playing a year. He's well on his way to being one of the top European players. Certainly in mixed doubles, where his drives are so effective. And yeah, we had a very good match there. I think Lauren dealt with those drives so incredibly well. I mean, they are hard. Nobody hits the ball that hard in Europe. He really, really hits the ball hard. And Lauren counted pretty much every single one. Couldn't get caught out, really.
Yeah, Lauren, from your perspective, I mean, firstly, congratulations. Secondly, how did you deal with the pace, particularly from Josh Bright in the early stages of that final?
Thank you. I just tried to defend it back. I just tried to get it back over the net every single time because they're coming at such hard pace. And it's hard to know whether to leave them or not because they're going so fast. You don't know whether they're going out or in, so you just hit them.
And in terms of your progression, Lauren, it's been fairly seismic in the past 12 months. I noted on your report that you won a 3.0 medal at the English Nationals just last year. You're now playing at an extraordinary level. What do you put your improvements down to?
I just try and play as hard as I can, and my dad's really helping me get better. And he's a really good partner. It's a shame I couldn't play with him today, but Stu's also a good partner.
I'm sure Stu's delighted to have stepped in. And what's next for you, Stuart, on the back of success today? What's coming up for Stuart Parminter in the near future?
This week I'm off to Germany. We're playing in Cologne. We've got the German Open. So I'm playing with Julian Patel, who's one of the top French players, and Eliana from Italy, who's one of the top Italian players. So we've got some good partners and a very good tournament coming up. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, I just happened to be doing the preview for that on Wednesday night, so be available to join me for the preview for the German Open that's coming up next week. But in the meantime, it's a big congratulations to Lauren Gosling and Stuart Parminter for putting on such an exhilarating performance. Very well deserving of your gold medals. You can enjoy rest now this afternoon. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks for the comment.
You're welcome. You're most welcome. And we'll be back with more action from our senior division for our men's and women's gender doubles action throughout the course of the afternoon. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, because after this short break, we've got the Welsh sensation that is Mark Johnson coming up on centre court, playing with his partner, Paul Chard. And Andy Hill's just come in to listen to the preview there. Watch out for Andy Hill. His drives from the back of the court are absolutely sensational. So, yeah, join us after this short break.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Welcome back to the Tournated Pickleball Basingstoke Cup here. And we've just caught our breath after an exhilarating final, and we're straight underway here in our senior men's doubles competition featuring Mark Johnson and Paul Chard at the bottom of your screen. Mark Johnson in the white shorts. And at the top of your screen, we've got Andy Hill and Nick Mannis. Andy Hill in the white shirt, county tennis player at 50 plus level. Not the only player with a back catalogue of unbelievable sporting achievements here. Mark Johnson, who, would you believe, is actually above the age of 60. Represented Wales in squash, represented England in Rackleton, and represented Great Britain in Rackleton too. So, significant pedigree in the back catalogue of Mark Johnson, who describes himself as a traditional style player. He's the captain of Tournated Pickleball Club. Also played pickleball around the country and represented Wales in the European Championships in November. So not just a thoroughball, likeable guy, an absolutely grade A pedigree from a variety of different sports. Paul Chard nicely dealing with the pop-up from Nick.
I'll take away from that great intro, Nick, is what on earth is Rackleton?
Rackleton is a mix of 4 different sports where I believe it's a race of 21 points, and you start off with the smallest ball first, which is table tennis. Then you move on to badminton, and then play squash, and then finish possibly with tennis maybe. But not too well versed on Rackleton, but I know it's 4 sports, race of 21. It's a combined score over the 4 sports. Might be wrong there with tennis.
We'll have a quick Google in a minute. And the search engines are available. Swing and a miss. Mr. Hobbs, you missed it.
I missed the swing and a miss. I was searching for Rackleton. I am right. Table tennis, badminton, squash and tennis. There we go. Great hands battle between Nick Mannis and Chard. Chard coming out on top there. So strong start for Chard and Johnson. We've got Johnson on the screen. It is just one Johnson, I can confirm. So good they named him twice.
I'm having a Tim Spurway moment today.
Sore throat or...
Good afternoon, good morning to Tim, poor old Tim, stuck at home in Exeter, watching us on the live stream. Giving us some help actually, he's loving the mistakes that I'm making.
Yeah, pop-up bomb. Nick Mannis is just put away by Chard and Johnson again. And you can see Mark Johnson, the touch, the finesse, the composure, the quality. It's just a thing of beauty. Ball's played down the middle. Johnson advanced to the kitchen line. Chard was left behind at the baseline. And in pickleball, you want to be tied together on a proverbial piece of string, Simon.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if that's quite a new partnership for Chard and Johnson. But yeah, they definitely need to communicate that they go into the kitchen line together, not separately.
great angle by Andy Hill. Celebration from his family, watching up above on the second tier here, live from the Hampshire Court Hotel. And Andy Hill is a county tennis player. We'll just eat balls like that for breakfast. Mark Johnson with a backhand flick. Pop up from Andy Hill. Shows very little emotion, Mark Johnson. All about control and composure. Nick Manis has got awkward style there to the double-handed backhand. He likes to slice the ball, but in a real awkward grip, Simon.
Yeah, it's effective though, isn't it? I mean, it really is causing some problems.
That's a lovely third shot from Paul Chard. The Bristolian, international traveller, got himself a nice permatan. Johnson tries to step aside to defend the speed up from Hill. Andy Hill, part of the Premier Pickleball League Masters division from season 2. He'll be hoping to be drafted into season 3. And again, great hands from Johnson. Chard just not able to put the pop-up away. So scoring opportunity here for Nick Manis and Hill. Johnson just keeping that ball tight in the kitchen. Bernie Aldebear has joined us on a live stream, dropped a comment in the live chat. Bernie, great to hear from you. And the word on the circuit is that Bernie's just getting back to some semblance of fitness after being out for such a long time with an injury. And Bernie, if you're still listening, we hope that is the case, because phenomenal player, one of the top players in the UK at any age category. So we hope to see you back on court at one of these events soon. Bernie. We had a bit of Marcia in action this afternoon later on in our women's doubles division. Simon, we've got a change of ends here, which means Chard and Johnson have got to 6.
Yeah, I feel like the momentum's with them, and they've pretty much got the other team sussed out. Even that ridiculous slice from their opponents, they're dealing with that really well as well. So you feel like, unless there's a sudden momentum shift, Chard and Johnson probably should progress through this match. Watch that change now, the commentators through it occurs. Great angle there from Johnson. Not that's never coming back.
Two groups of 5 here in our men's doubles open. Chard, Johnson, Nick Manis and Hill in Group A, along with Ian Marshall, Nathan Hill, Bushell, Phil Nash, very own Phil Nash playing in the open division, Julian Tompkinson, and one of my favourite players, John Banks. And in Group B, just as equally competitive, we've got Fridington Robinson, Harfit and Jonas Watt, Basford Stimpson, Gill and Bawasia, Andrew Unwin and Andy Elliott. So lots of top players appearing here this afternoon for our senior men's open, Simon.
Yeah, absolutely. I was actually supposed to be playing in that group today. Unfortunately, with Tim being ill, Phil Nash taking my place, and I must admit I'm quite relieved because that is some serious players. Normally a 4-0, well, pushing 4-0, I'd say, but being pushed up into the open, I was not looking forward to probably a bit of a battering. So we'll see how Phil and Joe do. Wish them all the best.
I think you've got the pedigree, Simon Farr, that's for sure, but it's to the benefit of viewers at home that you're joining me here in the comms booth as opposed to on the courts.
I'm more of a chum than a pedigree.
Yeah, great hands from Mark Nick Mannis, who comes out on top of that exchange. So, scoring opportunity here for Hill and Nick Mannis. Slice return from Johnson. That's nice from Hill. And Chard just manages to get his bat on it, plays a lob. Rather fortunate indeed.
Ex-badminton player, Paul Chard, so he knows the depth of the court well.
For the first time, Chard just sits on that third and not able to cushion it back into the opponent's side. So all of a sudden it's a 2-point game, Simon.
Yeah. Okay, I'm learning that never say stuff in the change of ends.
So viewers at home, I'm sure, are reviewing your prediction when Johnson and Chard got to 6 and were 6-1 up. But nevertheless, Bassan's again this time. Mannis comes out on the losing side of that exchange. So 7-6, 1-point game. Chard tries that lob again in defence. And by millimetres, it just misses the baseline. So, feels like a big exchange here.
I feel like they should have won a point off that change of ends, but the non-scoring side out has the momentum shifted.
Nice control on the volleys by Chard, just keeping that ball in play. Who's awash with sweat, Simon Farr. And the temperature here in the UK is about 16, 17 degrees, no warmer than that. But Paul Chard is completely drowning in sweat.
Yeah, I've played against Paul a few times, and he is a sweater. There's no two ways about it.
That's a great leave by Mark Johnson. Andy Hill tries to speed up, spots the gap, but just sends that ball slightly long. Say what you see, Andy Hill. Say what you see. And Nick Mannis would want that one back again because that's a volley straight into the middle of the net. So 2-point game here. It's that awkward slice return again that Chard's just not dealing with at all.
You get his feet stuck then, didn't he? Just didn't move forward.
Got to play through that shot as well. Got to bend your knees, get below the height of the ball, and elongate the stroke after contact. Make sure you come through the ball, and for the second time in a row, Paul Chard misses the third. So you will get punished at open level for missing third shots. Moonball return. Yeah, nice defence this time by Chard. McManus tries to attack down the centre, but it's Chard that defends. Slice return Johnson. What a great shot from Andy Hill, who just reads the backspin nicely, accelerates up through the ball and puts the ball right back to the feet of Johnson. So, close the gap once more to 1 point. Tight affair this. And fortune is very much with Andy Hill, who gives his partner a high five, celebrating the net cord.
That's a sorry, not sorry, if I ever saw one.
So in effect, it's the first of 3 points here now. Win by 1 format in the group stages, and that's nice from Andy Hill. Andy Hill's come alive. Last 3 points, he's had the fortune of the net cord, but a lovely third, and that was a lovely volley. So, all of a sudden, for the first time in this game, contrary to Simon Farr's prediction at half-time, it's Nick Mannis and Hill in the lead.
Yeah, you can see why I'm not a betting man, Nick, can't you? For those of you who don't know, Nick's a very keen GG's man. Watch out for his fabulous racing tips. What channel's that on, Nick?
You can catch that on my YouTube channel, Simon. Normally only release blog once a year for Cheltenham, but upon request I'm sure I can provide other insights. So it's game point here for Hill and Nick Mannis, but Mark Johnson just showing all of his class to keep that ball in the kitchen when it matters most. So Chard just gathers his thoughts, attempts to dry himself off. And that's into the net, so it's 9-10 now. It's getting a little bit tense on court. Chard just slows things down again, look. Uses all of his experience. Bloke needs a shower.
Lovely guy, Paul Chard. But he does sweat a lot.
Almost like he's not got rid of his winter coat. But what a third shot from Paul Chard, who again just mops himself down. But it's match point to Paul Chard and Mark Johnson. Nice control on the volley from Andy Hill. Keeps Chard back and Johnson back. And that's a great angle from Nick Mannis, who just puts the overhead smash out to the backhand side. Second match point here for Mark Johnson and Paul Chard. Nice control again from Nick Mannis. So match point saved, 2 of them saved, and now it's match point for Andy Hill and Nick Mannis. The net cord comes to aid Hill and Nick Mannis in the end. That ball just goes wide from Chard. So congratulations to Mark, Nick Mannis and Andy Hill, who put his foot down to the floor towards the back end of that game. Commiserations, Mark Johnson and Paul Chard. I'm sure we'll see more of them later. But coming up next, in fact, we will see more of Nick Mannis and Hill next on Show Court. They'll be taking on Nathan Hill and Ian Marshall. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be back after this short break.
It began with the goal to develop a better tennis string, then a better racket, then a better ball. But it's transformed into a story beyond our wildest dreams. Out of our passion for racket sports grew a desire to innovate and redefine the game. Then came Pickleball, a phenomenon that ignited our purpose. Shaping the industry became our mission, but it led to so much more. Diadem isn't just about redefining sports equipment, it's about empowering you, our players, to lead healthier lives form friendships that transcend borders and backgrounds, and to get out and play. Pickleball enables us to do what we do best, innovate. But Diadem inspires much more because it's not about the brand, it's about the individuals who bring it to life. Our success isn't tallied in paddles and rackets sold, but in smiles brought to players' faces and the relentless pursuit of improvement. At Diadem, our purpose is simple. We live to unlock experiences. We live to compete not just against opponents, but against friends, families, rivals, and heroes alike. At Diadem, we live for one more game, one more shot, one more moment in this story we are writing together. Welcome to Diadem, where we live to play.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Pickleball action here live at the Tournated Basingstoke Cup. Thank you for joining us here for our men's doubles open at senior level. We've got Martin McManus and Andy Hill on court. for the second time here, taking on Nathan Hill and Ian Marshall. Nathan Hill successful in the mixed doubles yesterday with his partner Claire Burgoyne. They took away the gold medal. And Ian Marshall and Nathan Hill from the Northern Territories of the UK here. Yorkshire, Leeds area. Hoping to defeat Hill and Nick Mannis, but on the back of their first victory, Hill and Nick Mannis will go into this with confidence, I'm sure. So race to 11 again, win by 1. And Marshall and Hill, Simon, will be favourites or up there with the favourites for this competition overall.
Thank you for that lead in, Nick, but I'm refusing to be drawn any sort of prediction for results after completely failing in the last match. I think it's going to be a really open game. How's that for non-commitments?
Yeah, great insight and analysis here from Simon Clark. Great backspin from Nick Mannis, and when he gets that shot right, it is difficult to return, Simon.
It looks horrible. I wouldn't want to return that. It really just sits low, skids. Having said this, you've got to really get down low and get the paddle beneath the ball to dig it out.
Early stages here, both teams feeding each other out. I think it's just a case of here playing consistent pickleball really well. Don't need to do anything extraordinary. Put the serves and serves in and engage in the rally. Play on instinct. It's nicely put away by Nick Mannis, who manages to dance around the kitchen line as well, avoiding the non-volley zone. Don't forget, if you volley that ball in pickleball, even after the ball's bounced a second time, you must avoid the non-volley zone. Because even the smallest toe in there will mean you lose the points if you can't arrest your momentum. Yeah, nice looping top spin shot from Marshall behind Andy Hill, who'd encroached into the centre of the court, left a lot of space behind him. Marshall tells Hill he was there, but Hill just not able to position his body to make amends. Nice from Marshall, just halting the progress of Hill. Hill looking to come forward as quickly as possible. Marshall places that ball at his toes, creating a half volley situation for Hill, which is difficult to control from the mid-court. Yeah, nice power from Hill and Marshall there.
All stemmed from a great return from Hill, right on the baseline. Their thirds of them just popping up. 2 smashes from one side. Oh, oh. Net cord.
Yeah, the net tape coming to the aid of Marshall and Hill there. So it's actually 4-0 to Hill and Marshall, make that 5-0. And that's 6-0, so in no time at all, Nathan Hill and Ian Marshall have accelerated to 6. Hill and Nick Mannis just need to stop this onslaught by trying to put that ball into the kitchen, like Nick Manis does there with the aid of the net tape, but nevertheless, that's the strategy, Simon Farr.
For the team B, my apologies, viewers, for getting the score completely around the wrong way, as two lots of hills, and I chose the wrong one.
Serve goes long from Andy Hill and cannot afford to waste opportunities like that.
What did you say, Nick?
Serves returns in third.
That's the one. Non-scoring side out.
That ball's going long from Ian Marshall. Nick Manis plays it on that awkward backhand side. Again, Nick Manis just stretching for that with that double-handed backhand slice. So it's 8-0 here. Now we've only had one pickle all weekend. One duck egg, one donuts, 1-0 all weekend. Are we about to get our second? Will this be another bagel, Simon Farr?
Oh, I was waiting for the bagel. That's going to be mine, Nick.
It was there for Nathan Hill on the punch volley. Just didn't penetrate through it with enough speed. And for the second time, Andy Hill is not able to get his serve in. And Andy Hill and Nick Manis have been wasteful here.
Two non-scoring side out. You can't afford to have that at this level.
Not if you want to get through to the latter stages of the competition. And that serve goes wide too.
This is the one thing when I have zero scoring side out, so I won't get the score wrong.
True. Very true, Simon. Although I'm sure
I'm
you'll try.
I'm trying to find the positive in anything, Nick, if I can. There we go. My index finger is still not being needed.
So, 8-0. And it's almost like Nick Manis and Andy Hill don't want to score at all. That's not, yeah, nicely put away by Nick Manis, who punches a cross-court volley. Marshall tries to cover on the left-hand side, but not quite able to do so. That's wide by Nick Manis. So finally, Simon, your index finger is brought into action.
Yeah, I had a bit of cramp actually. I had to go and limber up.
So, can Andy Hill and Nick Manis get off the mark? They can. 1 point for Andy Hill and Nick Manis. They avoid the bagel. Who was even mentioning bagels in the first place?
Well, Nick, I hate to tell you this, but I've said nothing about scores.
Still feels very comfortable though for Nathan Hill and Ian Marshall. Not really having to go through the gears too much here to secure victory, it seems. Nice defence by Marshall. So 2 points from victory.
That slice return again. McManus can't quite deal with it. Just doesn't get low enough to pull back.
That ball's called out by Nathan Hill. McManus frustrated, but it's game point, match point here. Look at the slice return. And the drive from Ian Marshall is absolutely wonderful. What a way to secure victory. Definitely the highlights of that game. Ian Marshall, great forehand drive from the backspin of Nick Mannis. Now, coming up next, if you thought that was exciting, wait till you see this. You will not want to miss this game. We've got Chris.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax, less taxing.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Welcome back to the Tournated Basingstoke Pickleball Cup here, live from the Hampshire Court Hotel. And we've got an absolute thrilling spectacle in line for you here on the show courts. As two of the top teams in the senior men's division. Lockhorns, Richard Basford and Stu Stimpson. First time we've seen Stu Stimpson this weekend, taking on Chris Freilink and Rupert Robinson. And joining me in the comms box for the duration of this game, and hopefully many more as well, is Rob Adams. Rob, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nick. Pleasure to be here as always. What a humdinger of a match this is going to be. These are four very well-established pickleball players, particularly at this 50-plus level. So I'm expecting to see some fairly long rallies and some pretty hard hitting.
Yeah, Stu Stimpson and Chris Freilink especially like to speed that ball up at every opportunity. Stu Stimpson with ball in hand at the top of your screen. Chris Freilink returning serve there. Rupert Robinson on the non-striking side. So interesting to see who gains the early ascendancy here. Stu Stimpson would have adapted to conditions, not played yesterday. He's already played a group game this morning or earlier on. Great recovery, there's the speed up, there's the fire from Basford, that just goes long. Freilink, more akin to a dodgeball player than a pickleball player there, Rob.
Yeah, definitely very well avoided by Chris there, just over the shoulder. And as you say, Nick, we've seen some very hard-hitting action already, plenty of speeds up. This is another very wild hands back as Freilink just clips the top of the net there.
Speed up was going long from Robinson. Basford played it into out forehand, cross-court speed up's a shot that's rarely played in pickleball, Rob, that diagonal speed up when both players are at the kitchen line.
Yeah, you don't usually see that. It tends to give the player who's receiving the speed up a bit more time to see the ball, and it can open up the team who speeds the ball up. Not put them doing the ascendancy there. I've been very impressed with how Rupert Robinson's been playing here. He's been controlling the ball nicely. He's been resetting particularly well from the mid-court, which has been giving Robinson and Freilink the advantage here at 3-0.
Freilink and Robinson choosing to stack. Just deploying the short stack there on the return of serve. So early exchanges favouring Robinson and Freilink here. Nice defence, nice rescue from Freilink. And Stimpson watched that ball fall out. So nice defences by Richard Basford there at the kitchen line.
Still seeing Robinson attempt to reset that ball. So I think it's been particularly impressive here. A terrific cross-court dinking from him also. Just as Basford attempts to change direction there and head that ball towards Freilink, just clipping the top of the net. It's a very early lead for Robinson and Freilink here at 4-0-2.
There's the power from Stimpson. The ball very much in the zone for him to put away, but it's Stimpson who powers his way through the overhead forehand. So I feel like Stimpson and Basford will want to trouble the scoreboard here and get off 0. Try and build some momentum. Stimpson tries the mid-court speed up. It's a shot that Stimpson likes to deploy, and he disguises it nicely on most occasions. The speed up, but now just get the ball over the net there. The ball goes long, so they do get a point, Rob.
Yeah, they're off the mark there. I'm wondering if Bashford and Stimpson should be looking to try and slow this match down a little bit. As we, what a great poach that was there from Stimpson, just as I said that.
I can guarantee you this, Rob, Stimpson will not look to slow this down in the slightest. He's one of the players on the UK tour that speeds up at every given opportunity. ATP from Richard Basford. It's showtime here at the Tournated Pickleball Cup live from the Hampshire Port Hotel. Richard Basford waits and he plays it on the backhand side, Rob Adams.
Terrific shot there from Basford. I'm so impressed with how he managed to get that ball. It was so low on the floor for him to even be able to get a paddle on it, let alone it round the net. Terrific play from Richard Basford.
And as I was mentioning previously, even from an impossible mid-court position, Stimpson tries to speed up. So Robinson and Freiling can look out for that, because that strategy won't change from Stimpson.
I'm not surprised with the experience of Stimpson and Basford. They've managed to get it back to 4-all pretty quickly. As you say, Stimpson looking for those speed-ups. Virtually every shot he hits.
Slice return from Basford goes long.
I like that variation though from Basford, giving Robinson and Freiling a different look at the net as that ATP from Freiling just goes wide. Yeah, I've been very impressed with how Freiling and Robinson have been playing. Freiling, more of the aggressor. He's stacking on the right-hand side, and Robinson...
Richard Basford, sorry to interrupt, Rob, but Richard Basford is pulling out all of the shots here. One on the backhand, now on the forehand, piercing the partnership of Robinson and Freiling.
Just moved Robinson from side to side there, making it very difficult for him to get the ball back. As we see that lob from Basford just go long. Just caught a little bit unaware down the forehand side.
It's a net wriggler. It's a net worm. The Franklin X40 has tickled the top of the Franklin net and decided it wanted to stay there for an inordinate amount of time before bouncing. Richard Basford just coming over to the comms box there to see if we had any advice. What was the advice we give him, Rob?
I think you said hit more ATPs. Which is a pretty bold statement of advice there. I think what we've been saying is that Basford and Stimpson probably need to look to reset the ball from the mid-court rather than looking to try and attack the ball, just so give themselves an opportunity to get into the kitchen and then hopefully look at speeding that ball up.
It's a great smash from Richard Basford. Prepares himself nice and early, then powers that ball in a straight line down back behind Robinson. So manages to control the backhand volley aerially, keep it in play, possibly going long though, Rob, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it looked like that backhand overhead from Basford was probably going out the back of the court, but Robinson unsure, so he hits it, unfortunately to no avail.
Rare error off the paddle of Freilink there. The consistent Freilink just puts that ball into the net. So 2 points of difference here. Oh, Richard Basford went for the big drive. Narrowly misses out by inches. Nice deep return from Freilink, Rob.
Straight on the baseline there, skimming off the line. Freilink particularly good from the back of the court with his powerful serves and his top spin returns.
The speed up from Freilink, put away by Stimpson.
Stimpson sat on that ball very well. He anticipated it nicely. Could see that Freilink's backswing was bigger.
Great reset, Freilink. Yeah, Freilink with the brilliant reset, then the speed up, catching Basford unaware. It's great play from Chris Freilink.
Yeah, he's really asserting his authority in this match. As I say that, his forehand goes long. We're back out to a Stimpson and Basford serve at 6-9.
That ball just goes wide from Freilink, and again, Basford just controls the dinking exchange. Robinson looks to speed up on the diagonal. Really not the best play for Robinson to make.
Really like that play from Richard Basford. Just trying to slow that ball down, just trying to get him and his partner into the kitchen.
Oh, Freilink does the hard work and scraps the easy work. Manages to rescue that ball, and Stimpson and Basford are on a roll.
They look pretty confident at 8-9-1. They're not driving those thirds, and they're resetting very nicely.
Basford plays a delightful drop into the kitchen. Robinson pops it up. Stimpson, rabbit in the headlights moment, sends it long on the volley. So, critical rally coming up. Net roller, not rescued by Rupert Robinson.
Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle, stands for Carbon Abrasion Surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction, great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is gonna take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
Yeah, pop up from spur. And they get the job done themselves. Yes, they God. ATP.
Slightly guilty. Obviously, the thing is that you should target that injured player, but
ATP pages of this group counter. What a drive!
So part of me is surprised as Reynoso hammers.
Helping them out in relation to their teamwork. Look at the power though. Look, 13.92. And Callum Clark tries the lob. Yeah, well played, Lauren. These chaps are representing Tournated here. The first time a PickleB event. Marshall changes the play up, and then the put away.
It is too. Oh.
Unscoring side outs in a row. Them and their opponents, so would have expected a victory. Well, Basford and Reynoso would have been the favourites there, but yeah, pop up from Spur, tries the lob. Yeah, well played, Lauren. Look at that from Nathan Hill, just
From Reynoso again on that previous point.
pop up from Spur. And can they get the job done themselves? Yes, they can. Rod. ATP.
Opponents feel slightly guilty. Obviously, the thing is that you should target that injured player, but
ATP stages of this group encounter. What a drive!
So, part of me is surprised as Reynoso hammers.
Helping them out in relation to their teamwork. Look at the power though. Look, definitely 13.92. And Callum Clark tries the lob. Yeah, well played, Lauren. These chaps are representing Tournated here. The first time a PickleB event. Marshall changes the play up, and then the put away.
It is too. Oh.
Unscoring side outs in a row. Them and their opponents, so would have expected a victory. Well, Basford and Reynoso would have been the favourites there, but yeah, pop up from Spur, tries the lob. Yeah, well played, Lauren. Yeah, look at that from Nathan Hill. Just
from Reynoso again on that previous point.
Welcome back to the Tournated Pickleball Cup here from Basingstoke at the Hampshire Court Hotel. We're looking forward to another game in our senior men's doubles featuring Richard Basford and Stu Simpson again. They take on a new partnership to the show court, Andrew Unwin and Andy Elliott. Andrew Unwin and Andy Elliott just seemingly struggling at this level so far today, having played 2 and lost 2. So they'll be hoping to make a difference here and see if they can get a win under their belts. But they are playing at this level for the first time. So it'll be Unwin and Elliott at the top of your screen. Andrew Unwin wearing the blue top, Stimpson and Basford at the bottom of your screen. And Rob, what can you tell us about Elliott and Unwin?
These are 2 very established pickleball players, mainly playing usually in the 60+ category. As you say, playing down in age and up a level, so naturally it's going to be a bit difficult for them. Andy Elliott, a very good table tennis player, and Andy Unwin, a very good badminton-based player. So we will probably see some fast hands from them, but some more softer shots from the back of the court. They're definitely going to be looking to play a third shot drop and then utilising their dinks around the kitchen.
Yeah, that's a great response from Andy Elliott. The speed up from Basford just leaves the gap between him and his partner Stimpson, and Elliott's able to exploit the space in between there. It's a great pickup from Richard Basford because Andy Unwin had put the ball into a nice spot there on the third shot and just sends that ball long on the 5th. So early exchanges here. It's Unwin and Unwin and Elliott who set their stall out from the offset.
I think it would be interesting to see how Unwin and Elliott deal with perhaps the eventual drives of Basford and Stimpson. Just a great hands there from Elliott. He was off balance, right up in the armpit, and manages to get his paddle not only on it, but down towards the feet of Basford.
Lovely drop from Basford. Sends that ball long. ATP attempt from Unwin, defended by Stimpson. Unwin gives Stimpson the teapot as if to say, you've denied me my moment of showtime here on the show court. Nevertheless, great defence by Stimpson. Takes us to 1-1, I think, here.
Andy Unwin very comfortable on the left side of the court, particularly on that backhand dinking. We are going to see some good dinks from Unwin. Most likely some good reset shots, just as we see a loose shot there from Elliott, which is finished off by Stimpson.
Yeah, that third shot efficacy from Elliott and Unwin will need to increase if they're to get towards the finishing line of 11 here. Well, the first thing to note, and I know that ball's gone long, Rob, but the first thing to note is that the reactions of Andy Elliott are as sharp as anybody else we've seen here today.
Yeah, most definitely. As I say, Andy Elliott, a very, very good, well-established table tennis player. Does love fast hands at the kitchen line. Does like to dink as well. As I say, Unwin and Elliott will be less likely to drive the ball from the back. They definitely want to be at the kitchen. It's just whether they can slow the game as Basford and Stimson down.
It's a great reset from Stimson, and then tries the speed up from an impossible position. Did the hard work with the reset. Richard Basford gives it the cricket 6 signal. And so far that was out.
Nice reset play from Unwin there.
Andrew Unwin walks away frustrated with himself, but consistent pressure from Basford. Definitely a forced error as opposed to an unforced one.
We won't see Andy Unwin miss too many of those on the backhand side, I would say.
I've actually played with Andrew Unwin a while back now in the Dragons League in South Wales. So big hello to Kevin McCarthy and the crew down there in South Wales.
Who actually have a Dragons League event on today.
I hope they're enjoying that. Obviously not at the same standard as the competition we've got here for PickleB. The Tournated Pickleball Cup attracting 372 players here this weekend across 19 courts. Powered by Skechers and Franklin.
What a put away that was from Andy Unwin on the overhead, right on the baseline and at the feet of Richard Basford.
That's nice from Basford, who just sits down on that in order to get the overhead angle. Slows himself closer to the floor, bends the knees, able to get above the height of the ball to power that ball back down at Unwin. And again, not for the first time today, we see the class of Basford, the precision, just able to inject the ball between his opponents, find the space, create the angle, and finish the job.
What I really like about Richard Basford's game is the ability for him to be able to play the fast speed ups from the back of the court, but also play that soft game from the back and in and around the kitchen.
That ball's just called out, and in disbelief, Unwin walks away once more. Andrew's wife is a very established pickleball player as well, Sharon. Hands back up, and Basford comes out on top. Again, showing all of the facets of his game here, Richard Basford, as they extend their lead to 3 points. So Richard Basford shots, Stu Stimson takes it, miscommunication in the centre court.
Be interesting now to see at 1-4-1 if Unwin and Elliott are able to trouble the scoreboard here. Some nice reset opportunity there for Elliott. Probably attackable, but decided to go for the reset, which just sails wide. So we are 1-4-2 here. Just as Unwin's third shot drop hits the top of the net cord, doesn't quite go over, so they don't trouble the scoreboard there. So we're 4-1-1.
Yeah, that's nice from Andrew Unwin, who establishes himself at the kitchen line. Great foundation, great base. Gets the angle on the backhand put away.
That's exactly what they've got to do, Nick, to be more successful. Establish themselves at the kitchen. Oh, as we see Stu Stimson there give Andy Unwin the eyes and sends the ball sailing past him on the backhand. That's some great stuff there from Stimson. He's pleased with that.
Basford just caught mid-court there. Remarks to himself that he's lazy. Knows that he should have made more progress towards the kitchen line. Yeah, that's a great dink from Richard Basford. Curls that ball, curves the ball, puts a lot of side spin on it and top spin, and it just moves away from Elliott.
Like the deception that Basford put on that dink, it looked like he was going to hit it straight towards Unwin. But then managed to curl it cross court. It didn't really give Elliott any space to work with.
Stu Stimpson's got his biceps out, but he might want to think about putting it away again if he's going to play shots like that. That ball goes long from Elliott, so 3-point lead here for Basford and Stimpson. 1 point till the change of ends. Great defence. Swing and a miss. Disguise maybe. Was it a disguise by Andrew Unwin? Swing and a miss. Strike one. And he's just confirmed it wasn't planned for. So manages to rescue off the second bounce and then put the ball away. But great play from Andrew Unwin.
He'll be telling me that later, that was deliberate.
Great third from Basford into the centre court. Lob shot. Gets the baseline, called in by Unwin. Great point construction from Richard Basford. Sees them get to 6 first. So at the change of ends, seems to me that Unwin and Elliott have done all of their best work on the serve of Basford and Stimpson, and that's the reason for the point difference.
Yeah, completely agree with you there, Nick. They've been playing really well, resetting the ball nicely around the kitchen line, looking for those speed ups. Just unable to trouble the scoreboard probably as much as they would have liked when they're serving on their own. I think that's probably down to some errors regarding the third shot drop and just establishing themselves at the kitchen line.
I think that drive's going long by Stimpson. If you're volleying that ball at shoulder high, Simon Farr will tell you, shoulder high, let it fly. And that ball definitely going long there from Stimpson. So it's a bit of a freebie at the start of the second half of this game. And talking about freebies, you buy one, you get one free, because Andrew Unwin has just sent that ball long as well, and he'll be reeling with frustration again after that one. Top edge behind the wicket keeper, all the way to the boundary for 6. So Basford and Stimpson at the turn of ends have won 3 points in a row, and you have to say, Rob, they haven't done a lot to deserve it.
Well, it's been a couple of errors from Unwin and Elliott. We see a nice backhand there from Unwin, despite it being on Elliott's forehand.
And when you're under pressure sometimes, the best thing you can do is just get the basics right. Speed up from Stimpson again. You know, if you're fairly new to pickleball, trying to speed up when the ball's in that kitchen below the height of the knee is a real difficult skill set. It's a low percentage shot. And again, Stimpson perhaps could have waited for the ATP opportunity, but looked to burst his way across the kitchen.
Liking that Unwin and Elliott are managing to establish themselves across that kitchen line. They're being
great hands, and Basford casually tags Elliot right into the stomach. Takes a little bit of power off it, being the gentleman that he is, but sniper-like just pierces that ball into the midriff of Elliot.
nice top, yeah, that was worse.
Andrew Unwin playing with the 19mm paddle. Just sends that ball long.
To see if we can, Elliot and Unwin were able to get the serve back here.
Great effort to rescue that ball, but nice power from Unwin there. So, non-scoring side out. Opportunity knocks for Elliot and Unwin here to trouble the scoreboard. Can they close this gap, get themselves back into this game? Nice in the mid-court from Elliot.
Like Elliot's hands, as I say, very strong table tennis background. Won't be afraid to speed the ball up if you think it can be, as we see Unwin just catch the top of the net and it dribble into the kitchen. So we are at 5-9-2 now.
Basford just sends that ball on. Great speed ups from Andrew Unwin, not once but twice there. Stimpson initially resetting, but Basford not able to defend. So 3-point game here, and there's a mini comeback happening on the show court.
Super work there from Andy Unwin to be able to reset that ball.
Nice footwork, great scramble defence. Not on the second occasion from Unwin. Great footwork from Stimpson. Just earns his way across the kitchen. Penetrates that ball towards the baseline. Scramble defence by Elliot and Unwin. Not quite able to stay in the rally though. Frustration for Unwin again. The ball catches, the tape skids off. So match point here, Basford and Stimpson. Can they get the job done first time of asking?
Great.
Net roll, ATP from Andy Elliott. Elliott frustrated with himself there, missing a third, so second scoring opportunity here. That ball's nicely left by Basford, so Unwin and Elliott have saved 2 match points. Here's the third match point now for Stimpson and Basford.
Really liking Unwin and Elliott's tenacity here. They're not giving up. They're doing their best to keep themselves in these rallies.
Yeah, great speed up from Stimpson. Catches Unwin sleeping, and that is the game. Richard Basford and Stuart Stimpson walk away successful, but Elliott and Unwin will be infused by their performance, doing all their best work on the serve of Basford and Stimpson, but ultimately the experience and class of Basford and Stimpson shines through. And if you haven't caught enough of Richard Basford and Stu Stimpson, stay with us, because for the third time in a row they will remain on show court, and I know that pleases everybody at home when Basford produces ATPs like that. They'll be taking on Tim Gill and Bahanu Bawija. Join us after this short break.
Without a technical director, small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, encounter numerous challenges, including poor technology decisions, inefficiencies, and costly errors. Teams may lack direction, leading to delays and accumulating technical debt. Without strategic oversight, SMEs risk falling behind competitors and missing out on growth opportunities. To address these challenges, ICTO offers a fractional technical director service. This approach provides high-level technical leadership without the financial burden of a full-time hire. Startups and SMEs benefit from strategic guidance on software architecture, product development, and technology roadmaps while maintaining manageable expenses. Our extensive experience enables companies to avoid potential pitfalls and accelerate their growth. An ICTO fractional director brings scalable technology strategies and enhances team development without disrupting daily operations. By evaluating technology stacks, streamlining processes, and mentoring in-house teams, we improve efficiency and long-term stability. Our external perspective helps identify issues that internal teams may overlook. ICTO provides flexibility and agility, which are essential for navigating rapidly evolving markets. Companies can adjust our involvement based on project requirements, funding rounds, or significant strategic shifts. With our expert guidance, businesses make informed technical decisions, mitigate risks, and maintain their competitiveness. ICTO, here when you need it.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Welcome back to the Tournated Pickleball Cup here live on Basingstoke at the Hampshire Court Hotel. Next up on court, we've got another men's doubles open game in our senior division, featuring Stu Stimpson and Richard Basford again, and they're taking on Tim Gill, who's wearing the red shorts on your screen, and Bahanu Brawasia, who's all in blue and part of the seemingly growing Ace Academy club. So Stimpson and Basford will be looking to win this one to advance through to the semi-finals, as will Brawasia and Gill. They've only lost one game today, similar to Basford and Stimpson, so both teams just with one defeat in the group stages, both teams with aspirations of progressing through. And joining me up on comms for this game is Georgie Gert. Georgie, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nick. Very pleased to be back again. I think this will be a good game that we've got ahead.
It's good to have you back. And the senior men's double open is just beginning to hot up, where all of a sudden not only does every game matter, but every point matters here. Race to 11, win by 1. We've already seen quite a lot of Stimpson and Basford today. We know what they're all about. It's our first look at Tim Gill and Bahanu Brawasia. What can you tell us about those players, Georgie?
So I don't know Tim Gill that well, but I have played Bahanu Brawasia quite a lot. Very good player, very quick reactions, strong drive, strong in the net as well. So he's got the whole skill set. And I'm sure we'll see it all in play in this game.
Stu Stimpson, just spoke to him after the end of the last game. He's suffering with an illness somewhat, so concentration levels not quite there. He's taking some medication in between matches to try and arrest his decline in health. So we'll see how he fares during this game. That ball goes long from Gill.
Good call from Stu Stimpson there, just missing that baseline.
Tim Gill sat on that, was expecting the speed up from Stimpson, and just poked the volley back into the kitchen with pace. So the exchanges are a little bit back and forth. That just goes long from Basford, who was a fraction of a second late on that. The left hand of Tim Gill, meaning that the partnership of Brawasia and Gill have got 4 hands down the centre, so Basford and Stimpson will be looking to exploit the outer wings of the court here. Although, Georgie, sometimes with 2 forehands down the middle it can cause some confusion.
Yes, absolutely. I know all about that. My mixed partner is left-handed, so the main thing is communicating with your partner, knowing whose role it is to take that middle shot. I think it's much more important in gender doubles.
Stu Stimpson defends so well. That ball catches the baseline, but then misses the easy put-away volley. And second time in a row, Stimpson just puts the ball into the net off the volley. So uncharacteristic errors from Stimpson. Nice serve from Brawasia. And that's a great speed up from Tim Gill. Stimpson not expecting that.
Very high velocity game, seeing a lot of drives from the back, big drives at the net. Wonder if either side is going to decide to take it down a notch, do a bit more drops and dinks, but doesn't seem to be happening yet.
That battle's won by Basford and Stimpson simply because their court positioning. Boasia and Gill standing 2 metres away from the kitchen line, whereas Stimpson and Basford established at the kitchen line, making their volleys easier. This time it's Stimpson that gets caught in the transition zone.
Great attack there, right to the feet of Stimpson. Really hard shot to get back. And again, targeting those feet of Stimpson, forcing the error.
Into out forehand by Boasia is nice and accurate. Clear communication with his partner Gill. So it's Boasia and Gill in the ascendancy. Gill just not able to reset that ball. So second scoring opportunity. Bahana Boasia here. And this time Basford just pierces the volley into the net. So that's 3 unforced errors from Basford and Stimpson at the kitchen line, volleying the ball into the net. Will that prove costly? Short race to 11, make that 4 unforced errors at the kitchen line. So very quickly, Boasia and Gill get to 6, and it's a turn of ends. And Georgie, seems like Stimpson and Basford just need to cut out those unforced errors.
Completely agree. I think they just need to take it down a notch, maybe take a little bit of power out their shots, try and focus a bit more on the placement of the ball rather than volleying it back really hard to the feet of their opponents. They might see a bit more luck if they try that tactic in this half of the game.
Basford and Stimpson utilising all of their experience here. We've just left the court for 60 seconds just to possibly refuel, re-energise, re-strategise before reintroducing themselves to the show court. So through all that interruption, just halt the momentum of Boasia and Gill. They're on second serve here, so it feels like a big rally. And the net cord comes to the aid of Stimpson and Basford right when they needed it. So crucial side out here. And it's an unreturned serve by Gill. So already utilising their experience of stepping off court has come to fruition. Well, that's weak from Stimpson, and clearly those health issues are just playing on his mind slightly, it seems.
Great call from Boasia there. It's flying out.
Great communication from behind Boasia. Gill was about to volley that. Boasia early and decisive. ATP from Tim Gill. It's showtime here at the Tournated Pickleball Cup. Tim Gill from behind the body plays the reverse backhand ATP that catches the line. Tim Gill with one of the most extraordinary ATPs we've seen all weekend.
What a cheeky little smile there for a bit, and then full focus back on the game.
That's a really nice dink from Boasia. The placement critical in his success there. And Stimpson and Basford are just struggling somewhat. But once again, just when you need a little bit of luck, you can rely on the Franklin nets to come to your aid.
Looks like the net cords are on the side of Stimpson and Basford today in this game. Looks like we're seeing a slightly softer game from their side, especially Stimpson. A few more drops and angled dinks rather than driving the balls as we were seeing earlier on in the game. Bit of a change of tactic maybe. try and gain a few more points.
Top edge on the aerial volley from Richard Basford. Nice point construction from Brazier and Gill there. Non-score inside out. So 3 points from victory here for Brazier and Gill. Third shot just catches the net. So second scoring opportunity. Brazier and Gill, 3 points from victory here. 3 points from securing potential spots in our semi-finals. 2 groups of 5 players, only 2 teams go through. It's nice from Basford. Now, Stimpson and Basford, what can you do here? 6 point differential. Nice drive from Stimpson. Gill just not able to defend against it, possibly looking to do too much rather than block volleying the advances. So this time from Stimpson, it's wild. It's very wild. It's roaring wild, and it's out.
Yeah, you sense a bit of frustration creeping in now, a bit of caginess at this point in the game. Everyone's feeling a bit tired.
Yeah, just mistakes are plenty here. And that was popped up from Basford, nicely put away by Gill, who looks a lot more comfortable on his backhand side than he does on his forehand. That's an absolutely unbelievable cross-court dink from Richard Basford. Enormous amount of topspin, close to the net. The ball bounces and just jets away into the sponsor hoardings here. Richard Basford showing moments of absolute brilliance today here in our open men's division of the senior category.
Completely agree. I don't think I've ever seen someone put that much spin on a ball. That was almost impossible to return, I'd say.
Just like that shot is. Great play from Tim Gill. Great angle, great depth. And it's Richard Basford who can't return the third. So, 2 points from victory here for Brazier and Gill. So, non-score inside out, and Brazier and Gill are just finding it difficult, Georgie, to get over the line here.
I agree. They had a lot of momentum at the beginning of the game. Now that the pressure of being close to that important 11 is creeping nearer, you're sensing a few more unforced errors here. I think we could see Basford and Stimpson get a few more points as that sets in.
Tim Gill, as casual as you like, opens his body up and puts the forehand straight down the line behind the forehand side of Stimpson. Without any fuss at all, Richard Basford just catches the net cord there without any fuss as well. So 4 points of difference now George, and I can definitely sense a shift here.
I completely agree. And I think Basford and Stimpson, they're veterans of the sport. They know just to take it 1 point at a time, chip away. And before you know it, you're back in this game, and that's what we're seeing right now.
And from 9-2 down, we're now at 9-6. Gill and Boasia have a conversation. Temperature just heats up slightly. Diagonal drive from Stimpson targeting Gill. So 2 points the difference now, and Stimpson and Basford have woke up. Great return from Gill, and that's the difference right there. The ability to return into a position which makes the third shot difficult. So, Boasia and Gill have had 3 non-scoring side-outs, been stuck on 9 for quite a while. And they stay stuck on 9 for the first of 2 scoring opportunities. They won't want 4 non-scoring side-outs.
Yeah, I think we saw a bit of indecision there from Gill. That might have just
Gill just doing the right thing here, keeping the ball in play.
Oh!
But it's an Ernie from Stu. Stimpson jumps across the non-volley zone, pokes the volley down towards the feet of Tim Gill. It is 4 non-scoring side-outs for Gill and Boasia. So Stimpson and Basford are all of a sudden within 1 point of Boasia and Gill here.
They've done so well. They've just chipped away, kept that serve moving back round again and again. Kept Gill and Boasia stuck on 9. And they might just be able to go all the way if they can stay in this game.
Richard Basford jogs all the way down to the opposite side of the court here, frustrated with himself. The ATP was there, just misses out. So, second scoring opportunity, 1 point difference. Can they complete the comeback and draw level here? Net cord. Speed up. Put away by Basford. The fortune favours the brave. The brave was Stimpson. The finisher was Basford, and we're tied at 9-9. Georgie Gert.
What a comeback. I have to say the net has been on their side this game. But we've seen a real resurgence here, especially Stimpson. You could tell early in the game he's feeling a bit ill, feeling a bit worn out. He's really putting all the energy in now to try and win this game back. And is that 10-9?
It's match point. Miscommunication between Boasia and Gill brings up match point for Stimpson and Basford. A wry smile on the face of Richard Basford, the Don of Pickleball. But Stimpson is wasteful. First match point gone. So, 5th scoring opportunity on serve here. Had 4 non-scoring side-outs, have been stuck on 9 the last 4 rotations, but no longer, because Stimpson, after doing all of the hard work, puts the ball into the net. So, after saving a match point, they've now got their own match point on first server.
Players confirming that it's win by 1 point in this game. Added pressure.
Stimpson on the defence. It was Boasia making advances to the kitchen line, looking to penetrate the ball and win the match, but Stimpson's got other ideas. Second match point.
Such a pivotal point in this game. Oh my
and
goodness.
Stimpson's placement. Stimpson, last 2 points have saved the day, saved 2 match points. Now they've got the second match point of their own.
Absolutely incredible from Stimpson. Really redeemed himself. And you can feel that momentum now from the side of Stimpson and Basford.
High drama, high stakes. Net cord again. Speed up. Defended by Basford. And Stu Stimpson seals the deal. Look at the delight. Look at the cuddle. It's a big bear hug and a tap on the bottom from Stimpson to Richard Basford. Tim Gill and Bahano Boasia must be left wondering how they were stuck on 9 for so long when they had 2 match points of their own, defended by Stimpson and Basford. And the comeback of all comebacks is complete. Stimpson and Basford get the job done. Congratulations to them. Commiserations to the spirited Boasia and Gill. We'll be back with more action and news of who has qualified through to the semi-finals in our men's senior doubles draw right after this short break. Yeah, pop up from Spur. And can they get the job done themselves? Yes, they can. Rod. ATP.
Opponents feel slightly guilty. Obviously, the thing is that you should target that injured player, but
ATP stages of this group encounter. What a drive!
So, part of me is surprised as Reynoso hammers.
Helping them out in relation to their teamwork. Look at the power though. Look, definitely 13-9-2. And Callum Clark tries the lob. Yeah, well played, Lauren. These chaps are representing Tournated here. The first time a PickleB event. Marshall changes the play up and then the put away.
It is too. Oh.
Unscoring side outs in a row. Them and their opponents. So would have expected a victory. Well, Basford and Reynoso would have been the favourites there, but yeah, pop up from Spur, tries the lob. Yeah, well played, Lauren. Look at that from Nathan Hill, just
from Reynoso again on that previous point.
To develop a better tennis string, then a better racket, then a better ball. But it's transformed into a story beyond our wildest dreams. Out of our passion for racket sports grew a desire to innovate and redefine the game. Then came Pickleball, a phenomenon that ignited our purpose. Shaping the industry became our mission, but it led to so much more. Diadem isn't just about redefining sports equipment, it's about empowering you, our players, to lead healthier lives, form friendships that transcend borders and backgrounds, and to get out and play. Pickleball enables us to do what we do best, innovate. But Diadem inspires much more because it's not about the brand, it's about the individuals who bring it to life. Our success isn't tallied in paddles and rackets sold, but in smiles brought to players' faces and the relentless pursuit of improvement. At Diadem, our purpose is simple. We live to unlock experiences. We live to compete not just against opponents, but against friends, families, rivals, and heroes alike. At Diadem, we live for one more game, one more shot, one more moment in this story we are writing together. Welcome to Diadem, where we live to play.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration, but getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Yeah, pop up from Spur. And can they get the job done themselves? Yes, they can. Rod. ATP.
Opponents feel slightly guilty. Obviously, the thing is that you should target that injured player, but
ATP stages of this group encounter. What a drive!
So, part of me is surprised as Reynoso hammers.
Helping them out in relation to their teamwork. Look at the power though. Look, definitely 13-9-2. And Callum Clark tries the lob. Yeah, well played, Lauren. These chaps are representing Tournated here. The first time a PickleB event. Marshall changes the play up, and then the put away.
It is too. Oh.
On scoring side outs in a row. Them and their opponents. So would have expected a victory. Well, Basford and Reynoso would have been the favourites there, but yeah, pop up from Spur, tries the lob. Yeah, well played, Lauren. Look at that from Nathan Hill, just
from Reynoso again on that previous point.
Pop up from Spur. And can they get the job done themselves? Yes, they can. Rod. ATP.
Opponents feel slightly guilty. Obviously, the thing is that you should target that injured player, but
ATP stages of this group encounter. What a drive!
So, part of me is surprised as Reynoso hammers.
Helping them out in relation to their teamwork. Look at the power though. Look, definitely 13-9-2. And Callum Clark tries the lob. Yeah, well played, Lauren. These chaps are representing Tournated here. The first time a PickleB event. Marshall changes the play up, and then they put away.
It is too. Oh.
Unscoring side outs in a row. Them and their opponents. So would have expected a victory. Well, Basford and Reynoso would have been the favourites there, but yeah, pop up from Spur, tries the lob. Yeah, well played, Lauren. Look at that from Nathan Hill. Just
from Reynoso again on that previous point.
Welcome back to the Tournated Basingstoke Pickleball Cup here, live from the Hampshire Court Hotel for PickleB.co.uk and Pickleball events, creating pickleball opportunities for all here in the UK. Sponsored by Skechers and Franklin, supported by Obsbots, in association with the Pickleball store. Pleased to be able to bring you the men's doubles semi-final of our 50 plus category, our senior players qualifying through to the semi-finals. On the show court here, we'll get to view Mark Johnson and Paul Chard as they take on Richard Basford and Stu Stimpson. But on court 2, we can see Robinson and Freilink taking on Hill and Marshall. So those are the 4 teams who have progressed through here. Joining me in the comms box for this one is Scott Mayo. Scott, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. It's lovely to be back. Nice to see I was able to make the cut. I passed the initial test. Really looking forward to this one. Mark Johnson, one of the people I play with in Wales, and an incredible semi-final. I think I'm really looking forward to this. An excellent standard all round. I've been watching this court already this afternoon, so can't wait to watch and chat a little bit in between too.
That's a great speed up from Stu Stimpson. Just catches the top edge of Chard's paddle. And as we've already seen this afternoon from Stimpson, he's got that ability to speed up from unlikely positions and just catch you unaware. And I think they'll be targeting Paul Chard for that as the match goes on. Race to 11 here, win by 2. Great defences by Basford, rescued by Mark Johnson. Basford keeps Johnson back, Stimpson brings Chard forwards. Nice put away from Paul Chard, great rescue by Mark Johnson, who, Scott, you were referencing off air a minute ago. One of the reasons that you're playing pickleball today.
Yeah, Mark was one of the first people that I sort of came across in the sport, and took me under his wing really early on, and I've tried to learn so much from him, and as you can see, he's definitely one of those players you want to learn from. He's so calm and fantastic on the court, and such a skilled player too.
And there we see the speed up from Stimpson for the second time already. This time Basford speeds up, defended by Johnson. And that ball's just called wide by Chard. So I think we're going to replay that point, maybe. Mark Johnson, full of integrity, really honest player. Just letting Basford and Stimpson know they didn't see it, but the call come from Chard there, not Johnson. And that's just poked the bear somewhat, Scott.
Yeah, a little bit of fire early on, and I think that's what we want to see on a Sunday afternoon. And if they weren't up for this game before, I think they're all going to be up for it now. So let's see what this brings.
There's a clear strategy here. There's clear intent behind the game of Simpson and Basford. Speed up on Paul Chard.
For sure. Probably going to try and isolate Mark a little bit out of this game. And from what I know of Mark, just out there, what I know of Mark, I mean, his touch at the kitchen is absolutely phenomenal. So that's where he's going to want to be. And I think it's going to be up to Paul to try and slow that down, bring them into the kitchen, and see if they can play the game at the pace and the level that they want to.
The players just confirming the score again here. It's 4-0-2. Okay. You're not going to get any joy speeding up against Johnson. That Mark Johnson's back catalogue of various sporting abilities will just mean that any speed up that comes his way is more than equipped to deal with.
Yeah, rumour has it, and the rumours are coming from me, that he's getting more and more interested in this new sport called paddle. So we're going to have to do something to make sure we keep a hold of him too, because any racket sport he seems he wants to be a part of.
Mark Johnson showing his humorous side there, just calling ball sometime after the ball had been hit out. Yeah, Mark Johnson, we were referencing earlier, represented Wales for squash, England for Rackleton, Great Britain for Rackleton as well. Is there no racket sport that this man can't play? No paddle.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to get to that level in paddle too. He's just an absolute delight, and he's got some of the greatest hands. Whenever I try speed up against him, I end up just not bothering. It's just incredible hands at the kitchen.
That's nice into out forehand by Basford. And the momentum that Basford and Simpson garnered from their last group game has followed them into this semi-final as it currently stands. That's going in. What a rescue from Chard. Great reset from Chard. The ATP attempt from Johnson just not quite hit hard enough. That goes wide of the sideline, but great scramble defence, Scott.
Incredible defence. It was always looking in that lob, and incredible just to even get that ball back and continue the punt for a few more shots. But definitely on the ascendancy here, and I think, like you referenced just a few moments ago, the confidence that they would have had from coming down in that previous game they played, and to win it, I believe 11-9 or 11-10. You can really sort of see that in their game at the moment. A lot of confidence, and I think they're just going to put the foot on the pedal and keep going at this point. Why not?
Yeah, great drive from Basford, just takes them to 6 and the change of ends. Chard and Johnson just need to defend the speed up capabilities of Stimpson, get that ball bounce in the kitchen and engage Basford and Stimpson. Stimpson in particular in a dinking rally and exchange. That was called out by Mark Johnson himself. So at the change of ends, it is Basford and Stimpson who, like Scott suggested, have just kept their foot on the pedal.
That point there just shows where they do need to be. Like you said, Stimpson is going to look to speed up from everywhere, but that can mean that mistakes can happen. So if they can just get them into the kitchen, maybe not always like that, but again, I think that's where they're going to see maybe a bit more success. So we'll see if they can get them around that area.
If all else fails, just rely on Lady Luck. It's nice deep forehand by Basford. Good footwork by Chard to get to the kitchen line. And Johnson and Chard have made their way forward. But clever play from Basford just continuously puts the pressure on the Chard backhand dink. Chard just not up to scratch there.
Yeah, great pressure from Basford in the entirety of that point there, just starting with some very, very deep rolls all the way back onto the service line, and it just felt like he continued to keep that pressure on even at the kitchen too, so excellent play all round.
Ball just goes long from Chard once more. So side out, 6-point gap. Make that a 5-point gap, sorry. And again, Lady Luck favours Johnson and Chard. So Stimpson and Basford playing against Lady Luck, Chard and Johnson at the minute, Scott.
Well, I always believe in making your own luck anyway, so. And I think in a sport like this, it swings and roundabouts, and it'll always come back anyway, either way, so while you've got it, make the most of it.
Paul Chard just been told, not for the first time in this game, that ball was going out off the drive. He plays the volley. So Basford and Stimpson, 3 points on victory here. Pop-up was there off the defence of Chard. Basford not able to counteract.
Just a quick one. Don't know whether it has been mentioned on the stream yet, but have you got any thoughts on Stimpson's shoes, on the footwear?
It's been mentioned off air, but the only thing I would suggest is that Stimpson could probably invest in a pair of Skechers, the Pickleball footwear of choice for Pickleball players here this weekend. But no, it's definitely an interesting choice. We're leaving with those choices. And for the 4th time this game, the net cord just catches Stimpson and Basford on the back foot. So there's a shift here, there's a gear change. Chard not able to reset into the kitchen, and it's shots like that that are the difference at this level, Scott.
Yeah, for sure. Just those resets. But I think what you have to give credit to is Basford and Stimpson is that sort of constant pressure they are putting on with those sort of deep shots.
Oh, Paul Chard defends the speed up. Paul Chard leaves the drive. Paul Chard shows marked improvement in that particular rally, so well played to Chard there. Great court coverage from Mark Johnson, but the speed up from Basford. Just catches Chard off balance again. So 2 points from victory here, 2 points from the final, 2 points from a guaranteed medal for Basford and Stimpson, but they want gold, Scott.
Yeah, you don't come all this way just to play for get the silver. They'll be having their eyes on gold, but not quite yet. What they've got to do is they've got to finish this match off first, and they're getting even closer right now.
And there it is, match point for Basford and Stimpson. Johnson and Chard defend that one. Well, I say defend. They didn't really need to do a lot of defending, Scott, because Stimpson sends that ball wildly long.
I think it's one of the best shots in pickleball is a leave. Be surprising to see actually how many of these balls would be going long. And once you do leave one, I think you do actually then have the confidence and get your eye in terms of actually knowing how many, which ones to leave. So something you can definitely grow into.
Great hands from Basford. And I've heard the shrieks of Nathan Hill in the background. That semi-final is still ongoing. Freiling and Robinson versus Hill. And his partner, whose name has just evaded me, Ian Marshall, of course, it's Ian Marshall. But back to this one, it's second match point for Basford and Stimpson. And Richard Basford leaps through the air like a 16-year-old. Pierces the volley between Johnson and Chard. Success for Stimpson and Basford, who march on into the final, the gold medal match here at the Tournated Pickleball Cup. Commiserations to Chard and Mark Johnson. They go into the bronze medal match, and we're yet to find out who they'll be playing. But stay with us, because after this short break, we'll have that final for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Up in here with Yola Pickleball. This is the new Magnus Lion CAS paddle. Stands for carbon abrasion surface. Carbon abrasion on the surface here. It's a double frame carbon fiber construction. Great for performance, very durable, and it's edgeless, it's lightweight, it's aerodynamic, and it looks the part, I'll tell you what. It's the same elongated shape that I've been playing with since day one. Yola did a great job with really making the hitting zone very forgiving. It has a ton of pop, and it just seems like the hitting zone is very consistent. This paddle is going to take your game to the next level. Go Yola.
IT landscapes are increasingly complex, with evolving security threats and the growing demand for seamless service delivery. A managed IT SIM platform enables businesses to overcome these challenges by streamlining processes, enhancing operational efficiency, strengthening security measures, and providing a scalable, cost-effective approach to IT service management. iCTO helps businesses optimize their managed IT SIM platforms by providing expert guidance, automation, and strategic IT service management solutions, ensuring efficiency, scalability, and enhanced service delivery while reducing costs and downtime. iCTO, here when you need it.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Tell where my head was at when you found me. Me and you went to.
Welcome back to the Tournated Basingstoke Pickleball Cup here for PickleB.co.uk. Didn't realise we were going to be on camera, but as you can see, I'm pleased to say that Lloyd Attrell from the Pickleball store, the legend that is Lloyd Attrell from the Pickleball store, has joined us in the comms box for the final of our men's senior division. Lloyd, I know you're on court this afternoon, so thanks very much for joining us. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. It's been a busy weekend. Great to obviously be here, watch the final. I've not watched much, and I'm court in a minute, so it's going to be a bit of a mishmatch of everything, but looking forward to it. It's going to be a good day, good session. These are some fantastic 50-plus Master Division players, most of which play in the PPL as well, so we've seen these players before and we know they can do damage on the court, which is awesome. And very strange to see yourself in a camera on the other side on the live stream.
Well, fortunately, Lloyd, I'm making you look even better looking than you already are.
No, modest as well, Nick.
Yeah, we're just awaiting the players here on centre court. We're going to have Chris Freilink and Rupert Robinson, who managed to defeat Nathan Hill and Ian Marshall in their semi-final, taking on Rich Basford and Stu Simpson. Format change for the final will mean that players will be playing best of 3 games. First to 11 win by 1. And Lloyd, you were on court yesterday, you were on court later, you've got the Pickleball store here. You're a busy man.
A glutton for punishment, I think. No, it's been a fantastic day. I mean, it's tough doing all of the different aspects, but as a keen player myself, I love being on the court. Yesterday didn't go our way, unfortunately, but it's always fun to be out and about amongst the players. It's what really brings these events to life. It brings so many people from so many different backgrounds together on the court. And then you see some incredible talent, what we're about to see here. It's just going to be an amazing afternoon. So looking forward to playing, but also looking forward to watching this. I can't move much at the moment. I feel like I've seized up from the amount of standing I've done, so we'll see how that performs. But these guys are moving like they're 18 at the moment. So.
Yeah, we had Richard Basford leaping like a salmon in the last game through the mid-court territory. We'll see how he gets on shortly. But in terms of the Pickleball store, Lloyd, I know there's some exciting advancements with the store down on the Isle of Wight. Talk us through that.
Yeah, there are. So we've recently moved into, or in the process of moving into, a brand new store on the island, which is really exciting. So it's been a dream of mine since launching the store back in the end of 2022. It seems a lifetime ago now since the amount of events we've done. And essentially it's got a storefront, you've got a court and an office and a warehouse as well. So the idea is people come to our home on the Isle of Wight, come on a holiday with their family, try out all the pickleball paddles they want, from the brand new 007s and the Yola Gen 4s to maybe their first paddle they've ever tried. Try it out on the court we have and then give it a go, play some pickleball and just enjoy a holiday. So that's the idea. The court's there, the store's about maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks away.
Yeah, get your way over to the Isle of Wight, especially over the summer. No better place to be, and stop by and say hello to Lloyd at the Pickleball store venue there. I think we're almost ready to get underway here, Lloyd, and Basford and Stimpson got out of the group stages by the skin of their teeth, but then were phenomenal in their semi-final. Frylink and Robinson are undefeated all day, and this is scheduled to be one of the classic senior games in the UK all year.
Rupert is in particular looking super strong at the moment. I mean, Chris's technique seems to be flawless. He just seems to hit the ball so hard, so fast. Stu, very unpredictable, so it will be a very good matchup.
Yeah, that's nice from Frylink, who establishes himself well at the kitchen line and just pierces that volley back behind the space that Stimpson has left. The early exchanges of this one will be critical. I tend to find that as the day has gone on, Basford and Stimpson rely very much on momentum in pickleball.
I saw Sebastian with an amazing ATP earlier, so I'm hoping for one of those today in the final.
Yeah, great scramble defence by Frylink and Robinson, but it's the accuracy of Stimpson and Basford who just win that particular exchange. It's a shot we see more of, Lloyd, in the seniors as opposed to any other division, the lob.
It comes out quite a lot, to be fair, and I think these players are more than adept to deal with something like a lob. Christo just pulling one out there for Stu and then sliding it to his right. Just wide.
I think that's in. Nice placement from Stimpson, just catches the line. Not easy to see from over here, though, is it, Lloyd?
I've got a screen in front of me. You probably should be looking at that rather than the court.
I'm glad you're finding it as difficult as me. Scramble defence by Stimpson, who's diving around the place, more akin to a heavy roller on a cricket pitch than a pickleball player here at the Hampshire Court Arena. Somebody check the acrylic floor out. Simon Farr's worked hard laying the courts this weekend. 19 pristine acrylic courts, but they were pristine. I want people like Stimpson rolling around too much, Lloyd.
I don't know what to say in response to that, Nick. Stu putting everything on the line to even try and win some points here. I think it's just the calibre of the player he is.
Nice controlled exchange from Robinson, just gets the better of Basford. We know Basford's got that cross-court topspin dink in his armoury. Deep return. Lob. Great angle from Robinson on the smash hands battle between Frylink and Stimpson. But in the early parts of that rally, Lloyd, we saw Frylink choosing to lob on the third shot once more.
Yeah, he seems to be pulling that out a few times at the moment, Nick. It'd be interesting to see. I thought he was about to go for one again there, to be honest. Trying to speed up from mid-court.
So who are you partnering up with this afternoon, Lloyd?
Partnering up with Amy McConnell, who does all the PR for Pickleball England. So she's played a few times. We had a great time, great outing at the Yola event up back in Tunbridge Wells. We did okay, we won a few games, we lost a few games, but had a lot of fun, so hoping for the same again today.
Yeah, I recall commentating on those matches, and I If I'm not mistaken, Lloyd, she carried you a little bit.
I heard the commentary, the slander of my name in that one there. No, she played fantastically. For someone that's only played 4 or 5 times, I couldn't fault. Considering I'm using different hands constantly, it's
Yeah, the ambidextrous, multi-talented Lloyd Axel here, giving expert insights and analysis in the comms booth for our men's doubles final. It's just a little bit edgy at the moment, Lloyd, which is expected.
It is. Richard just sending that lob long. And on cue, Christo just hitting the edge of his paddle and sailing over the back of the line there.
So lots of rallies, but not too many points being scored until that very moment where Basford just sends his cross-court dink wide. Bronze medal match going on in the background as well between Chard Johnson against Marshall and Hill. It's been a great level here this weekend across all divisions, hasn't it, Lloyd?
It's been phenomenal. I mean, the crowd, some of the finals is just gathered. There's literally no space to move around the side of the court, which is just a testament to how big these PickleB events have got and the amount of players here this weekend who are looking to perform. And some of the fast hands, you see that in the PPL. It's amazing to see it in the PickleB tournaments now as well.
Yeah, and in association with PickleB, the Pickleball store have got a tournament of their own coming up, including a team event on the Friday of the weekend in June. Is that right, Lloyd?
We do, yeah. So on the last weekend of June, we've got a fantastic event planned. Team event on the Friday, like you mentioned, Nick, and then mixed and gender doubles on the other 2 days. So it's going to be amazing. It's the same venue, so we know what to expect with the courts here. As you can see, Nick, just a bit timid with some of the shots coming out at the moment. I'm sure they'll settle in as the rallies progress, but not many points being scored.
Nervy early stages here, but it is Frylink and Robinson in the ascendancy. That's great play from Stimpson, just working his way from mid-court to the kitchen line by resetting the volleys each time, so they do trouble the index finger of Simon Farr on the scoreboard here. 2-point gap now. Nice drive from Basford. Yeah, the slice backhand dink from Basford is exquisite, and that's the difference between a defensive dink and an attacking dink. Just applies the backspin there, puts the pressure on Robinson, Lloyd.
So when would you play that dink?
Well, me never, because these days I'm in the comms box, but if I was playing, as often as possible, because dead dinking just generates the opportunity for your opponents to gain the ascendancy. So every dink that I would play would attempt to be an attacking, whether that's top spin, back spin, with a bit more power.
Beautiful overhead there by Christo.
Yeah, nice by Frylink. So
You can have that one.
5 again for the
just
second
out.
time. What on earth is Stimpson doing?
He is throwing himself around like a rag doll this game, Nick. Loving the commitment here this afternoon.
Robinson tries the ATP, but the exchange is exquisite. The amount of backspin both players were generating there. It's Basford who comes out on top. Both players applaud each other. The crowd applaud the players.
I have to say that's the best rally we've seen so far from this pairing.
Yeah, Basford just switches from backspin to topspin there and is just off kilt. So, further opportunities here for Freilich and Robinson to get closer to that magic mark of 11. Win this first game of the final. Great defences, Basford. Great reset. Speed up from Freilich once more. Just catches the net. It's all action here, Lloyd Attrell.
Yeah, he's tried that a few times, Nick. Both times it's been unsuccessful, but I'm sure the next one will meet its mark.
And once more, it's Freilich who tries to speed up where that ball's below the height of the knee, close to the kitchen. Real difficult shot, Lloyd.
Didn't seem to put enough topspin on it. When he hit it too hard, it sailed out the back of the court.
And uncharacteristic, it's 3 errors in a row, 3 unforced errors in a row from Freilich. Saw the non-scoring side out. 1 point for Basford and Stimpson during that period. And this is the best standard of pickleball we've seen here all day in our senior division for the men's double final. Robinson this time finding himself in a position to penetrate the volley away. Second scoring opportunity here, Stimpson and Basford. Crucial exchanges in our first game. And Basford just misses the third shot from the baseline again. Third shot efficacy, crucial here in the final, Lloyd Attrell.
They've gone from a 4-point deficit to a 2-point deficit. So it's a very, very close game. It'll be interesting to see how they do on this side out.
Freilich speeds up again and just creates the error. And if we had any advice at the minute, it'd be just for Freilich to maintain a level of patience.
He's tried that shot about 4 times now, Nick, and not one has made it. I'm sure one will, with Christo being the level he is. Once he tones that in, I think it's going to be a dangerous shot for him to play. But at the moment, most of those have been not making the point back.
While you were talking there, Lloyd, Basford just catches one in the nether regions. Say body bag, but it was more specific than that. And he looks to unleash his frustration on the Franklin X40, but just puts the ball into the net at a crucial time. 2 points in a row there for Freilich and Robinson. Takes them to game point here. It's a great return from Basford.
Right on the line, we can see that's really clearly open.
Simon Farr calling that out with his glasses off. That ball goes wide from Robinson. And I'm really enjoying watching that exchange between Basford and Robinson on the cross-court dink, Lloyd.
It's worked really well so far. It's definitely the most picturesque part of the game, I'd say, when they get into that cross-court dink rally.
It's a bad shot, Stu Simpson. He knows it. It's a bad shot. Speeds up fairly slowly to the chest of Freilich. He just pokes that volley away. So, second scoring opportunity now for Basford and Stimpson. And if they don't move now, they're going to face game points again. ATP from Rupert Robinson. Showtime here at the Pickleball Tournated. But Rupert Robinson waits and pounces and drills that ball towards the baseline around the post. Lloyd Attrell.
Absolutely unbelievable to see here, Nick. Amazing shot by Rupert to close out the point. Now we have a game point to Freilich and Robinson.
The lob goes long from Basford, and there it is, the first game to Freilich and Robinson. The ultra impressive Rupert Robinson. Work to do for Basford and Stimpson, but Freilich and Robinson take the first game here in our men's over 50s open final. Lloyd, what will Basford and Stimpson be talking about here? They've just taken their time to go off court. What's the chat going to be about?
I think engaging them more so into the dinks, to be honest, Nick. At the moment, we're seeing Christo trying to speed up on the right side, sailing over the top of the net. So if they can engage them in those cross-court dinks like we've done so far, they'll have a good chance to extend those points out and encourage a pop-up and shoot away. But at the moment, we're just seeing Freilich and Robinson taking control of the point and ending it 11-7.
Yeah, I agree. Lloyd, Basford can find himself exchanging dinks on a more regular basis. They're going to find greater winning opportunities in terms of point construction. Freilich made 1 or 2 errors in that first game. Unexpected as well and uncharacteristic from Freilich. So I don't think Basford and Stimpson can rely on that for a second time. Freilich and Robinson seem to be doing it all too comfortably at the minute. So it'll be interesting to see how the change of ends just changes that momentum. Lloyd Attrell's being called away from the comms booth to play. Are you telling me, Lloyd, that you'd rather play than watch the ending of this final?
I know it's gutting, but I am eyeing up the courts in the distance and seeing my doubles partners and players we're playing against in about 5 minutes' time, warming up, engaging in dinks, and I feel like I should probably be over there, but this game is enthralling, and I do not want to leave your side, Nick, because you've been a pleasure to be with, but I might have to.
I can also see that Amy McConnell, your playing partner, is also giving you the eagle-eyed stare as if to say, what on earth are you doing? Anyway, Lloyd, listen, you have got to go. We really appreciate your time here in the comms booth. You get off and good luck in your game, and hopefully you can report back to us later.
Thank you so much, Nick. Been an absolute pleasure. Enjoy the game for everyone watching out there, and hopefully I'll catch you in the commentary booth soon, if I haven't been relegated from it, because Nick's always got a host of partners to choose from.
Definitely not, Lloyd. We'll have you back anytime at all. Lloyd Attrell of the Pickleball Store signing off. Going to play in his mixed doubles division. Good luck to Lloyd.
Thank you all.
He's going to be replaced by Scott Mayo as we come back into the comms booth. Scott, thanks for joining us again here. You've been watching the first game?
I've been watching the first game, and I was literally just walking out of the door. But this sport and this place it's got a hold of me. It's got a hold of me, and I'm back in the hot seat now, and I can't wait.
I'm glad that Simon Farr managed to get a hold of you. I just hope he was holding you in the right places to drag you back onto the show court here.
It was a classic Welsh manoeuvre. I tackled him.
There you go. Simon Farr showing his rugby ability as well. So we're set to get underway here in the second game. Must win for Basford, must win for Stimpson. Freilich and Robinson get this game, they walk away with the gold medals. And Scott, we're just saying at the interchange, Basford and Stimpson just need to slow this down, engage in more of the diagonal dinking exchanges.
Yeah, we were just having a similar conversation actually over the other side, and we were just saying how if you actually looked, the ones that initiated a dinking rally were tending to win the points. So maybe we have to go back to the old school classic pickleball of dinking. Who would have thought it? Who would have thought it? Oh, wow, 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 wow.
ATP by Stu Stimpson in the final. It's showtime here at the Tournated Pickleball Cup from Basingstoke. Stu Stimpson bringing the show to the show courts with the ATP. And what a start for Basford and Stimpson here.
Just the start they needed. Just the start they needed. Let's see if they can hold on to this lead and maybe grow it as well.
Yeah, Freiling on the third dink just put a little bit more backspin on Mayo, and Stimpson didn't read it.
We were at the perfect angle to actually see that, and you could see the rotation of the ball spinning, and excellent variation in those dink in there, and it was very, very controlled, and yeah, lovely to see.
There's a pattern emerging here that every time Basford returns serve with a slice to Freiling, Freiling collects the lob, and it's proven effective. And like you said, Scott, just a few moments ago, the team that initiate the dinking Freiling, so 2-point advantage here. Great resets. Basford just does too much on the forehand dink. So, very much back and forth here, Scott, in this crucial second game of our final.
We find it sort of gets like this in these second games in the finals, where it's these moments now, if one of these teams goes on a run, you know, it can be hard then to come back if you've already got the first set. Hard to come back from that sort of mentally, or is it going to be the other team that wants to get it to the third set? Wow. Oh, I think it did flip. Yeah.
Yeah, so off the second bounce, it's a replay the points because Basford didn't have the chance to play that ball before it hit the Franklin structure. Franklin, the sponsor of choice for the ball this weekend. Franklin supplied the net for centre court as well for our show court. Into out forehand by Basford is played nicely. Sets up the opportunity again. And Scott, we've referenced it many times already, but the team that show the most amount of patience in those exchanges are the team that come out on top.
There's so many balls, I think, just again, speaking from experience, and I'm one of the people that do it myself, where maybe they do look attackable, but I think if you just wait one or two more, there are ones that really are going to be there for you to attack. And so it's just picking your right moments, and you don't have to speed up everything that's sort of anything above knee height. You know, you can pick and choose, and you'll also keep people off their guard too. So yeah, a bit of patience required for all parties, really.
Left-hand by Stimpson, and then tries to do too much on the forehand, but switches paddle from right hand to left hand mid-rally.
Snazzy stuff. Snazzy stuff. To even have the brain to be able to do that's impressive.
Wow, and that's a great shot from Stu Stimpson, who drives the ball to the open space. It's Freilink and Robinson who unwind the stack, but it's Stimpson who finds the pinpoint accuracy on the forehand drive. Nice put away by Freilink.
Such great power, Freilink, on those sorts of shots. So difficult. It's just a case of putting the bat down by the feet somewhere and seeing if you can dig them out. But yeah, excellent power.
Nice placement that time from Stimpson on the backhand volley. Nice point construction again by Basford and Stimpson. Not looking to do too much too soon. Showing a level of patience. So 1 point game. Stimpson and Basford must win this second game to stay in the final, to keep their hopes alive of the gold medal. And that ball just rips against the net tape and drops back onto the same side of the court as Basford and Stimpson. Yeah, it's a great speed up initially by Basford. Spots the gap, chooses to speed up, generates the opportunity to win the point. And this is a tight affair now, Scots.
Can't breathe. Oh, wow.
A lovely speed up by Stimpson. And normally in pickleball, that speed up is generated in straight lines. Stimpson has developed the opportunity to almost rotate his shoulders around, rotate his hips around, and fire that in a diagonal line, which is slightly more challenging for the receiving player, Scott.
It's such an unusual shot to try and receive, because it almost looks like when he hits it, there's a bit of side spin on it as well. So trying to get the paddle in the right place is...
What a shot by Richard Basford! Boom! And cross court, and that ball just goes away from Rupert Robinson. That angle did not exist. That shot did not exist. It does now, Scott.
I'm not sure if we've got a top 10 plays of the weekend, but got to be in the top 3 at least, surely. Incredible stuff that is. Incredible. No words. Mic drop moment.
Yeah, one of the best shots I've seen in pickleball. Richard Basford finds the cross court out of nowhere. Then the next point, Freilink sends the volley long. This time, Freilink just gets the angle on the volley. So, 3 point game here in favour of Basford and Stimpson. Basford and Stimpson have to win this second game, and they've given themselves a great chance They've got a foot inside the door for a third game here. Can they get the job done? Freiling and Robinson, 6 points away from a gold medal themselves. First of all, can they erase this deficit? That ball's going out. The ball is going out. It's away. It is away. Basford plays at it. So ultimately, it's a good speed up, Scott.
I think that is, I think we've mentioned it in the past, one of the greatest shots you can have in this sport is a leave. And I think even more so as the game is getting quicker. Definitely could be a shot that people are going to be practicing on the practice courts, maybe, is that leave, and just actually sort of getting people to hit those sorts of shots at you consistently and letting some go to see where they're actually landing is maybe not a bad tactic moving forward.
Look on the side of Freiling and Robinson there. It was all quality from Robinson to begin with, who managed to keep Basford at bay, and then Freiling with the volley. Just needs the net tape to aid his advances there. So all of a sudden 3 points in a row for Freiling and Robinson, and that's how quickly this game changes, because both teams are now 3 points away from 11. But 11 for Freiling and Robinson means gold. Oh, Robinson, just a little jump in the backhand defence there, and that ball just goes wide. So, side out, crucial side out. Stimpson and Basford under pressure, must win this second game.
Very much needed there for them.
Not for the first time today, not for the second time. It's the third time that Stimpson is on the floor playing roly-poly.
We all love a bit of performance on the court. Love to see it.
Non-scoring side out. It's critical, it's crucial, and it must be demoralising for Basford and Stimpson, because now Freiling and Robinson have this game and this match and the championship at their mercy. Another error from Stimpson, and I don't want to go too soon, Scott, but it feels like Freiling and Robinson have almost got one hand on the trophy.
It does feel like that now. Again, it's all about that mental side of the game, especially now.
Unreturned serve. Stimpson and Basford have fell apart. An 8-5 lead dissipates into match point for Freiling and Robinson. Championship point here right now. Tournated Pickleball Cup. First championship point goes into the net. Second opportunity knocks here live from the Hampshire Court Hotel for Tournated. The Basingstoke Pickleball Cup. Second match point defended by Stimpson and Basford. Basford taps Stimpson on the shoulder and says, "Come on." Third unreturned serve in a row. That ball goes long. Ball's out by Robinson and Freiling.
What defence from Stimpson that is through the middle of the court. I mean, unbelievable digs.
Reset after reset. This is a crucial point. And it's down by Stimpson. So, third championship points here for Freiling and Robinson. And Freiling and Robinson have just got a little bit tight here, looking to get over the line in the Tournated Basingstoke Pickleball Cup 4th championship point. And Stimpson attempts the Ernie. Basford can't cover the space. Chris Freiling and Rupert Robinson are your Tournated Basingstoke Pickleball Cup Senior Men's Doubles winners. Congratulations to Chris Freiling and Rupert Robinson. Commiserations to Stu Stimpson and Richard Basford, who put on a great show here during the group stages, semi-finals, and indeed the final, but just not able to trouble the high-quality Freiling and Robinson, who take away the gold medal in a classic Scott Mayo.
Yeah, I think that second set just really epitomises pickleball. It really epitomises why we sort of love it, why we love the scoring. It could have gone either way. Both teams had great chances, great chance to take it to a third set. That sort of real tightness even right at the winning line too. But really, really great mentality to see they actually close out this match and end up winning 11-7, 11-9. Great standard to watch. And it's been an absolute delight to commentate next to you too. So I really, really appreciate the opportunity you guys have provided here to have a chat whilst watching some excellent games. What more do you want on a Sunday afternoon, eh?
Exactly that, Scott. We appreciate your time here in the comms booth. We'll be going for interviews next. So join us after this short break for a word with our winning finalists, Freiling and Robinson, before our women's seniors competition gets underway. Don't go anywhere, we're back after this short break. Yeah, pop up from Spur. And can they get the job done themselves? Yes, they can. Rod. ATP.
Owners feel slightly guilty. Obviously, the thing is that you should target that injured player, but
ATP stages of this group encounter. What a drive!
So part of me is surprised as Reynoso hammers.
Helping them out in relation to their teamwork. Look at the power though. Look, definitely 13-9-2. And Callum Clark tries the lob. Yeah, well played, Lauren. These chaps are representing Tournated here, the first time a PickleB event. Marshall changes the play up, and then the put away.
It is too.
Oh. Unscoring side outs in a row. Them and their opponents, so would have expected a victory. Well, Basford and Reynoso would have been the favourites there, but yeah, pop up from Spur, tries the lob. Yeah, well played, Lauren. Welcome back to the Tournated Pickleball Cup here from Basingstoke at the Hampshire Court Hotel. I'm pleased to say that I'm joined by our men's senior winners in the Open division, Chris Freiling and Rupert Robinson. Chris, if I can come to you first, congratulations. You must be overjoyed with the gold medal.
Thank you very much. Yep. We worked hard for this, so we were looking forward to it. It was only a matter of time, but we're here. Good.
And Rupert, seemingly you managed to execute a strategy in the final that just worked for you in both games. Both games were tight, but what was the strategy going into the final?
We'll just keep it slow and simple and through the middle, and then try and get some pop-ups now and again, a drive.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations, and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax Less Taxing.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride. I think I'm ready tonight. I think I'm ready tonight. This is what you're waiting for. I think I'm ready to ride.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous Relaxed Fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Welcome back to the Pickleball Cup here, the Tournated Pickleball Cup from Basingstoke at the Hampshire Court Hotel. We've just caught a breath after an astounding senior men's doubles final. Coming up now, we've got the turn of the women in the senior division. The first game on features Lindsay Thomas and Jasbir Tutt, known as Jazz. Jazz is wearing the cap at the top of your screen, playing with one of the 007 Selkirk paddles. Lindsay Thomas, her partner, with ball in hand. And I'll be taking on Kirsty Gray in the white top and Joe Brooker in the black. So, early stages of this competition. In fact, this is the very first game of this competition here this afternoon. Action all the way. And joining me on comms for the rest of the afternoon is Simon Farr. Simon, good afternoon. Ball comes into the comms booth there. So, just the one group here for our senior women this afternoon, featuring Howell and Dawson, Grace and Kenna, Alderbear and Walker, as well as the players you can see on your screen, Graham Brooker and also Tutt and Thomas. So just one group, but competitive nevertheless. That ball just goes long from Jazz Tutt, former hockey player. Switched to pickleball on the advice of her doctor before she needed a knee replacement, so decided to put the hockey stick down and pick up the pickleball paddle. She's partnering up with Lindsay Thomas here today. The opposite side of the court, we've got Brooker and Gray, Kirsty Gray, from the Abingdon region in Oxford, national tennis player, so lots of transferable skills there. Teaming up with Joe Brooker, and it's Brooker and Gray who've made a good start here, Simon.
Yeah, it feels some nervous early exchanges. It's both sets of players' first time on the court. Obviously, they're on the show court as well, so this is all going to add to the pressure of the game. But as I say, Booker and Gray have an early start.
Yeah, that's a nice third shot drop there by Brooker. Just puts the pressure on Tuts. Mid-court return by Thomas. But ball stays low, causes Gray to have to reach for it. Just can't reset into the kitchen. Yeah, nice top spin, forehand volley by Gray, who just pierces that ball back behind Thomas. Just reflecting, Simon, on the men's doubles final at senior level. We've been treated to some great games here this weekend from the Hampshire Court Hotel for Tournated, Sketchers and Franklin, and the men's seniors didn't disappoint.
Oh no, that was a fantastic final. I think you saw every shot on the book there. Lobs, ATPs, and some amazing topspin dinks from Richard Basford. That is going to definitely make the highlight reel.
Yeah, Basford just plucks a shot out from behind him, backhand, cross court. Just never seen the likes of before on the pickleball courts. Look at the power here from Joe Brooker. And Brooker and Gray are all action here, Simon. Impressing in the early stages.
Yep. I don't know much about them, to be honest, but yeah, very impressive to start off with.
Oh, it's my first look at Kirsty Gray and Joe Brooker too. I happen to know that Jazz Tuts has been doing some work with Sam Basford.
Okay.
Working on her serve in particular. And she purchased that paddle just yesterday from Lloyd Attrell at the Pickleball store. And it come in handy there because that serve was unreturned by Joe Brooker. And Thomas just can't get to that drop played by Brooker, so second scoring opportunity.
Slight confusion with the stack.
3-5-2. Confirmation comes from the players and all organised. Nice defence from Thomas there at the kitchen line. Ball just goes wide from Lindsay Thomas, so Brooker and Gray having amassed an early lead. Just had the ascendancy clawed from their grasp somewhat. That's a nice put away by Tuts. Good speed up from Thomas. So Thomas and Tuts have just settled into this game, Simon.
It would seem so, but in fact, yeah. Tuts very good in the air. Every lob or high ball that's come out, put them all away. It's got to come back to those hockey skills, I think.
long, so we're all level now here.
Great reset.
What a rescue. And then Thomas just sends that ball off the top of the net take. And that goes long, so we're tied at 5-5. Booker and Gray, electric start. Thomas and Tut have equalled things up. Swing and a miss from Lindsay Thomas. Strike one, young lady, strike one. And that brings about the change of ends. So, Simon, it was Graham Brooker who got out of the stalls pretty quickly. But Thomas and Tut have patched them up in the mid part of this race.
Yeah, they seem to have played their way into the game, don't they? So, like I said earlier, you know, playing first game of their round robin on the show court, it's never going to be easy. So, bound to be some nerves and a little bit rusty. So, yeah, finish from that.
Gray looking to reset there. Graham Brooker playing with the FS Tour Franklin paddles. Franklin, our ball sponsor this weekend. The X40, the ball of choice for all players here. Nice from Kirsty Gray, who manipulates Thomas left and right, then exploits the space in between the partnership by punching the volley down to the baseline. That's a nice put away as well by Lindsay Thomas on the angle. So Brooker and Gray just save game points there. From Kirsty Gray and Graham Brooker, when they're at the kitchen line, look very well established.
They do, they look very confident, and I don't think they've missed a volley yet, so yeah, they are very established at the kitchen line.
Jazz Tut not able to repeat the scramble defence. You could see the early preparation there from Brooker. Tennis background coming to good use there, and it is match point now to Graham Brooker for the second time. What a rescue. Wow, what a way to win it. What a point. Kirsty Gray and Joe Brooker fast off the mark, fast at the change of ends, and quickly amassed their first win of the day here in our ladies senior division. Congratulations to Brooker and Gray. Thomas and Tut will be back for more, I'm sure. 4 teams out of the 5 will go through to the semi-final. So stay tuned, because we'll be back with more action from our ladies doubles round robin, which will feature Kelly Dawson and Sarah Howell taking on Tracy Walker and Marcia Odeber, the team to beat, after this short break.
Without a technical director, small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, encounter numerous challenges, including poor technology decisions, inefficiencies, and costly errors. Teams may lack direction, leading to delays and accumulating technical debt. Without strategic oversight, SMEs risk falling behind competitors and missing out on growth opportunities. To address these challenges, ICTO offers a fractional technical director service. This approach provides high-level technical leadership without the financial burden of a full-time hire. Startups and SMEs benefit from strategic guidance on software architecture, product development, and technology roadmaps while maintaining manageable expenses. Our extensive experience enables companies to avoid potential pitfalls and accelerate their growth. An ICTO fractional director brings scalable technology strategies and enhances team development without disrupting daily operations. By evaluating technology stacks, streamlining processes, and mentoring in-house teams, we improve efficiency and long-term stability. Our external perspective helps identify issues that internal teams may overlook. ICTO provides flexibility and agility, which are essential for navigating rapidly evolving markets. Companies can adjust our involvement based on project requirements, funding rounds, or significant strategic shifts. With our expert guidance, businesses make informed technical decisions, mitigate risks, and maintain their competitiveness. ICTO, here when you need it.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Hey Team Diadem, we got something new for you. We're taking it to the max. Introducing the Max Shape, the widest paddle in our collection. The new wide body Max Shape is available in the Edge 18K, the 18K Power, and the Icon Infinity. Not only is your sweet spot enhanced, but your surface area is increased and your spin potential is maxed. So this paddle is ideal for those looking for an enhanced sweet spot, a ton of spin potential, and a shorter handle. My mama always told me, never judge a paddle by its shape, judge it by its performance. The Max Shape, available now.
Pop up from Spur. And can they get the job done themselves? Yes, they. Rod. ATP.
Opponents feel slightly guilty. Obviously, the thing is that you should target that injured player, but
ATP stages of this group encounter. What a drive!
So, part of me is surprised as Reynoso hammers.
Helping them out in relation to their teamwork. Look at the power though. Look, definitely 13-9-2. And Callum Clark tries the lob. Yeah, well played, Lauren. These chaps are representing Tournated here. The first time a PickleB event. Marshall changes the play up, and then the put away.
It is too. Oh.
On scoring side outs in a row. Them and their opponents, so would have expected a victory. Well, Passford and Reynoso would have been the favourites there, but yeah, pop up from Spur, tries the lob. Yeah, well played, Lauren. Look at that from Nathan Hill, just
from Reynoso again on that previous point.
Good evening and welcome back to the Tournated Pickleball Cup here live from Basingstoke, the Hampshire Court Hotel for Tournated in association with Skechers. Pickleball players' choice of footwear this weekend, and Franklin, who's providing all of the X40s for players to play with across the 19 courts here at the Hampshire Court Hotel. All of the tournament and organisation brought to you by PickleB at pickleb.co.uk for pickleball events. I'm Nick Hobbis, been bringing you the commentary throughout the course of the weekend. Thank you to my co-commentators here, in particular Simon Farr, who's been operating the scoreboard and joining in with some co-commentary, and also Lloyd Atchell, Scott Mayo, Rob Adams and Georgie Gert. As we near the end of the weekend, excitement still exists for the senior women's open draw. I got slightly ahead of myself before that ad break, suggesting that Kelly Dawson, Sarah Howell, Tracy Walker and Marcia Oldebert were on court. They're actually on court next after this one. So we see Lindsay Thomas and Jazz Tutt again. They're taking on Sally Grace and Helen Kenner, who will be new to your screens this weekend. Well, Sally Grace will be. Helen Kenner played mixed doubles yesterday with Chris Freilink. Apology comes from Helen Kenner, just catches the net tape there. So Helen Kenner with ball in hand, serving. Thomas just sends that ball long on the return of serve. Sally Grace. former tennis player, represented Great Britain at a junior level. Actually building a pickleball club in Farnham with Andre Strachan, a mixed doubles partner. Sure how Grace and Kenna got on in their first game, but they were playing on court 2, hence the slight delay in them arriving here on the show court. Thomas and Tutt we saw earlier in our first game. I can tell you that Sally Grace and Helen Kenna lost to Marcia Audebert and Tracy Walker in that encounter, but it was a narrow defeat, 9-11. Audebert and Walker favourites for this competition, so a little bit of pressure here on Grace and Kenna to get a result. Thomas and Tutt, having lost their first game, will want to get a win on the boards as well. Don't forget they lost 5-11 to Gray and Brooker. Grace and Kenna electing to stack here, keeping Grace's forehand down the middle. She's playing on the backhand wing, and Kenna playing on the forehand wing. So see that positioning top of your screen. And Simon, our first look at Helen Kenna and Sally Grace. Second time the net court board comes to the aid of Kenna and Grace.
I think they're a regular partnership now, Kenna and Grace. Both play out of, or used to play out of AFC Farnham. I think they've got their own private group now. But yeah, they know each other's games pretty well. It's interesting, I think I'm not sure of how long Sutton Thomas have been together, so I'd probably say Kenna and Grace are the more established partnership.
Yeah, most definitely, without question. The more significant experience at the top levels, Helen Kenna and Sally Grace would expect them to go on and win this. But I was impressed with Thomas and Tutt in the first game. I know they suffered a defeat. They showed enough quality to be able to compete at this level. Tutt and Thomas stepping up for the first time to open category.
You're always a big arse that when you have to move up a level. Not only is your game got to improve, but you're playing better players as well, so it's a big arse.
This time, Lady Luck shines on the side of Jazz Tutt. Players are just questioning whether that hit the bar. From our position, it didn't. So it is Jazz Tutt who wins that point. Nice slice return from Sally Grace. Just meant that Jazz Tutt needed to get under it a little bit more and apply a little bit more topspin to counteract the backspin that Grace had put on the ball. Great defences. There was a ball that snuck onto the outer part of the court there, but didn't even interrupt any of the players. Nice power from Grace. Conspicuous by his absence this weekend, Andre Strachan. Andre, we're missing you.
I saw Andre yesterday briefly.
Oh, was Andre here yesterday? Yeah. That's pleasing to hear.
Some people were playing, I think. Just bumped into him at DL Woking, bizarrely. Really busy getting the club ready, so not playing much cricket this afternoon.
So Grace and Kenna quickly establish a 3-point lead here.
to intentionally stop the shot there, but it's still put on net, which puts Thomas up. Great angle from Grace there.
Yeah, Touch was not able to rescue on the second attempt. Sally Grace playing really well here, Simon. Defending the power shots nicely with a reset into the kitchen, but able to turn defence into attack quite easily. And that gives them a 6-2 advantage, and Sally Grace has been impressive so far.
Yeah, she's very athletic, Sally, and I think you can see those tennis skills being applied with the volleys. That double backhand volley is quite fun to watch. Lovely smile, Sally. Great play.
Simon Farr with the smooth words of wisdom here from the comms box. That ball just catches the top of the net tape, flicks into the neck of Thomas. So, very quickly, Grace and Kenna pick up where they left off, winning pickleball points. This time, Grace just not able to defend the cross-court advances of Jazz Tuts. So Kenna and Grace have just got mixed up with the stack here, just explaining to Jazz and Lindsay. Ball was there for Lindsay Thomas, who interestingly still got her sunglasses on top of her head, Simon.
Is that sunglasses or a bandana?
Definitely sunglasses.
Is that a thing?
Might be a fashion statement. Maybe she doesn't realise. Took them off while she was driving, parking up, and just left them there clearly.
She just brushed her head, and I'm sure she touched her head with her hand. She must know they're on there. Ooh, is that going out?
Nice reset from Tuts, gets to the kitchen line, then just falters at the final hurdle. So, 6-point lead, and it all feels a little bit simple for Kenna and Grace, who have faced more difficult challenges today, I'm sure, but getting the job done here nevertheless.
Yeah, they don't seem to put any sort of pressure under any sort of pressure at all. They just cruising along quite nicely, getting everything back and putting the pressure back on their opponent.
That's nice from Tut though, showing moments of quality, moments of brilliance. Yeah, nice smash this time from Lindsay Thomas, makes no mistake. So, can Thomas and Tut stage what would be the most remarkable comeback of the weekend here?
I daren't say anything.
Look at that from Sally Grace. Just composes herself and places that ball behind Jazz Tuts. Absolute quality from Grace. Good lead. Goes long.
Scott was saying earlier, some of the best shots from pickleball is a lead. Great reset from Sally Grace.
Just plucks that ball out of the air on full stretch, and that brings up match point for Grace and Kenna.
Oh, just catch the tape. Second opportunity for Kenna.
Nice from Tut.
Interesting that Kenna went forward on her own, and they were just split in mid-court. Golden rule is you go up together. Great backhand volley from Kenna. Nice speed up from Grace there. Side out. See if they get the job done this time.
Yeah, third match point here for Grace and Kenna. Grace puts the third into the base of the net, so fourth match point. All weekend we've seen some teams struggle to get over the line because not the easiest point to win match point. But Thomas just misses the forehand volley, and quite easily Grace and Kenna get the job done. Very impressive from them. Tut and Thomas left with work to do, but again, they are stepping up to this level for the first time, and the Hotwell experience, I'm sure, will be beneficial for them. Win, lose or draw. Can't draw, there's no draws in pickleball, but win or lose. So we're going to be back with that game that I promised between Kelly Dawson and Sarah Howell and Tracy Walker and Marcia Alderbert after this short break. Please do not go anywhere. It's going to be a cracker.
Diadem began with a goal to develop a better tennis string, then a better racket, then a better ball. But it's transformed into a story beyond our wildest dreams. Out of our passion for racket sports grew a desire to innovate and redefine the game. Then came pickleball, a phenomenon that ignited our purpose. Shaping the industry became our mission, but it led to so much more. Diadem isn't just about redefining sports equipment, it's about empowering you, our players, to lead healthier lives, form friendships that transcend borders and backgrounds, and to get out and play. Pickleball enables us to do what we do best, innovate. But Diadem inspires much more because it's not about the brand, it's about the individuals who bring it to life. Our success isn't tallied in paddles and rackets sold, but in smiles brought to players' faces and the relentless pursuit of improvement. At Diadem, our purpose is simple. We live to unlock experiences. We live to compete not just against opponents, but against friends, families, rivals, and heroes alike. At Diadem, we live for one more game, one more shot, one more moment in this story we are writing together. Welcome to Diadem, where we live to play.
The modern workplace promises flexibility, productivity, and collaboration. But getting there isn't always easy. Many businesses struggle with outdated systems, security concerns, and the challenge of integrating remote and hybrid work environments seamlessly. ICTO delivers modern workplace solutions designed to tackle these challenges head-on. With expertise in cloud integration, enhanced security, and intuitive collaboration tools, ICTO ensures your team can work securely and efficiently from anywhere. Our tailored solutions streamline workflows, reduce the IT headache, and create an agile, future-proof workplace. Plus, with proactive support and strategic guidance, ICTO helps you navigate the ever-changing digital landscape with confidence. Don't let workplace challenges hold your business back. Choose ICTO to transform your workplace into a dynamic, productive, and resilient environment. ICTO, here when you need it.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of every pickleball league.
Pop up from Spur. And can they get the job done themselves? Yes, they can. Rod. ATP.
Opponents feel slightly guilty. Obviously, the thing is that you should target that injured player, but
ATP stages of this group encounter. What a drive!
So, part of me is surprised as Reynoso hammers.
Helping them out in relation to their teamwork. Look at the power though. Look, definitely 13-9-2. And Callum Clark tries the lob. Yeah, well played, Lauren. These chaps are representing Tournated here. The first time a PickleB event. Marshall changes the play up, and then the put away.
It is too. Oh.
I'm scoring side outs in a row. them and their opponents. So would have expected a victory. Well, Basford and Reynoso would have been the favourites there, but yeah, pop up from Spur, tries the lob. Yeah, well played, Lauren. Look at that from Nathan Hill, just
from Reynoso again on that previous point.
Welcome back to the Tournated Basingstoke Pickleball Cup here live from the Hampshire Court Hotel. And we've got an absolute firecracker of a game coming up here. Our first look at the favourites, Tracy Walker and Marcia Alderbert, as they take on Kelly Dawson and Sarah Howell. Dawson at the top of your screen, sporting the orange shorts, playing with Sarah Howell in the white top. And Marcia Alderbert in the tangerine top, playing with Tracy Walker, who was in action yesterday in the mixed doubles. And look at the speed up from Marcia Alderbert, and one of our top players in the senior women's category, Simon.
Yeah, great to see her back. I think Bernie being out, she's taking a little back step out of playing, competing, but great to see her back on court, and she really can drive the ball.
Yeah, very impressive, Marcia Alderbert, as is her usual mixed doubles partner, Bernie Alderbert, who was referenced earlier, has also been out injured, but hopefully back on court soon. Nice from Howell and Dawson, who won't be deterred by the power of Alderbert and Walker. Howell and Dawson have played one game already today on the outer courts and lost to the impressive Kirsty Gray and Jo Brooker, so they'll be looking to quickly make inroads in this group. Nice control and patience from Howell and Dawson. And Walker just comes up with the error at the kitchen line there on the forehand volley. So Dawson Howell racing to an early lead. Alderbert yelps during her return there, and then just again puts the volley into the net. So without having to do too much, Simon, Dawson and Howell have just amassed a slight lead in the early stages here.
Yeah, I wonder, like we were saying earlier, that's a great snatch by Alderbert. I just wonder sometimes, as we said earlier, about playing on a show court. I had a quite quick chat to the players, said, look, can you call the score loud? And they all, do we have to? So all those little things add a little passion to the game.
Great balance and control by Sarah Howell, who put everything into that volley and just had to stop herself from falling into the kitchen. She did so on one foot, flamenco style.
Great athlete, Sarah Howell. From the Isle of Wight. Big up the Isle of Wight.
Just loose from Alderbert there, and Kelly Dawson able to take full advantage of the pop-up. Turn goes long low, so that gap closes to 2. Tracy Walker frustrated in her efforts to put the third into the kitchen, and it's Howell and Dawson, who can build upon their lead. Attempt at a reset from Odebear, and Howell and Dawson are just doing everything right at the minute, Simon.
Yeah.
Playing simple pickleball, but getting advanced results.
Absolutely, they look good. It's a good partnership. I don't know if they played together before, but
Yeah, great defences there, and Dawson and Howell get to 6 first, reach for their towels and bottles, and in the blink of an eye, we could have an upset on our hands here, because I wouldn't have predicted a defeat for Alderbear and Walker here, who for the first time on show court perhaps have just started a little bit nervously, made 1 or 2 unforced errors, and it's Howell and Dawson who have adapted to the conditions and the environment on the show court a little bit quicker, Simon.
interesting to see the change of ends there. So Kelly and Howell are chatting away and laughing. Yep. And the other partnership looking very serious and slightly concerned.
Let's see if there's a strategy change from Walker and Alderbear, or is it just a case of cutting out the unforced errors? And Dawson tries to put that ball cross court, it just goes wide. So second server, Sarah Howell, ball in hand, serving to Marcia Alderbear. Yeah, they're doing a great job of keeping the ball in play at the right times and drawing the error from Tracy Walker and Marcia Alderbear, then capitalising. So,
I don't think you've got a foot wrong yet, have they? I don't think they've missed the ball.
Great rescue from Walker, shouts no, and Alderbear just hits the volley mid-air that was going out. So, 6-point lead now for Howell and Dawson. There's an upset unfolding here. There's a story unfolding, and it's not the one that was written in the script beforehand.
When did you write that script, Nick?
Last Wednesday, on my preview, which you can watch. Probably not worth watching now because we're nearing the end of the weekend, but if you wanted to, on my Instagram handle at Nick H Broadcasting. We're doing a preview for the German Open next Wednesday night for the RTA Road to Aalborg European Pickleball Championships. That's nice from Tracy Walker. And I'll be in the comms box, Simon, next weekend for every point of the English Nationals, the singles English Nationals at Loughborough.
Yeah, that's going to be stuff. Oh, it's just not as wide, isn't it? Some sort of events. Even an event there in Loughborough last year, it's the facility. The courts are just sublime.
So looking forward to that before rejoining the PickleB crew in 2 weeks' time in Swindon, Wiltshire. The Franklin UK tour recommences in Swindon in 2 weeks' time. That event's full, I'm led to believe, Simon.
It is, yeah. There might be the odd ones that need replacing, but yeah, it's full. Feels like a momentum shift here.
Yeah, well, Walker and Alderbear have just cut out their errors and forcing Howell and Dawson to play more shots. And as a result, they've clawed their way back from an 8-2 position to a 7-8 position here. And that's long, and it's now 8-all. So as quickly as Dawson and Howell amass their lead, the comeback from Alderbear and Walker is complete. Incoming. just hits the nets. So, second scoring opportunity here for Odebear and Walker. Lob. Reset, great reset. Pop up. And that's wide. So, tight as you like in this senior ladies round robin game. Yeah, no zoom for not easy for me to say at this time of the day or the weekend. Those unforced errors have disappeared, Simon.
Absolutely. They think they found their feet now, haven't they? Then maybe those nerves are gone. They got used to the show court environment. They're starting to show their class.
Non-scoring side out, Dawson and Howell.
They'll be disappointed with that.
Lob. What a great lob. What a great lob. Marcia Odebear changes it up on the third shot. Gets the height, gets the depth, gets the top spin, gets the points. And they race into the lead now. Two different players here, Walker and Odebear. Great speed up on the double-handed backhand by Marcia Odebear, and that takes them to match points. They've won the last 8 points in a row. Can they make it 9 and get the job done here? Not quite so. One match point comes and goes. Here's the second. And Howe puts it into the net, and Walker and Odebear completes the comeback, which looked highly unlikely at one stage, but they maintain their 100% record in the group stages here. Commiserations to Howell and Dawson, who started incredibly well, just not able to extend their advantage and get over the line. 2-11. Odebear and Walker march on into the latter stages of the group games here, and we're going to be marching on into an ad break. Stay with us, because we'll be back with more action, which will feature Dawson and Howell again taking on Sally Grace and Helen Kenner this time. We'll be back in no time at all.
Navigating the complexities of international taxation can be challenging. Partnering with a tax consultant from ICXO offers numerous benefits. Our experts provide tailored advice on corporate tax structures, intercompany financing, and tax-efficient cross-border transactions, ensuring compliance and optimal financial outcomes. Specializing in Middle East tax planning, we offer in-depth guidance on regional regulations and negotiations with tax authorities. Additionally, our team assists with transfer pricing policies, aligning with OECD and local regulations. and managing tax risks across multiple jurisdictions. Trust ICXO to navigate the complexities of international taxation effectively. ICXO Tax, less taxing.
This is what you're waiting for. People ready to ride. I think I'm ready
Good job, as he has done throughout the course of the weekend. All the advancements in the live stream happening as a result of one man and one man only. And that's Colin. So, Grace and Kenna sporting the black tops and orange skirts. Saw them on court a few minutes back, as we also did Howell and Dawson. So it won't be long before we're underway here. Still a group game, race to 11. So we've got our first crack of the weekend in our Franklin X40 ball. That'll be replaced and sent off to our recycled manufacturers who are producing trophies with used balls here. That's right, isn't it, Simon?
Yeah, Maisie Wise is going to be creative with broken pickleballs.
Franklin X40 in use here this weekend, the ball of choice for all pickleball players. Not just here in Basingstoke, but around the world as well. X40 widely used. As the tournament ball of choice. Nice play from Sally Grace there, just puts the ball into the kitchen, forcing the error from Howell.
Again, problem with the stack. Here we go, sorted out. Yeah. Great score from the shot there by Sarah Howe. She demonstrates that really well, how low she gets down, literally, when knees are on the floor,
tall lady as well, Simon, so
Get that low.
it's a long way down.
Very athletic, Sarah.
Yeah, nice speed up from Kenna. Just picking the pocket of Dawson, and Grace and Kenna, impressed earlier on. They're impressing again here as they establish a 2-point lead.
Again, they split the court. Get away with it though.
Yeah, the volleying expertise on display here from Grace and Kenna is a sight to behold. Referenced earlier, Sally Grace busy building a pickleball club in Farnham with Andre Strachan taking up a lot of their time. A multi-court venue, a multi-sport venue as well, not just pickleball, will be paddle as well.
You've seen that again, Nick. They're doing exactly the same thing. Sally's going out way too early. She's not going with Helen. Of course, she's in the middle of the court on her own. They're just smacking the ball to her feet.
Yeah, just a communication issue maybe where Sally perceives there's an opportunity to get to the kitchen line, but Helen doesn't, so just need to have confidence in their partner's ability on their drive or drop to say it's going to be good enough that we can get forward and both go at the same time. And normally it is just a confidence thing in your partner. If you've pre-agreed before the game that actually, trust me, my third or fifth or seventh, whatever it might be, whatever shot it might be, is good enough on the drive or drop to get forward, come with me, because I have the confidence in my ability. Sally Grace just advising us there that she ran out of space in her defence of the onslaught. Fast stands from Howell. See Amy McConnell in the background there while this game's going on, just watching on. Playing with a signature Franklin paddle and forming very well on the outside courts with Lloyd Attrell in the mixed doubles. They're playing in the 4-0 division, but I remember commentating on Amy McConnell, the PR manager for Pickleball England in Tunbridge Wells, and was slightly raw, slightly green, but definitely showed signs of significant ability. She's gone away, worked on her game at rep level, and come back and is playing significantly well, I can tell you. So,
again, they get away with it. I'm really surprised for two players that have played like for their game, having partnered with Rob Williams, Andre and Sally been partners for ages. Both Rob and Andre are masters of the game and tacticians, and yet these two have split in the court. It's really unusual, don't you think, Nate?
yeah, they've just got the tendency to stay front and back here, which is a badminton formation. Not really a go-to strategy in pickleball, and like I suggest, if Sally Grace is playing a third, Helen Kenner needs to be on her way to that kitchen line, and if Helen's playing the third, it's Grace that needs to be Grace that needs to be on the way to the kitchen line, and just have confidence in your partner's ability that that ball is going to be accurate enough for you to progress through the transition zone. And it might be that you don't get all the way to the kitchen line. It might be that you only get to mid-court, but still advance together like you're stuck on a piece of rope. And you've just got to move forwards together, move backwards together.
Totally agree. That's the golden rule: is that you are stuck together, tied together by a piece of rope.
nice from Kenner, because we can see their side when Kenner and Grace are established at the kitchen line, more often than not, they win the exchange.
Absolutely. Helen's great from the kitchen with a volley. I just don't think they're communicating. I think Sally's is so keen to get to the kitchen, she's not really watching the game.
That ball just goes long. Sarah Howell manages to duck out the way and is congratulated by her partner for saying good duck. That time they did come together, but the pop-up was there and Howell puts it away, so competitive stuff here. Not straightforward for Kennett and Grace, and Howell and Dawson once again showing their quality in this division. Nice speed up from Kenner and puts the second ball away in the back of the defence from Howell. Non-score inside out. So can Kenner and Grace extend their lead? Nice diagonal drive from Grace. Dawson not expecting that, and we referenced it in the men's division earlier, Simon. Seems to be creeping into the game more and more. A diagonal drive speed up from mid-court, where traditionally that's a straight ball drive.
Yeah, I think it's effective and certainly seems to catch the opponent unaware because they're expecting a straight and it goes cross court. Interesting that some of these plays, if you look at Kelly now, it's a perfect example of having your paddle ready, but if you've got your paddle down low by your wings, you're not going to get it up to be able to return that speed up.
Yeah, Kenner was just stuck there again. Once more, Kenner's just planting her feet. Grace is coming forward, got confidence in Kenner's ability to reset, and the shot from Kenner's good enough for her to get forward a little bit more, but she's just stuck in that. Well, it's not even a transition loan, just in front of the baseline here. But it's only minor nuances that we're suggesting they have a look at and reflect upon. Of course, the partnership of Grace and Kenner have been thoroughly successful so far today.
I'm sure Rob and Andre will have something to say if they watch this stream.
Yeah, it's a great cross-court dink from Kenner on the backhand side, and then Sally Grace is able to exploit the space in between the players. Howell rescuing. Second scoring opportunity though. Close the gap here, and it'll put pressure on Grace and Kenner. Nice defence. Yeah, well played, Sarah Howell. Bringing the attack to Grace and Kenner, and they do trouble the scoreboard. Eat into that 3-point difference. That's not coming back though. Sally Grace gives herself some space and powers that volley.
That was Christmas and birthday all together in one day, and she absolutely loved that. You see her eyes lit up. That ball was never going back.
Once more though, Dawson with the error into the net, can't afford that. Not when you're looking to claw your way back into highly competitive matches. Feels like a bit of a freebie to cut out the unforced errors. Simon Clark,
just small margins, just small margins. That had gone over, there's 6-7, 1 point in it.
So 2 points in a row for Grace and Kenna. That ball goes wide again from Dawson. So match point here for Grace and Kenna. And just not able to reset there. So second opportunity to win the match. Yeah, great positioning, great court craft from Sally Grace, and Helen Kenna and Sally Grace get the job done. Dawson and Howell are knocking on the door, but it's not quite opening for them. Commiserations to them, who are really showing periods of quality without getting over the line. Frustrating afternoon for them, but we'll be back with more. And it will be Tracy Walker and Marcia Odeberg back on show court against Joe Brooker and Kirsty Gray. Someone's has got to go because both teams are defending 100% records. You won't want to miss that one. Join us after this short break. Yeah, pop up from Spur. And can they get the job done themselves? Yes, they can. Rod. ATP.
Jones feels slightly guilty. Obviously, the thing is that you should target that injured player, but
ATP stages of this group encounter. What a drive!
So part of me is surprised as Reynoso hammers.
Helping them out in relation to their teamwork. Look at the power though. Look, definitely 13-9-2. And Callum Clark tries the lob. Yeah, well played, Lauren. These chaps are representing Tournated here, the first time a PickleB event. Marshall changes the play up, and then the put away.
It is too. Oh.
On scoring side outs in a row. Them and their opponents, so would have expected a victory. Well, Basford and Reynoso would have been the favourites there, but yeah, pop up from Spur, tries the lob. Yeah, well played, Lauren. Look at that from Nathan Hill, just
from Reynoso again on that previous point.
Welcome back to the Tournated Basingstoke Pickleball Cup, here live from the Hampshire Court Hotel. We're reaching the final stages of our group games here, and I'm sad to report it's also the final game of the live stream for this weekend. But we're finishing on a high because it's set to be a classic. Walker and Audebert at the bottom of your screen, and the impressive Brooker and Gray, the fairly unknown Brooker and Gray at the top of your screen. Gray has changed her top, she's now in pink. Brooker in the black top. Walker serving, stacking with Marcia Audebert. Just an opportunity to thank all of our viewers this weekend who've joined us for the Tournated Basingstoke Pickleball Cup. Your interactions, shares and subscriptions are really appreciated, as is your feedback for the live stream here. Continue to make enhancements and advance the viewing experience for fans of pickleball here in the UK. A lot of the work is attributed to our technical director Colin. But for me, it's been a pleasure to co-commentate with Simon Farr this weekend as well. Simon's been operating the scoreboard, completing the score graphics, as well as adding insight, opinion and knowledge to the stream. Simon, it's been great to work with you this weekend.
Thanks for having me, Nick. It's been an absolute pleasure. Normally I'm on my hands and knees putting tape back on the floor and unbuilding nets, but sat on a nice comfy chair drinking tea, chatting with a top bloke called Nick Hobbs. It's been brilliant. Thank you for having me.
And thanks to all of our other guest co-commentators as well who've stood in, including Rob Adams, Georgie Gertz, Lloyd Attrell and Scott Mayo. Our next event for PickleB will be on the Franklin UK Tour in Swindon in 2 weeks' time. Yeah, that's a nice exchange from Kirsty Gray, who just gets the better of Chasey Walker there. Nice early start gives Alderbert and Walker the ascendancy. And whilst I won't be here to commentate on it, Simon, I'll be surprised if Walker and Alderbert didn't walk out of the Hampshire Court Hotel with gold medals for the Tournated Pickleball Cup this weekend.
Well, you know my predictions, Nick, they tend to go wrong, but I think now that you've said it, I'll agree with you. I think they started a bit slow. I think maybe the first game or whatever else, but they certainly are showing the quality now.
Booker and Gray are also undefeated in the group stages, so they're going to put up a fight, as are Grace and Kenna, so it'll be interesting to hear the results. The pedigree of all these players has been on show during the group stages.
Well, the great thing with the Tournated platform is that you will be able to see the results on the app or even on the website, and they'll also be on Duper at some point when the processes go through, I presume. So, yeah.
Yeah, if you haven't already downloaded the Tournated app, make sure you do so. They've been our headline sponsor here for the whole event, the Basingstoke Pickleball Cup. Thanks to the brothers from Latvia, who won gold in the 4.0 men's division yesterday. Great reset through the mid-court from Gray. And I'll definitely remember these names, Kirsty Gray and Joe Brooker. I've not seen them play before, but they've impressed me, Simon.
Yeah, they're a really good partnership. I'd love to know where they... Well, I'm safe from Aberdeen. I'm guessing they're playing Oxford somewhere. There is a badminton court as a club on, but yeah, I'd love to know where they play, because they seem to be very comfortable with the X-Force ball, very comfortable on the acrylic court. And and they've been really great to watch as well. So definitely feels like they've both got racket experience of some sort. The way that they take volleys, ding, resets. And again, that's on display there through Brooker.
perturbed by the advancements of Audebert, but it just seems again, and it's been a bit of a trend today, that those players, what a great touch from Kirsty Gray, just finesses that ball into the open courts. Just seems like they've done all of their quality work so far in this match on their opponent's serve, and therefore not really getting their rewards. Again, you see that third shot there just going into the net, and the quality really needs to come on your own serve if you're going to trouble the scoreboard.
And that's possibly, when you come against a quality opposition as we have now, is that you can't lounge your third shot drop. You're never going to get into the net, so you're never going to win the point. Really good point. So, before I leave the scoreboard.
And again, second time, it's just the third shot that goes into the net. So there is an area to work on there for Kirsty Gray, because the success rate of that third shot needs to be in the high percentages, 90% plus, I would suggest, to be challenging for medals in the open level.
Just a shot you've got to drill. Get the muscle memory, knowing what to do when it's sliced at you and it's got topspin on it.
That's a lovely volley from Marcia Audebert, who shows all of her athleticism and coordination, penetrating towards the kitchen line and punching that volley with speed. And then smiles because she sends the forehand drive onto court 2. That's lovely from Tracy Walker. All the way from up north to down south, and why not celebrate a shot like that? And once again, the in forehand volley of Tracy Walker wins the exchange. Impressive shot making, Simon.
Yeah, she's great at that double handed backhand. She doesn't miss much in the air.
Third shot just lets her down once more. Almost a great reset from Gray. Audebert and Walker have reached the turn of ends, so 6-2, 4-point difference, and Booker and Gray are not out of this, but all the class, all the quality, all the consistency, Simon, coming from Audebert and Walker so far.
It's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, because what they're choosing to do is predominantly drive their third and wait for a reset and go in on the fifth. I wonder if that's a strategy that the opponents might try and use, because they're not making their third shot drop. So why don't you drive your third and then go in on your fifth? Thoughts, Nick? Thoughts about that? Sorry, poor old Mr. Hobbies.
Sorry,
he is miles away, bless him. It's okay, I'll compensate for 5 minutes. Get a little sleep.
16 hours of commentating this weekend. Yeah, after 16 hours of commentating this weekend, thoughts are just leaving my head slightly, but to be resilient.
I made you a cup of tea as well.
Yeah, I know, it was delicious. Thanks for that, Simon. Much prefer your tea to Steve Beale, but as we talk about tea, it's a body bag. Tracy Walker speeds up on Kirsty Gray. Just tattoos the X40 all over her body. Good return from Brooker, nice and deep.
Pressure. It just shows you what we were saying about in some of the other finals we've watched, is that deep return serve puts so much pressure on the third shot drop.
Third shot there, just goes away from Gray. This time she gets it nice into the kitchen zone. And they've established now, look, third shot drop into the kitchen zone. But you don't want to lob the ball up to Marcia Alderberg because she's got all of the control required just to place that ball wherever she wants on court.
They haven't lost that thinking round, so I wonder why she chose lob. Just frustration, I guess.
Again, I think Brooker and Gray just need to go through the motions here of keeping the ball in play, forcing Walker and Alderberg to play, and keep things simple. A great rally, ultimately won by Brooker and Gray. Two undefeated teams here. Again, Brooker and Gray just finding it difficult to establish themselves at the non-volley zone. And that's the difference between the two teams, Simon.
Yeah, the scoreboard's a bit stuck, isn't it? Because they are, when they're at the back of the court, they are trying to get in but not scoring any points. But then when it's the other way round, they're holding Alderberg and Walker back. So it's been a slow ticking scoreboard because of the way the game's being played. Literally, as I say it, they'll score a point.
Yeah, an unreturned serve. So Alderberg and Walker 3 points from victory here. 3 points away from going through to the semi-finals as winners of the group.
You know, sometimes a game, the score doesn't reflect the game. I don't think there's that much, but it's enough.
It's consistency.
Yeah.
It's the consistent application of the basics. The communication issue there. Walker lining up to swing. Alderberg just taking the ball off her with the top edge, but it was definitely Alderberg's ball. Forehand takes the middle there. So, can Brooker and Gray find a way to get into these rallies? 2 scoring opportunities. There's the third in the reset. And that's better from Gray and Brooker. The third was quality. The reset on the... It is Great serve, Brooker.
Scores like this, sometimes the pressure is on the team with 10. They've got nothing to lose now. They could possibly on a run.
Clever. Tracy Walker. Clever.
Almost Richard Bastard like that, isn't it?
It was indeed, yeah. Richard Basford forming miracles earlier on court. Took away a silver medal. Looking great. It's closed. Lead to 4 and Kirsty Gray. I think she might be struggling with a slight back injury, Simon. Just find it difficult to get low to the acrylic courts there. So, third match point, Walker and Alderbert. Patience required here. Rescued. And it goes long from Kirsty Gray. So Tracy Walker and Marcia Audebert do indeed get the job done. They win the group here. They'll march on to the semi-finals where they play the 4th place finishers, Brooker and Gray will finish 2nd in the group, I'm sure, and you'll be able to keep up to date with the action as it develops on the Tournated mobile app. But that's it for us, Simon Farr. We've reached the end of our live coverage for this weekend. A big thank you to Tournated, who have headlined the Basingstoke Pickleball Cup this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Congratulations to all our winners across all divisions, over 20 divisions here, across 19 acrylic courts on what has been a fantastic event. Thanks to OBSBot for providing the cameras that have allowed the live stream to go out to thousands around the UK and wider afield. Skechers, footwear sponsor of choice for the weekend, and of course Franklin with the X40 ball sponsorship. Big thanks to Colin, our technical director, Steve Beale and Simon Farr as tournament directors. Simon Farr for joining me on commentary too. Simon, just sum up briefly a fantastic weekend of action here.
I think it's been brilliant. I think the standard of play has been awesome. It's just got better and better and better. The 50 plus men's final today was just brilliant, as well as the mixed. So yeah, I just think it's great to be able to showcase pickleball, to be able to provide the facility for people to play pickleball, and that is from a 3-0 player all the way up to a 5-0 plus player, and also obviously then to publicise that through the stream with fantastic commentary from yourself, the guest commentators Scott Mayo, Rob Adams, Georgie Gert. And yes, and a massive shout out to our technical director Colin, who has worked miracles, will continue to work miracles and make the stream even better. I think there's been a couple of sound issues today. Fortunately, we haven't lost power. So yeah, I think it's onwards and upwards, and we look forward to seeing you all in 2 weeks' time in Swindon.
We do indeed. Remember, folks, it wasn't just pickleball, it was showtime here, live from the Hampshire Court Hotel, and now it's home time. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you in 2 weeks in Swindon. Good night and God bless. Yeah, pop up from Spur. And can they get the job done themselves? Yes, they can. But ATP.
Opponents feel slightly guilty. Obviously, the thing is that you should target that injured player, but
ATP stages of this group. counter. What a drive!
So part of me is surprised as Reynoso hammers.
Helping them out in relation to their teamwork. Look at the power though. Look, definitely 13-9-2. And Callum Clark tries the lob. Yeah, well played, Lauren. These chaps are representing Tournated here. The first time a PickleB event. Marshall changes the play up, and then the put away.
It is too. Oh.
On scoring side outs in a row. Them and their opponents. So would have expected a victory. Well, Basford and Reynoso would have been the favourites there, but yeah, pop up von Spur tries the lob. Yeah, well played, Lauren. Look at that from Nathan Hill. Just
from Reynoso again on that previous point.